that.
All right, kids, welcome back to Tagtalk. This is episode 8. I am your host, Elven, and unfortunately, Dark Phoenix is not here today. Yeah, we miss you, Phoenix. Hopefully, you come back soon. Today, I would like to talk to you about the great Peter Falk. So, if you're unfamiliar with Peter Falk, he's an American actor, and he is best known for his role playing the detective on a show called Colombo. Now, if you've never watched that show, shame on you. Well, you're probably too young for this anyway. But if you've never watched that show, watch it. It was a great show. So it was about this detective who was really like mild mannered, well spoken, very smart guy who would, in his own way, like the entire time during an episode, he would try to corner a murderer, and try to solve a crime. And the entire time through the episode, he was, not screaming. He was like kind of quiet. Like people left, right, and center around him were going crazy. And then in the end, he would have this one-liner where he would go like, "Oh, and just one more thing," and he would say this to the culprit, and then he would proceed to totally wreck the culprit with some irrefutable evidence and like make his point, and like he would win episode like every day, like in and out. So today there are many similarities with Peter Falk, with Colombo, and my guest today. Because my guest today, it's funny because whenever you ask, like, for top 5 players of all time, except for maybe Nick, my guest's name has not been mentioned. So if I have a quick look here, we have multiple side tournaments. We have Tournament of Terror wins. We have 4 Vegas titles. We have 6 regionals. We have 2 NACs. And just one more thing, we also have 3 world championships in 3 different countries and spanning from 2002 to 2017. So that is really, really impressive. And one more thing to just prove that this guy is just, way ahead of us. He's basically we're playing checkers, and he's playing 4-dimensional chess. Right before we started this podcast, I also was made aware that his codename was not at all after the great detective Colombo. So that's the proof he's ahead of us. That's my introduction for you, Sir Ramiro Colombo. How are you?
Good, man. How are you? Thank you for having me.
I'm good. I'm super glad that you can make it. I'm really excited to talk to you today. You have this particularity, and I don't want to call you old, but you've seen a lot of tag in your days, and you've had a lot of success.
I am
As
well,
early as '98.
yeah, I am well tested, you would say.
So before we start this podcast, I think we have a lot of material to cover today. So if you led us astray and you led us to believe that Colombo, was named after the detective, I know there's a slight spelling difference. Colombo is actually spelled with an O. So where does your codename come from?
So it comes, well, originally, the story kind of starts from when I first started playing Laser Quest. So like when the first day I ever played Laser Quest, well, the person who introduced me to Laser Quest was a friend of mine in high school, and he took me to play, and his original code name was Rasta, right? Rasta because he has Jamaican heritage, and
Okay.
so when I first started playing Laser Quest, the first day I went, I didn't have a code name, so I just picked the name Ace, ACE, and the reason I picked that is because I used to play a lot of arcade games, and whenever I'd have a high score in something, you could only put 3 letters in there.
Right.
So I was like, I can spell Ace. So that was where that came. And so when I was trying to decide on what my permanent code name was going to be, all he just said, "Hey, go back to your roots, go back to your roots, go back to your roots, go back to your roots." And I was like, all right, well, how would that work? And so both of my parents are Colombian, from the country Colombia, spelled with
Oh,
an O. Most people misspell that too. So I am known as a Colombo American because of my heritage. Both my parents are Colombian, but I'm born here in the United States, so I'm a Colombo American. So hence the name Colombo.
got it. Were you ever a fan of the show, of the detective show?
I can't say that I was, but after the way you describe him, I like his style. I think I may have to catch an episode too. The way he kind of like wrecks people at the end, I like that.
Yeah, definitely. He's your namesake. All right, thanks for
Yeah,
clearing that up. I know you mentioned that like your greatest nemesis in the world of Laser Quest is like people misspelling your code name. So I'm sorry
yeah,
for that.
that's okay.
So
Still undefeated.
so let's actually get into this. So how did you find Laser Quest? You found it with your friend Rasta, you said?
Yes, Rasta. So that was like my high school friend. I played my first game February 1st, 1997. Didn't do well. I got killed by a member at the time. His code name was It's Over. It used to be
Okay.
Game Over, but they made him change it because he was confusing people in the back of the laser. And so it's over. I was still like the only time I ever saw that dude was the first time I ever played. I never saw him again, but he killed me. He won the game and all that. And so but I played and I don't know, I think I scored like 120 points. I got like, I don't know, 15th out of 19 people. I mean, I didn't do well at all. And like some people have the stories like they show up and they're just good. That wasn't me.
No.
That was not me at all. Like that theme will come up a lot. Yeah. And so I played that day, and my friend like he got really into it. Rasta did, and so like we started playing weekly, and that's pretty much how it kind of started.
What was your first run-in with experienced players? Like, did you guys have members nights? Did you guys have overnighters?
We did well. It's funny because like at the beginning, like so I just would play. So the first time I ran into an experienced player was the first night, right? Like it's over.
Okay.
Like the guy had like the first like sideways move and
Right.
all that other stuff. And so like we didn't. So my friend, he'd been playing for a few months before me. He actually in time became like the best player at the Houston Westheimer Center in the
Okay.
time. Like he's kind of the one I attribute to. I don't know the way the Westheimer style, if you want to call it that way. We were like a lot of people that played us back in the late '90s. We were known for having like a lot of body movement, like laser and body movements. I mean, we had like a ton of dodge, and we had like a ton of movement, and we had a ton of accuracy while doing it. But he was like to me the one that kind of really spearheaded that amongst the other ones because at the time we had like a lot of good members. So I didn't play my first member night for a couple of months because I didn't buy my membership until I can't remember if it was March 12th or March 16th of that year of '97. I still have my membership card somewhere. I couldn't find it. I was looking for it. I know I still have it. I still have my original fob too, the very first one. I still have it in my
Yes, same
keychain,
here.
and so it still worked up until the day they closed. It still worked, and so I didn't buy my membership because I wasn't ready. Right, I wasn't ready to be a member yet because it was like a rite of passage,
Right.
and it wasn't for like 2-3 months later that I went to my first member night. And back, I think it's like the same story for everyone. Like the member night, 30 people every game, every night, wait list, all this other stuff, and it was basically the same thing. I mean, and our member nights, I mean, we just had a lot of people back in those days. A lot of people
Yeah,
that are a lot better than me.
those were the heydays of Laser Quest. So, what?
Mm.
I guess we'll frame it this way: was your first experience with competitive Laser Quest? Like, how did? Because obviously, like you started playing in '97, and like big things happened for you in '98 that we're gonna get to like very
Mm.
soon. But that's and it's a really short span of time. So, how was your first run in with like competitive?
Well, like I'll say the first time I ever ran into anybody from a different center was was that summer of '97. I went to San Antonio and I played this member called Unforgiven.
Yep.
These other members called Paladin, Killer Bee, and Leech, and I destroyed them. Like I destroyed them. And that Unforgiven guy would eventually move to Houston and become Capri Sun, but he seems to conveniently forget
Yeah.
that story. But so late '97, Rasta is trying to build a team for NEC. We have like the invitation. We know the tournament's in Downers Grove, and so like we're putting a team together. And at the time, I mean, we had a lot of really good members, like really good members. I would have barely been on this team. But we would have been competitive, but we wouldn't have won or anything. But we would have been competitive. But there was a lot of good members. But in the end, like not enough people could commit to go. And so instead, we went to the first ever best of the rest in the same NAC weekend, but in '97 in San Antonio. So it was like kind of a Texas for the people that were left that didn't go to NAC, like all the Austin and Dark Angel and all them.
And how did you guys do there?
Oh, we won. I mean, we like that was that team, and it's funny. Like so many people on that team played for many years. Like so, my friend Boston was there, but he didn't play after that. He quit, but he was probably our best player. Guys like Cherry Bomb was on that team. Paragon was on that team. Scope was on that team, and I want to say 12-year-old Nick was on that team. Little bitty Nick, and I still
Nice.
I probably still have he was wearing his Jerry Stackhouse Philadelphia 76er jersey. I still remember that. I probably still have that picture somewhere. Actually, now that I think about it, I probably should have found it. But
Please
yeah,
post this on Facebook, to
oh,
embarrass
I'll
him,
find it. Yeah. And so like we played, there's like several San Antonio teams. There was an Austin team for the people that were left. that didn't go to NAC. There was us, and I think that might have been it. But anyway, we won. We went undefeated. We just, I mean, it was funny. We were so far ahead of all these other guys, and didn't really even know. I mean, it was just like we'd see these guys like all huddle up and like they're just like barely shooting here, and we're like all like all full
Yep.
motion, all these other things. I mean, we won by a lot, and so that was the first like real competitive moment.
So now was Best of the Rest, was that a corporate tournament? I can't
Mm-mm.
remember. No, right?
No,
Okay.
I don't know if it ever became one, but it wasn't at first. I know that.
Okay. So your first run in then for corporate tournament would have been Regionals 98?
It would have been. We went to VDM in '98, in February '98,
And
on a whim, and
how did you guys do there?
it's funny now. This is well known, but at the time this wasn't about being able to roll a player's target, like hit him over 100 times.
Yes.
A lot of people at VDM didn't know that was even a thing. And so we played. It was like a spur of the moment thing. And nobody knew who we were except for like a handful of people. Like Tulsa was there and they knew who we were, and a couple other people that played NAC '97. So we didn't know like almost anybody. And then we had in our semi, we had Tulsa and Centerville. And during the game, it was a frantic. It was back then the games were really long. It was a frantic, and it was all like, if you remember the old Charlotte Arena, those four little towers, you're all like cramped like this. I mean, you could move anywhere, you could go anywhere. You're just stuck with playing the person in front of you. Well, Cherry Bomb rolled the guy's name for Centerville, Unfadable, in his laser. He hit him over 100 times. Like he hit him like
Oh my god.
104 times in like a real short amount of time, and which caused him to roll over his targets. We lost 1,000 points in the game. We lost in the semi, and so I don't know, fourth, fifth, whatever place if we got. I couldn't tell you what, but that's what happened in that tournament. But we try to explain because he like the entire game tagged the guy. His name was Unfadable. He'd just say faded, 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 faded. You know what I mean? Like so. You knew he was
Yeah.
hitting quite a bit, and when you come out and the scorecard says 3 times or 4 times or 6 times or whatever
Yeah.
it was, you knew. I was like, you knew what happened. But like I said, most people in Laser Quest didn't even know that was a thing yet. Like we had to explain to people what had happened because most people didn't even
Right.
know the equipment could do that or would do that.
Who won that year? If you had made finals, do you think you had a shot?
Yes, because the team that won was also the team that we lost to in the semi.
Oh, okay, okay.
And
And
yes,
you won
I
like
do
within
believe.
like 1,000 points. Okay, okay, got
Yeah,
it.
we lost by like 900 or something. I don't know. They beat some Canadians in the final, some Oshawa Brampton mix. I don't know,
Uh,
some really bad player by the name of what was that guy's name? Decoy was
yeah,
there. God, man, that guy was terrible. It was like his
never
first
heard of
tournament
him.
ever. Yeah, I don't know whatever happened to that guy. It was like his first tournament. He was like their alternate. He was just awful. And
Terrible
just
player.
I I wish he'd stuck around and done something, but who knows? Who knows what Laser
Exactly.
Quest.
He could have had a promising career. All right,
He could have.
after VDM, then your next experience and your first experience with what
Regionals.
VDM a corporate tournament back then? I don't remember. No, it was not. Okay,
Mm-mm.
okay. And regionals 98. You guys obviously were in the south. How was that experience for you? It was your first like your first time on the big show, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, we played VDM. So going into it, like we were very, very confident. Like we were very, very, very confident because we basically during the time. This is back in those days. Like people traveled for lock-ins. You know what I mean? Like just not even tournaments, like to play these
Yeah,
lock-ins. And so we had
yeah,
we traveled a lot to like Tulsa to like all these different centers. We knew like almost every center. Like we had played against Frozen Shade and all the Nashville guys, like the two best players who were like Looney Tunes and Ground Zero, who were pretty good at the time. So we had I'd play Nepenthe at a Tulsa lock-in just because, and like back when he had his hair touched his ankles, days that he probably wants nobody to remember, but I do, Adam, I do. And so we had a good feel for the region. A lot of people were picking Tulsa to win the region outside of the South, and maybe some in the South were picking Tulsa to win the region just simply because they'd won VDM, and so they got seventh, I think, in the NAC '97 in Downers Grove. And so, but we were very confident into that tournament, and we ended up winning. We went undefeated in that tournament and won.
So back in the days, who was kind of like the leader? Like you mentioned, your friend Rasta was probably your best player, but at that time he had quit. So how did
Mhm.
the team come about? Who was the captain?
Well, in '98 we had it was the first year of tryouts,
Okay.
so we had tryouts, and so a funny thing about '98, especially by the time NAC comes around, is we don't have our best team like at all at these tournaments, but so we have tryouts, and and I'll talk more about that like when we get to NAC about who our best team would have been,
Sure.
but. Our captain at the time was Periscope because he was basically the
Okay.
oldest. He was the only kind of serious one, and like everybody else. I mean, he was just like the only one anybody would listen to for anything, basically.
Okay. So he was kind of like the driving force, like getting everybody together. By that time we're all kids, so we're kind of broken. We're looking to play this request. We
Yeah,
need guidance.
yeah. I mean, it just we all knew we could play. We knew that, like we knew we could play. But like he was like the one. I don't know. He was like the elder statesman at the time. So I don't know. We just kind of like assumed he'd be the captain because he was the old guy, and like we like
Right.
you're the senior guy. We'll look up to you. Nobody else knew what they were doing. So like, why not?
Yeah.
It wasn't,
Makes
and
sense.
and it wasn't like he kept us organized, which Will always could do. But that's as far as captaining went back in that day, back in those days.
All right, so regionals '98, you guys come out of the blue. You guys were expecting to win, but like you said, nobody else really was. And then you go to '98 finals, NACs. Anything important happened that year?
Um, I think I don't know that term is such a blur. I just remember like nobody good showed up, and we just played, we just won.
So walk me
That's
through it.
it.
How was it? Like prelims, like playoffs, like finals. Like how was the experience? How was the build up for you?
Well, it was fun. Well, I don't know. I'm going to say it was funny a lot, but I don't really mean fun to kind of like a figure of speech. But like back then, like nobody knew anyone, right? Like nobody,
Right.
like you knew your region, and so and so that was the first year of regionals. You had, Madison Heights had won NEC the year before, but like at that time, if
Yes.
you were all that Asia Tag, nobody gave them credit for anything. Like nobody
Right.
thought those guys were good at all. And so everybody thought they'd win the North, and then they lost to Rockford. And so most people were like, "Well, the North's going to suck." Right. And then in the East, you had York, who went undefeated in the East,
Right.
who they thought they were going to win. Right. They thought they were going to win, but the rest of the East was terrible. And so they're like, "How do you spell undefeated? YBC." That was like their big thing. And then we were like, how do you spell undefeated? 9DV, because we weren't undefeated also. But in the West, right, at the time in '98, the West was considered the best region, right?
Yes.
It's very unlike the way it ended up towards the later part of Laser Quest. But '98, the West was like considered the top, right? And in '98, Phoenix went undefeated in the West, and they beat Denver, and Hocus Pocus won every game they played,
Yes.
right? And the legend of his grew throughout the Laser Crest realms, right? All the realms spoke of his legend of winning every game, and so heading into NAC '98, everybody was picking Phoenix to win. Like everyone, they were like
Yes.
they had won best in the West like early '97. They had gotten fourth, I think, in NEC in '97. I mean, people knew they were good. They were on top of their game. Hocus had just dominated in the West. They'd gone
Yeah.
undefeated against a Denver team that was also considered one of the top teams in Laser Quest. So everybody and their grandmother said it was time for Phoenix to win NAC. It's their time. They've got 007, they got Hocus, they got all these guys. They paid their dues. It's their time. They're the best team. And I mean, people like, I like, I don't know how their heads fit into the building. Like, by the time they made it to NAC. So that's
Got
like,
quite a few egos on there. Yeah.
oh man, I'm just telling you. But I mean, who wouldn't? You know what I mean? Like, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
Everyone
Makes
and their
sense.
grandmother was bowing down to them. Frozen Shade used to have a top 50 player list, and it like he'd flip. Is it 007 number one this week, or is it Hocus Pocus? Oh, the Swiss now the one and two, and like that's all that would happen. And they're like, and this player, they'd have seven of the top like 25 players, and like everybody was just like always praising them. And so
Yeah.
if I'm them, yeah, I think we're pretty good too. I think we're going to win. Like it's our time, and we're by far the favorite to win. We should win, right? That if I'm them, that's I understand why they were the way they were. So anyway, so we get to NEC in '98, and back then it's still the prelims is just 15-minute games. It's
Yes.
just three games, and so you just play red once, green once, mixed. Red in that tournament was horrible. It was the worst set. Like it lost every game except for one. Phoenix beat like two really. I think Salt Lake City and somebody else, but I mean
Two
they're
weaker
really
teams.
bad teams.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very. I mean, they were very weak, and in those days, I mean, the talent discrepancy was enormous amongst teams
Yes.
that were good and teams that were not. And, like the play styles were very different. It's just huge discrepancies. But we ended up losing our first game to Mesa, who when we had red, we barely lost to them. But they ended up getting, I think, fifth that year. They're pretty good. I mean, they had a lot of really good players, and so did a lot of people. But they got
Yeah.
we and then our second game was against we were on green and we were playing against Mississauga and Charlotte. And I want to
Okay.
say Corwin was on that Mississauga team.
I
I'm
think he
almost
was.
positive. Yeah,
Yes.
and
Style. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we set the highest 15-minute game score in NAC history in that game.
How
We
much was
scored,
it?
it was like 79 something. It was like almost 8,000 points. Three of us broke 1,000. Tier, him and Trayvon were two best players
Yeah.
in 98 NAC. Tier broke 1,400. Odom just broke 1,000. Then I got third with just over 1,000. And I mean, it was it was like this giant tower game. I could not pull the trigger fast enough in the game. Like it was like
Right.
it
Too
was
many
it was
targets.
oh and being up all the time constantly, and it was I missed that. Take me back, Lord. So we won that one, and then the third game, we lost to Lincoln. We lost to Lincoln,
Okay.
and as we got second. So and back in those days, it wasn't the schedule wasn't like the way it ended up. Like just the top 9 teams make playoffs. You were seeded in divisions, and so you just
Okay.
have to make the
Oh
top 3 in
yes.
your division. Irregardless of your record, didn't matter as long as you were top 3 in your division. That was the playoff, right? And so we finished third in our division. We were in the division with Wichita and Mesa, and we I don't know and back then. So like that playoff was 15 minutes, and back then the playoffs were like all the numbers in a hat. Walk into the airlock, grab a number. That's your pack, right? That was it. And
Wow.
so I know it's total lottery. I know Nate loved that. Nate can't stop talking glowingly about that moment. I can't blame him either. And so that's what it was. We picked numbers and we played, and then we beat Mesa, got into constellations, and Wichita got third, and that set us up for the Ironman final against Phoenix, who beat Austin and Fresno, and Lincoln, who upset Denver, and I think they had Rockford in their playoff also. Because Denver, everybody thought Denver, if Phoenix wasn't going to win, it was going to be
Yes.
Denver, but both were going to be
Right.
the finals, and so Lincoln upset them. And I don't know, one of the things actually now I'm sitting here remembering thinking about it, I wanted so like we played Lincoln in regionals, right? And they got fifth, and I mean they got fifth, and they lost to Nashville, and Nashville wasn't exactly a good team. They had like 3 pretty good players, but they weren't very good. But when
Right.
we played Lincoln, they had like one of the most unique styles of Laser Quest. A lot of teams did, but they had like, I mean, we played them, and I just remember like watching the Pente, like with the again long hair to the ankles, guys like Nosferatu, long hair to the ankles, like trying to get into a Perk Plus commercial. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing like these weird like spin things in there, and like I'm not sure what these guys are aiming at. Like it's like ceiling the floor to ceiling the floor. I'm like, these guys, is this for real? Like that's what it felt like, right? That's what it felt like at regionals. I'm like, what? It just made no sense how they were just like. I mean, that was a style. Like it was all like kind of weird. There's a lot of unique styles back in those days, but it didn't make any
Yeah.
sense. I don't know if that was some kind of ploy. I don't know what that was because when they got to NAC, they were playing a lot more. I mean, it still
Conventional.
had a little bit of
Yeah.
that, but they were playing a lot more conventional, 2 hands on laser, that sort of thing that almost nobody back then was doing. Like besides like the Western style of
Right.
the West guys were just pure laser movement. A lot of people in the South, like us, and some in San Antonio, some in Austin, were more like laser full body movement. And so, but like North and East, it was more like one-handed. All these kind of
It's weird stuff.
flips and all kinds of things that wasn't really that effective, but it looked cool for a lot of them. But like I said, like Lincoln played that way until like they got a lot better like in 3 months, or they were playing possum in regionals. I still don't know. Actually, now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, It's something I'm gonna need verified at some point by one of the people that was in that final, like Nepenthe, Guido, or Pretender, because all three of them were there.
Maybe we can have this in the YouTube comments when we post the podcast. Anybody from Lincoln, please answer the question for Ramiro.
Yeah, I gotta know. And so yeah, so we had so the final, same thing as pick pack, right? Same thing, but this was gonna be an Iron Man, and
Right.
that that it was a very unique experience. It was just like playing an Iron Man in a final is I don't it's hard to describe because there's like so many games that happen in the same game,
Right.
and
Yes.
so you know what I mean. Like the first half of the game, it was all like spread out, like the whole game like spread out, like just people were just everywhere. It just seemed like I don't know. I see one person way over there, another person way over there. Like during the course of the game, that's just what happened. Why it went that way, I have no idea. Second half of the game, like everything seemed to start filtering up into the right tower, right into the right tower. And I'm pretty sure we weren't winning in the first half of the game. Like if I had to
Okay.
guess, because it didn't feel that way. But the second half of the game, when it was all in the right tower, I knew we were winning because that was when we were at our best. And so, like and it was so. One of the things that was great about that time, because one of the things that a lot of people forget about the equipment was how little the shoulders worked. And so,
Right. Yes.
what happened, right? What would happen is we were really 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 good at hitting lasers. We were really good. And so and we had to be because the we had so many really good players at West Hammer at that time that if you played like just like conventional with just moving the laser, you were not going to make it. Like you're too good, you'd be down too quick. And so we were so arrogant, right? We knew we were good. We were so arrogant, and we had a really good feeling we were going to beat Phoenix because Great One had come to Houston before this, and Cherry Bomb Tom had played him 1-on-1. They beat him pretty bad, and we're like, I mean, he just didn't do much for that. And we're like, hey, these guys, that's how they do. They're in deep trouble. How are these guys winning? But then Taylor and 007 had been a little bit different,
Yeah.
but the rest of them was all the same. So we're like, okay, we feel pretty good about this, so we're going to win.
Right.
And so, um, so as the game moves into the tower, like I said, we knew we were so arrogant, we were so good that we're like, you know what? We don't care where the game goes, right? We don't care where the game goes. We'll let everybody go in first. Everybody go in, go pick your spots, go set up exactly the way you want, go do whatever it is you think you got to do, and we're gonna come in there and win anyway, right? That was our attitude. And so like we played a lot of those tower games, like what I call inside out. Like everybody would get all the outside spots, and we're like, we don't care. There's no shoulders.
Yep.
And so like a lot of us would play in the inside, and we dogfight our way out of everything. And set myself up what I like dogfight the entire game. We'd have people like other guys on our team that do the same thing. We had like Odom and Animosity who would do a lot of floating, and they were really great at it, being able to hit fronts and backs floating around. Like we had just real good team chemistry and understanding without trying to, but in that way. And so like we just knew like we don't care how the game is, as long as you play us in one spot, we're gonna win. And that's what ended up happening in the right tower. Is it ended up floating in there, and as the game floated into that right tower, we got into like everybody. Phoenix loved playing spots, Denver loved playing spots. We're like, they were the first ones up there. We went up there eventually, but in time we knew we were going to take over because that's just like we were that good, and that's what happened. That's what we did.
Do you remember the final score? Did you get one pretty handily?
We won. Actually, I'll tell you because I still have all the ranks for the games.
Sure.
The final score. I'll tell you right now. Hold on. We won by. I don't know if you would consider this hand. So we won the game with 10,534.
Okay.
Phoenix got second with 9,198, and then Lincoln got third with 8,605.
So yeah,
So
1400.
we won by about 1,400.
Yeah, in a 30-minute game, if you divide that by like let's say like 4, if it was an 8-minute game, so you would have won the game by like about like 300 points or so, 300, 400 points.
Mm-hmm.
Question for you. So obviously at that point there's not that much knack history, right? Knack has only been around since like 96 or something like that. So
95, I believe.
95. Okay. So how rewarding was that for you? How happy were you with that win?
I was happy. I always say it was like the best thing that could have happened to us and the worst thing that could have happened to us at the same time,
How
because
so?
like we were the I mean, like I said, we were really arrogant, and we were really good. Like we knew we were really good, and we were the only team, unless you count Oshawa from the first NEC, we're the only team that ever showed up to their first NEC and won.
Right.
And so we're really good. We showed up. We knew we were good. We beat everybody anyway, and it was like we like expected to win. We won. It was happy, but okay, yeah. I mean, what else was supposed to happen?
Yeah,
Like
of course
nothing
we
else was
won.
going to happen. Like what? Yeah, like what are you going to lose? Like that? I'm not kidding. That idea never crossed our minds. Never.
Right.
Like I just cannot begin to tell you that. So, but because of that, part of it, so the best thing is that we won. Right? We were able to win in a
Yes.
very contested tournament. That a lot of really good teams, a lot of really good players. But the worst part about that is we took that for granted.
Okay.
We took that moment for granted, and we took the being good for granted. We thought it was always going to be that easy. We thought it was all we
Right.
were always going to be that good. We were always going to be that much better, and so that's and we would pay the price for that. I'll tell you that.
So, um, after your win, then what's the drive? What keeps you playing? Because obviously, at that point, you've achieved the pinnacle of the sport, right? There is nothing really else to strive for. So, what's the drive to keep playing? The repeat?
That's a good question because at one point we were asking, well, do we really want to play again? And then the idea became, well, we got to defend. Right? We got to defend.
Right.
And like I said, like in '98, we didn't have our best team. We didn't. I mean, we're at the time NAC happened. I would say, we were missing three of our top seven players from our center, and
Who?
so one was Capre. He actually got fifth at our tryouts, and then got his ass kicked off the team for being an idiot, which is a story that would come up again.
Okay.
The him being an idiot dipshit part. That's gonna be a recurring thing. And so so he wasn't on the team, though he would have been. He finished fifth in our tryouts, if I remember right. So he was pretty good. He wasn't what he would become, but he was pretty good. We had a guy
Okay.
named Anomaly, who at the time
Yes.
became really good. He missed tryouts by one day. He missed signing up for tryouts by one day, and so he didn't. By the time NEC came around, though, he was one of our better players. And then we
Okay.
have this guy named Fields, who at the time was a manager
Yes.
at Laser Quest, but there was a one employee per team rule, and so Cherry Bomb was the one employee, so he wasn't allowed to play. So Fields wasn't allowed to play, and so that's why those three weren't with us in '98, or else our team would have been. I mean, we had just so many good players, and so in '99 we were like, okay, well, we got to repeat. So and we're like, we're going to repeat. We got everybody coming back. Plus in trials, we're going to have Ray. He at that point he's pretty much become our best player. We got Anomaly, who's if Ray's not our best player, then he might be. And Tier and Cherry Bomb are still awesome. And then like we got all these other guys. We're like, man, we are going to steamroll some fools. And so right before tryouts, Anomaly gets banned because their GM is not the greatest. Was not the greatest person that I've ever met, and
Okay.
she liked being a GM, and she liked the authority that came
The
with it,
power. Right.
and she liked to wield it quite liberally. And so she basically said he couldn't play, he couldn't try out,
That sucks.
and yeah, it does because he never got that moment to be like on with our team when he was at his
Right.
peak. But so he was robbed of that, but we still had Ray, and so we're like, well, I mean, it sucks that we don't, our friend can't go. We want him to go. It's the conditions that he's not going is unfair. But in the end, we're like, oh, we really want to, defend. And
Yes.
so we got the same team that just won. We added Ray, who's an awesome player at the time, and we're
Yeah.
like, I don't see how we're going to lose. And so that's basically the mindset and the mentality going into regionals
Okay.
of
And where is
'99
regionals in '99?
in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay, so obviously you're expecting to win because you've never lost a corporate tournament. You're the defending champ, as you said. How did Tulsa go for you?
Well, that one thing there's one thing that significantly changed in that tournament, and it happened right before that tournament, and that was the activation of the shoulders.
Okay,
And so that was the first time shoulders worked, and it
right.
started with that tournament. And so we had that basically hampered us in two very distinct ways. One is our strategy of letting you go pick your spots, and we'll just play inside out. That was
Yeah.
water. right? Like we're gonna be down from all kinds of places, from all kinds of people that never would have tagged us beforehand. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Right.
we're like down, just like somebody blinks at me from the right side. I'm like, I'm down. I'm like, this sucks. Like I can't do what
Yeah.
I'm used to doing. And so that, like, from a mindset, from a team perspective, that was a big, hamper, a big detriment. And then
Yes.
from another one, individually, there's about 3 or 4 of our players played low, and they didn't care about exposing their shoulder before because they played low to shoot high to hit
Right.
lasers, that style. Animosity Odom Ripclaw, left-handed. His big thing was trying to go from fronts, but he dig with the front leading with the shoulder. Well, that all that was dead. Like overnight, that became like, oh, your shoulders down. Oh, your shoulders
Useless.
down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, your shoulders down. And so they had to, like, in the matter of a weekend, they had to completely change the way they played. Like their old style of playing Laser Quest was over,
Yes.
and it was over and it was over the first day of regionals, and so that became a problem. I'll say that at the beginning, and so we were hoping that it would help some other players like Scope Big Will. He's 6'9",
Yes.
6'8", and he won like the first game we played, and we're like, oh man, this is awesome. He's going to win every game. It's going to be great. And then he proceeded to get his ass kicked the rest of the tournament, so that didn't go so well. But leading up to the tournament, though, we were not practicing. Like, we weren't playing. We weren't like taking it seriously. Like I said, we were so conceited. We were like, man,
Right.
how's anybody going to beat us? They couldn't beat us last year with our team, and now we got one of our best player became just a better player. We added him. How are they going to beat us? And so, like, we were just like mentally not in it. Shoulder Quest took us out of it, and we were still good. Like, we could still tag, but clearly we were not the same. And so we ended up getting second in regionals that year.
Who beat you?
We lost to Austin. We had that
Okay.
year. Denver was in our region that year, and it was us, Denver, and Austin, and we got second to Austin, and we both beat Denver.
Which is not too bad for like getting a
For as
rail.
dire, yeah,
Yes.
for as
Exactly.
dire as I made the situation, yes, I know.
So
But for us, that dire.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, you're the champ. You're not supposed to win regionals, but still, you go to regionals, you become second. You beat Denver. You move to finals in '99, and at this point, I think you're known as the mouth of the South, right?
Yes. Well,
So how did that play into NAC's '99?
well, at the time, so like regionals was really the first time that we, like, I would say we really got like punched in the mouth. Like, we really
Right.
lost. Like, that was the
Yes.
first time. Like, like we lost in Charlotte, and we lost. But that was the first time we really lost, and that we were not really prepared for that.
Right.
And there was a lot. What we I mean, our team imploded over the course of that summer. I mean,
Right.
imploded. We had one player who was dating another player's ex-girlfriend at the time.
Oh.
We had two people. Yeah, we had two guys. I mean, that completely, like, set a rift in the middle of the team. We had two guys that were roommates, right? That ended up like having a complete falling out. And after regionals, we never saw them again. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we didn't see them again. Like, they just never came back. Like, defending champs or not, like, they didn't come back. And
Right.
so, like, we didn't know that, right? Like, we're like, well, I guess we're not going to see, like, going into September, so we had to replace them. There was a lot of inter team turmoil. So, like, when we went to NAC '99, we're like, you know what, we're just like, we'll find a way. Like, some of us were like, I was trying to keep people together. Like, some people were trying to keep people together. Like, the one lucky thing is that I've never that kind of turmoil myself with any one of my teammates. And so, like, we're trying to keep it together until the very first day of NAC. And the very first day of NAC, we're having to play with a bunch of replacement players. And we actually find a way to go undefeated the first day of NAC, like the first day. And we actually gave Phoenix their only loss of that tournament by, like,
Nice.
I think it was six. It was like 6 points, but and they had the worst set. Like, I think our ranks in that game were like 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 25, 26, 27. I mean, like, we barely held on. And so, and during one of the first games, it was I want to say it was the first game. In the first game, we played against Madison Heights and Denver B, who had qualified for NAC from the South. And I'm pretty sure that was the game. I'm pretty sure Denver B was the second team. But we played Madison Heights. And Madison Heights had won NAC 2 years before.
Yes.
And so like if you remember when I said you brought up I was the mouth of the South, I one of the things I would do in the games like because I had so many I just knew I had so many teammates that could score and were good and were going to play well. I would make it a point to find the other team's best player and try to like try to keep them from scoring. I try to keep them
Shut them
engaged.
down.
I try to just
Yeah.
try to keep them like annoyed. And one of the ways I would do that besides playing would be talking. And so
Yeah.
back in those days, the only rule against talking was you couldn't curse anything else, but you couldn't curse, right? And I was well aware of this. And so when I went in there, like I went in there and I found Micah and I mean this is somebody that just won NACs years prior, and I was like,
Yes.
and I just started like verbally like you're terrible, I mean I'm just like lacing into the guy, and he's like talking to like the marshals going, what do they do? Well, you're not gonna do anything. Like marshals are literally watching us like in the tower doing,
Right.
and as I'm doing this, but I'm making sure I'm not cursing because that was the only rule. And the marshal
Yeah.
said, "Well, he's not cursing. We can't do anything." And I just sat and I did it, and I was like, and he would like, I was just like nonstop talking, and I was like all in there, and like halfway through the game, like he literally took off his pack, handed it to a marshal, and walked right out.
Really?
Yes,
Wow.
yes, yeah, and it was so bad that the moment the game ended, uh, everybody wanted to know what I said. One and two, they had an immediate captain's meeting, like an immediate captain's meeting. They stopped the tournament for like to have a meeting, and which they at that point they banned all of like any kind of talking, any kind of trash talk or anything in the maze. But to me though, it was like I was the mouth of the South, right? That was like a reputation I had because I talked a lot
Yes.
on Laser Tag, and I talked to people all the time. It was always good natured in a way, but that moment is, and I can say this without a shadow of a doubt, is the most regrettable moment I've ever had in Laser Quest, and I say that with all sincerity. At that moment, most people don't know this because this is not something I've ever told. Like nobody ever asked, nobody said anything. But at that
Right.
moment, I threw away the mouth of the South thing. I never, except for like two times in the rest of the time I ever played Laser Quest, two different times I said anything that could be considered trash talk to somebody in the base, and it was, that I wasn't talking to somebody that knew I was a friend, and it was in good
Yes.
nature,
In
right?
good
It
spirits.
was
Yeah. Yeah.
in good spirits, exactly. It was that I did still do because that was in good fun and good spirits, but
Yeah. It's
only
fun.
twice. Right, but only like in that sort of way. Only twice something slipped out that I couldn't quite catch the rest of the
Okay.
time. But it literally to this day, it's still the greatest regret I have is what I did in that tournament because I really regret it afterward. And people would say, "Well, I'm at the South." I'm like, "Yeah, cool," But it's not that
Yeah.
I ever embraced it again because I was like, I ruined that guy's weekend for what? You know what I mean? Like I sat there and I talked to him and like I verbally berated him and he didn't have a great tournament. I mean, it was a terrible weekend. One of his teammates, I can't remember who it was now, but at the end of the tournament, he walked up to me and he shook my hand and he was like, "Congratulations, being the biggest asshole I've ever met." And it was around like all people I knew and like all the Texas guys, and they were like, whatever, all that. But I deserved it. Like I deserved it. Like without a shadow of a doubt, I deserved it. And I knew it, and I felt, and to this day, I still feel bad about it. And so it, without question, the biggest regret. If I had to pick one moment of the biggest regretful moment in all of Laser Quest, is not playing. It's that one, like
Okay.
that one.
Can I ask you a few questions on this? I'm genuinely
Please.
curious. You're one of the person that probably respects Laser Quest as a sport, and like the most because you have the most experience and you have one of the most longevity. Smack talk is not anything that's new, right? If you go to like basketball, like NFL, like the horrible shit they say to one another, it's part of the game. It's part of gaining a mental edge. Why not that same logic? Why should that same logic not be applied to Laser Quest?
I guess it could, but the way I kind of differentiate it is, all the things you mentioned, especially at the highest level, are tend to be professional sports, and that is, I think, a different ballgame. Now, if we're playing professionally, like we're getting paid, and this is like our livelihood, all bets are off as far as I'm concerned, right? Because
Yes.
then you gotta use like anything that is legally allowed, right? And while it was legally allowed to do that, all Laser Quest players, when we went to NEC, when we went to any tournament, it was right. We take time off from work, we take
Yeah.
time off from families, we have to spend money to go do this, right? It's a hobby. And so like that to me is where the big difference is like as I sat
Okay.
there that night I felt bad, and like ever since I'm like The guy went for a weekend. He had just played NAC. He had just won NAC 2 years prior. He has to take time off work, and he goes and he does this thing. And I just sat there and I crapped all over his weekend. Like, for what? Like, what did I get out of that? Like, okay, we won. We're probably going to win anyway. I knew we weren't going to win the weekend. And so,
Right.
like, it was what point was there in doing that? Like, to me, and what satisfaction did I feel good about winning in that way? Not
Yeah.
no. You know what I mean? And so that's where, to me, the biggest. I guess if I was going to draw a line, I guess I draw it in that way. It's just because of that. Like, I just didn't have to do that. Like, not into that extreme, because it was pretty extreme. Again, like, I didn't say any like anything hateful, like, or anything like, anything that would be derogatory, but it would just, like, verbally, like, nonstop. And the
Right.
moment I saw that it bothered him, it fueled even more. And
Yeah.
so, like, for a moment, like, people were like, "How did you make like a guy who had just won NAC 2 years prior take off his pack and literally
Yeah.
walk out of the base?" For a moment, I was like, "Oh yeah, a source of pride," like, right after. But then, but that was very short lived. Very short lived.
It's not worth it. I think you coming to that realization at that young of an age, because you must have been like what, in your teens, in your 20s?
I would have been 20.
Okay, so it just speaks volume to we've all done it. We've all done like stuff at Laser Quest that we kind of regret, But you coming to that realization instantaneously just speaks volumes about the sportsman that you are. You know what I mean? And I kind of agree with you. Like, the difference should be that we do this for fun and we are responsible of the community that we kind of build together. So okay, cool. That was really interesting. I actually was not aware of that story.
Most
Um,
people aren't, most people, because
yeah,
I don't tell the story of the Mouth of the South and what happened to Hutch and Micah back in '99. Like, I never tell that story. Like, everybody else will tell that story about me, but I've never told that story, like, as a, people will brag about it, like, "Oh, Mouth of the South, look at what he
yeah,
did," and all that stuff. I've never, like, I swear, not one time have I ever told that story in any way, shape, form, in anything, not once.
it's a Tagtalk exclusive. I'll put it this way.
Yeah,
Okay, so moving forward with the
I'm
tournament.
still
So
sorry, Micah. I'm still sorry.
shout out to Micah. He's a really good guy too. So moving forward with that weekend, the results. So did you guys ended up making playoff finals? Like, how did that go?
we so we were undefeated the first day, right? And so we're like, okay, we dug down deep, especially we were the very, like I said, the very last game of the first day was us, Phoenix, and somebody else. And, like that, like, I am not, this is not an exaggeration. I swear I'm not exaggerating, but it, like, there was electricity in the front of the house. Like, there was literally electricity, like the way people get for big sporting events before big matches. I mean, it, like, my girlfriend, who was now my wife at the time, that was her first NAC event. She was like, "This is unbelievable," because
This
people
is
were like,
crazy. Yeah.
yeah, people were like cheering every score download. People were cheering, like, everything, right? Like, people were like really cheering, like, every game update. And then when, like, and then as we're walking out of the airlock, I could still hear people shouting "Houston!" Yeah, like, the whole front of the house was just shouting "Houston!" And I could still hear it. Like, and there's something else that happens. We didn't have enough of this, but something else happens when, as you're taking off your pack, right? You've played well, and you hear, like, everybody telling you that that happened. Like, as you're walking
Yeah.
out to that, and it was really electrically charged. And, like I said, we got 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 25, 26, 27. And so it was like we the scores popped up and we were like, yeah,
Ooh.
oh sure, God, what? Oh God. Anyway, we won, we're undefeated. Anyway, the next day, we had one more prelim game. It was against Denver and Calgary, and it was we were on mix, which was the worst set, and we got pummeled. I mean,
By
we got
Calgary?
beat
Really?
bad. Both. I'm pretty.
Oh wow.
I know Denver for sure. I'm pretty sure we lost to Calgary too. I mean, we
Okay.
got pummeled, and we walked. And this was, like, as good as that other moment just was. We're walking out of the airlock, and all the Phoenix guys are chanting "Houston, Houston." I mean, we just got destroyed. I'm not kidding. I still remember this. All the guys are chanting "Houston, Houston," and I'm like, "Oh God, I want to kill these
Oh
guys. 007, I'm gonna strangle that dude."
yeah.
I mean, it was. I mean, it was. It's love the guy now, obviously, but back in
Yeah.
but that's the way it was. That's the way it was. And obviously we lost. Then we did not exactly what I call have the momentum going into the playoffs. And so our playoff was against Austin and San Antonio. So it was a Texas playoff. Austin had beaten us in regionals. We're like, okay, we can do this. We can make this work. First game, we have the
Yes.
worst set, and we got drilled the first game. We got drilled the first game with the worst set. Um, like playing bad sets would not become a strength of ours for a while. And we got drilled, I mean, it was over after the first game. Like I
Yes.
mean, we played, we tried to come back, but it was over. Like it was over so bad. San Antonio beat us, and so like we didn't even make consoles. That's how bad it was over. Like
Oh,
we were. We that first prelim game we're already going into this day over the course of all the turmoil over the summer we were hanging up by a thread as a team, and that first prelim game on Sunday just wrecked us. And that first game of that triple quest like finished putting the nail in the coffin. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
The last two games were just a formality, and so we got beat by San Antonio. We didn't make playoffs. We finished in eighth, and so we I always tell people we went from being the second best team in the South in June to be the fourth best team in Texas in September. Like because Austin got third, NRH got fourth, and San Antonio I think got fifth or sixth, one of the two. But yeah, I mean that's how fast it went down.
So obviously pretty disappointing, like coming from your championship year in '98, and it would take a few
Mm-hmm.
years for Houston to get back to like its former glory. You as a player, what's your drive? Why? How do you keep playing? What fuels you at that time?
At the time, well, like now we lose in '99, and so like 2000, we're like, you know what, we're gonna put everything behind us. There's no more drama. Like half the team has left, and so like we're like, okay, we're finally gonna be able to get Fields to play with us. We're finally gonna get Anomaly to play with us. We're gonna get people that are gonna be more cohesive, and so we can still do this. Like we can go back and we can prove that last year because a lot of people to this day, I mean, just as Nate 007, like a lot of people will say that our '98 win was a fluke, right? Like that's just part
Right.
of the deal. Like I mean, if there's one thing that I know has been undefeated through the course of Laser Quest history, it has been excuses. Everybody's got them, right? Like that thing had, I mean,
Yeah.
undefeated. So like we have like nobody, we shouldn't have won in '98, right? So that's all we ever heard. And so '99, we're like, okay, in 2000 we can prove that '98 was no fluke, and we can get back. And we know we're good. And so that was part of the 2000. It was trying to show that
Okay.
as we're trying to get that together. We just put all the turmoil, all the team strife we had behind us, and let's just let's show what we got like moving forward.
And 2000, 2001, I know that I want to get to 2002 because some spicy things happened that year. But 2000, 2001, in terms of NAC regionals, anything noteworthy to talk about?
Yeah, 2000 was the only year we didn't qualify, and so it's kind of funny because 2000, the top two teams that year were Tulsa and RH, which
Right.
happened which happened to be the two centers that got the shoulder quest packs first in '99.
Yes.
Coincidentally, right? Coincidentally, they had a whole year to practice with packs with shoulders, and nobody else did. Who knew? So like they got first and second. But what's funny is that literally it was a month or a month before the tournament, before
Regionals.
regionals. Yeah, sorry, before regionals. I blanked there for a second. We NRH hosted a tournament. NRH hosted a tournament called like the Texas Open, and we
Okay.
went. And Tulsa went. NRH was there. We went with our full team except for Anomaly, but we had Vince, so obviously we had an upgrade.
Right.
Jason was still good. Anomaly was still good, but Vince obviously was a big upgrade.
Yes.
But we beat both Tulsa and NRH in NRH like
Okay.
a month before regionals, and
Right.
then we go to regionals and we played terrible, like terrible.
How
We lost
come?
to every. I don't know. Like everybody just collectively had a horrible weekend. If like somebody's normal rank would be like in a top three, it'd be top five, and then like somebody if they get a top seven, it turned into a top 10. It was just a collective like crapper, and like we didn't have a way to to at the time we didn't have the kind of leadership yet that
Mm.
knew how to like stop a sinking ship. Like
Recover. Yeah.
yeah, it snowballed, and before we knew it, we were losing to everyone. And so we in playoffs we had to play. I think I can't remember if we played. I know we played NRH because they beat us. That was the first time they'd ever beat us. And then we played. I can't remember who else, but we got third in the semi. We didn't make NAC. That was a little, what I call it, disappointing.
Yeah, I
And
can
so,
imagine. And
well,
your
what happened?
defense? Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say what happened though is after that I was like, okay, screw this. I'm gonna be the captain and I'm gonna make this thing happen on my own because I'm not letting anybody else do this thing anymore. Like that was the
Yeah.
day I was like, no mas. Like I'm taking over this thing. I'm gonna be captain, and that's the end. Like because I couldn't take this directionless. Nobody's like we don't have a plan. We don't. And so I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna be the one that figures it out. I'm gonna do it. And that happened after we didn't qualify for 2000.
So in your defense, the South always was like a pretty rough region to advance from. But that must have been like yeah, a real wake up call. Like like 2 years ago you're the NAC champ, and now you don't even advance from your own region.
Yes, and there was a lot of laughter with that came from other regions, particularly the Phoenix area
I can
when we
imagine,
didn't qualify.
and especially
Uh,
they won here too.
yeah, and so and so like and so, but one of like on a personal like level, one thing really happened to be later that winter is so back then. Everybody started like vast majority of people started playing shooting with middle fingers, right?
Right.
And so, see, like back then, see, we had the black rubber. See,
Yes.
if you don't know about the black rubber, you just can't you can't understand. But it was all like middle finger, right? And uh, that's the way I always played. And like in '98, I was like borderline top 25 player, like in the world. Like I was pretty good. And then '99, I wasn't quite as good. 2000, I wasn't quite as good. And I noticed like like more and more people were starting to play, especially new players. And like I'd get tagged just a little bit quicker by some people, and I was like, oh god, I just
After
must be their
that,
pack, right? Must be their pack.
yeah, totally.
Yeah, and so like, but the thing that changed, so we didn't qualify, and then one day I play Ray Capri Sun in the airlock, just one on one, just kind of horsing around one on one in our airlock, and like he just like destroyed me, like destroys me. I mean, the guy is very good at this time, and he just like kills me. And it's a joke. Like the guy is like walking around backwards, like shooting me, like not looking at me. Like I'm not like I'm yelling. At least have the decency to look at me when you're gonna shoot me, like you're gonna tag me, right? Like at least. I mean, it's bad. Like I can't remember if it was like 60 something to 30 something, 70 something, 20 something. I don't know. It was
Ouch.
pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad. And so like I'm like, man, like like I'm thinking to myself, man, is it my pack? Is it his pack? What is it, right? And so like the next day, right? The next day there we have a member night, and I in a game, I remember this to the day I die. I go into the game. I have the pack he had in the airlock, and this guy Paragon had the pack I had in the airlock. And so
Right.
I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get me some of Sam. So I'm getting myself all ready, and I'm gonna get me some Sam, and I'm playing, and we're playing in the game, and I'm like playing, and like it's like not coming easy, and it's like why am I not killing this guy the way I should be? I come out like we even out. It's like 34, 34, 35, 35. I mean something like that, something even. But
Disappointing. Yeah.
two things that completely changed everything about the way I approached the game after that happened in that moment. One is I realized clearly it was not the pack, right? So I
Right.
realized that I was gonna learn to play and shoot my thumb no matter what, because I was becoming a dinosaur, and I was gonna have to reinvent everything about what I knew. And this is coming from a guy that 2 years earlier had been a borderline top 25 player. I said, I gotta, if I don't do this right here, right now, the game is going to leave me behind. It just will.
Right.
I saw it starting to happen, and I saw it happening to other people, and I was like, I don't care how long it takes me. I'm going to figure this out, and I'm going to become a thumb player like I see so many good players doing. And two is I never again, and I'm telling you, never, ever again, ever blamed a pack for anything, ever,
Right.
ever again. I refuse to blame equipment for anything ever again. Like anytime I practice, I refused. I never ever talked about packs ever again.
And it's such a common thing amongst like laser quest players too. Whenever you're
It
underperforming,
is. It
very
is.
very good lesson in humility. Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, it is like it is such a crippling thing that people don't even realize it.
Right.
Because it becomes such a crutch. Like
Yes.
and what that did, like, because obviously I know there's variance in packs, right? Like no, like nobody can argue otherwise. But what that did was, when I decided, when I made that decision to never blame a pack again, no matter what happened, I was in the maze, especially when I was playing it in my home center. No matter what happened, I was never going to blame a pack. It gave me control of my game.
Right.
It didn't give my result. It made me in charge of my own results. It was never going to be determined by how good or not good a pack was. And because like if I always defaulted, which so many people did and still would and still do, is if the first thing I'm going to do is blame the pack, I will never be able to address my own faults and my own weaknesses to better myself. Never,
Absolutely.
never.
Yeah.
And so like I refuse to do that anymore. I refuse to have that as a grudge. I said never again, and it allowed me to really be honest with myself and not accept pack as an excuse anymore. And that was a very big moment. As I viewed myself as a that, because I think you had me as a player before I became captain, and before I had that, you had me as a player after that.
Right. Sorry, internet lag. Okay, I think we're back. So very defining moment in your career. So 2001, you become the captain of the team. How were results?
Mm-hmm.
Results like immediate with Ramiro at the helm?
No, not at all. So we had I mean, we're very young. So this, like at this point, like we're building from scratch, right? Like I'm the captain, and like
Yes.
almost everybody's gone. Like like most people are like, man, we suck now. Like I don't want to play anymore. We're not that good. It's built from scratch. There's only a handful of us left, and so 2001 is a total like rebuild mode. I'm so desperate to play and get anybody to come practice with us.
Yes.
Like Lollipop shows up for the first time in like 5 years, like at
Yeah.
our center, or like first time in several years, and like Cherry Bomb's still working at the center. He tells me, he's like, hey, guess who showed up? And I was like, ooh, and he's like Lollipop, and he's like taller now because he used to be like really short. He's like taller now, and
Yeah.
he's like older. He's talking about maybe he wants to play. He's like, I told him I give you his number. And he got, and so like, yeah, give it to me. I'm gonna call him. I was like, hey, I'm gonna invite him up to member night. I would talk to anyone, like
Yep.
anyone, to be like, hey, come play member night. Hey, what's your name? Because at that point I was like, after that I never called anybody by their code name. Like after that for me it was I like, you had a code name, but I knew you by your name.
Okay. Yes.
Period. Like anytime I met anybody, it was always their name ever. And so even outside of it became that way. Like you tell me somebody's code name, I almost always will remember their name, even so today. And I'm usually terrible with names. But you tell me somebody's real name, I won't remember their code name. Like,
Right.
but anyway, so like I always remember the name. So like I invite everybody to member night, talk to anybody. Nick was one of them. His mom is the only person I think still on this planet that calls me Colombo to this day. And she still calls me that. But I think she might be the only one. Yeah. And so like she was very protective of him. So she wouldn't let him travel, but she would let him play member nights, but we couldn't travel to any tournaments.
Okay.
And so like but anyway, 2001, we had like just a lot of young new players. We went to
Yes.
VDM. We went to VDM and got fourth. But I mean, we lost to Westland, and they were way better. I mean, clearly way better.
They were good.
Yeah, I mean, and we were just like, we were rebuilding. We didn't know it at the time. Like, we're like, well, we're gonna win. I mean, Westheimer, yeah. We were still young, and we didn't know it. That in 2001 regionals, we show up and we're like, okay, we at least got to qualify. And 2001 regionals is like 21 teams. Like
right.
the biggest regional in all of Quest history is in 2001.
That's insane.
Yeah, 21 teams. I mean, it was like, and so many good teams too. It was an NEC. Like it was as good as most NECs. And we played Denver in our semi. They beat us. They won the region. We got fourth. We won consoles. So I mean, all things, it was pretty good. We get to NEC, don't play so well. We lose a couple of really close games to a couple of teams that we end up not making playoffs, and so I don't know, we got 11th or something. I don't know, but it it was the first time I tried incorporating any kind of strategical things. And so back then it was still because Phoenix had just won the last two NACs.
Yes.
Denver was going to win that NAC. The mindset, the total mindset was still all the stuff is in towers. Like every
right.
game's going to be towers. So our games, we got to learn how to play towers. And so like every strategy I came up with, okay, where am I going to put these guys in a tower? Like who's going to play in what spot? Okay, what pack can I give him? Okay, what if I give him this better pack in this spot, and then I can put like maybe the better. And so like that's all I thought. Like in that way. And so like I try to pit at the time we were nowhere near ready for anything like that. And so like I predictably we struggled because so many of our players were young. They really didn't
Yes.
know they could do certain things well, but only those things. And so like I was trying to have them do things they weren't ready to do, and so naturally we didn't do well. But it was a good learning experience from that regard. In that it'd be the first of many times I tinkered with different strategies and handing out packs and pack assignments and that kind of thing. I did a lot of that.
But like you said, this was a rebuilding year. So advancing, from a region that you did not advance the year prior is already a big improvement. So you go to an EC, and then 2002 rolls around, and 2002, a few things happen in your career. So you personally got invited to play on one of the godliest teams that was ever assembled for WLC, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How was the experience for you, and how did that come about? How did you get invited to play on that team?
Well, so in 2001, so like we didn't qualify in 2000, so I didn't see anybody in NAC, right?
Right.
Like I hadn't played anything or anyone since regionals, so I hadn't seen anybody from anywhere else in a while, and until Vegas, the Vegas 5 man in 2001. And me and IRS became really good friends. Back in those days, we were chatting on AOL. That was the messenger. That was the way to do it back in those days. And so we
Yes.
became really good friends over time. And we're like, hey, let's play together. He asked me to play, and he's like, hey, do you mind playing with Punisher, who was on his team, he said was pretty good. The guy didn't
Yes.
participate in all that sport, that laser tag at all, so he knew nothing about that whole world. And he's like, we're also going to play with Carnage and Jerk, like from Madison Heights. I was like, yeah,
Nice
sure,
team.
I'll play. Yeah, it
Yep.
was really the same. And so like going into it, like nobody expected us to win. Like again, back in those days, the West was still like the West, everybody,
Dominating.
and
Yeah.
yeah, and Phoenix had just won back-to-back NECs. Denver was getting second. I mean, the West was like the show, right? And so
Yes.
Phoenix sent the God Squad, right? Everybody thought that was going to be the team to beat in that tournament. They even called themselves that. I think it was. I think I want to say it was like 007, Hocus, Edge, Tezu, and somebody else was really good. I mean,
Glorf.
I can't. No, somebody. No, Lazarus. That's who it was. Lazarus,
Lazarus. Okay. Yes.
who is becoming one of the better players at the time. And so like everybody was like picking them to win. They and nobody was picking us to win, and so like that was the first time I played in a tournament not playing with my thumb. Like that was like the debut
Right.
of it, and it was still pretty fresh. So I was like, I have no idea how I'm going to do. I haven't played anybody in such a long time. I don't know. And we played, and so that's when I met Jerk and met Corwin. We played and we ended up winning. We ended up winning that tournament. We ended up beating the God Squad in the finals. I still could taste 007's tears from but when he's by mission control, just not understanding how they lost. It was they tasted good, and at the time, like nobody. I mean, we're a bunch of people from centers that didn't either qualify to NAC or
Yes.
didn't do well at NAC. So we would have thought we were going to win, but we ended up winning. It was close, but we won. And so the following year, me and IRS decided to play again in Vegas. We had Punisher again, but this time Clarkness had become pretty good,
Yes.
and Ray had become pretty good. Like Ray had become real good. And so like Ray had just finished like doing real well at VDM that February before. Like so a lot of like northern guys knew him, but not many western guys did. And so like I still remember like when we showed up for that tournament, I was like, man, our team is great. Like we were like so
Yes.
good. We were stacked, and like none of the western teams thought we were going to be any good. Like all the northern like Exodus came up to us. He's like, when I can't believe that team you guys got. Like that team is incredible. Like and I was like, man, I don't know. I think we're good. The only thing that almost derailed us was getting food poisoning in the Luxor. Like
Oh
everybody got
shit.
food poisoning. Yeah, exactly. That literally. Like everybody got food poisoning except for me. I was like the only one. I was like afraid to move. Those guys like being in the toilet, like and like either throwing up, all kinds of things coming out from all kinds of directions. Ray's like
Oh
came
my god.
first. Clarkness came right after that, but then like Andy IRS was like during the tournament, and he was like dying. Like that dude, I don't know how he made it to the tournament, but we ended up winning. But right before that tournament we're setting up, Jerk is the one that put together the team, and he
Yes.
asked us that we were on this 5 man team. He put it together. And the only reason I don't know. I mean, like at the time I was like, sure, I'll play. Yeah, it's great. I've never played with Nate. Like me at the time, me and Nate were getting along, and never played with Taylor. Hey, me and Okus get along. And because I played with Jay like the year before, and we became friends, he was like, "Hey, I just want all you guys to play with us," and I was like, "Let's do it." And that's pretty much that's how I remember that coming about.
That must have been pretty rewarding though, because even though you've won an AC, just this is just a testament to how recognized you are by the community for your individual skill, right?
Yeah, at the time it was like I really enjoyed the idea of representing the United States. Like I have a lot of national pride. I mean, I still do.
Yes.
So like that's why WLC means something to me in that way. Like it's just different. Like, I don't know if it's like the Olympics for like professional athletes. I mean, I couldn't say, but it has a different significance for me. Just because and especially that one because it was just a pure American team. All our code names were USA something. Like it was that's
Yes.
all our code names said that. So like it, so that I took a lot of pride in that myself. Way more than that to me than what it meant for me as an individual at the time. I've never been somebody that's been that concerned with like my individual appearance. Like guarded by the community. It's when most people don't know most of the stuff I've won. I
Right.
just don't ever broadcast it. It's not been my thing, and so I viewed it more as like I get to represent my country with these guys. They're really good. I got friends on this, and like how cool is it that I get to actually be on Team USA? Like
Yes.
that to me, I love that. I love that, and so it was the first time I got to play with Kyle. And back before he had became Kyle. And
Yes.
so it was a really what's funny about that because like I remember he'll say this like I was one of the first people that really recognized like him and his ability because
His
the very
potential.
last game. Oh yeah, because I'm telling you the very last game of finals, he had one of the worst packs in our set and kid right and he was just a kid and I remember before the game like we hadn't talked much during the course of like ever but that night we talked quite a bit we became friends and he's like I'm just gonna go in there I'm gonna play hard I'm gonna win this game and I was like cool I mean
Sure.
whatever like who hasn't heard I mean yeah go ahead play one of the worst packs go ahead yeah I've heard this story a million times dude
Yep.
it's not my first rodeo you know what I mean like I've come across many Laser Quest players that a lot of bows and the guy did it and the guy won the
Yep.
game. And I was like, and at that moment, I was like, okay, if it like it's one thing, right? It's one thing to have skill, right? A lot of people have skill, a lot of people have talent. It's another thing altogether to say, I'm going to emerge and I'm going to make this moment mine no matter what. That is not something a lot of people have, like that is not something that kind of fortitude. And so I knew in that moment, this guy is going to be great. This guy's going to be incredible. If he can take something that we know is not good and he's like, I don't care, I'm going to win anyway, and then goes and does it, that is special. You know what I
That's
mean? Like
impressive.
it's unique and it's special in a way. And that's why I knew like in that moment, I was like, this guy is, that's why I was like, that's why I was like one of the first ones on there. Cause when I saw that, I was like, this guy is going to be legit.
That's
I
why.
knew.
That's what makes Ryan basically is hands down, in my opinion, one of the top players to ever play the game. Um,
Mm-hmm.
we're almost an hour and a half into the podcast, and we're only in 2002, which is
I
awesome.
told you I'm a talker.
That's fine. That's okay. I really don't care how long this lasts. This is super good content so far and super interesting. I want to get to NAC 2002 though, because I feel that since you won the title in '99, NAC 2002 was actually like Houston's return to glory on the national stage. So um, obviously you made finals and at NEC that year. Very successful year. But then the infamous Denver download happened in the final. So I want to get your perspective on how those final went for you, and also how rewarding it was for you to get your team in the back in the NAC finals. After being the captain and rebuilding it from scratch.
You know, so to give like a greater context of what was happening at the time. So the Denver download thing, or just Denver in general, there was this perception at the time that corporate favored Denver. Like there was a
Yes,
perception at the time that corporate like Denver was corporate's favorite team, and like and things just always seemed to happen to go Denver's way. Like just because like regionals in '99, they happen to have the easiest division possible. Like the hardest teams in their division were their own B team, and Clear Lake, which is a center that was open for like 3 months.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
you know what I mean? And like the rest of the South was in two divisions. Like it just happened to work out that way. So like, and then in 2001 they happened to have this huge download, like in the third game against San Antonio, when San Antonio's about to win. All of a sudden, like the as the third game, the scores flash. All of a sudden, like all of them have huge scores. Like just so happen to have that. Like San Antonio guys go, I don't know what happened. We were just like we're just winning, right? And so like you'd have teams like I think Phoenix had just lost to them at regionals in 2002, and they said something similar. They were like, we don't know what happened. It felt like, and I think Nate's brought this up even again. It's a very common feeling. It would be like, I feel like we're killing these dudes. I feel like they're all down. I feel like we're doing great. We come out, we lose huge. Like we don't get it. Like something's coming up. So
Right.
that sort of story seemed to happen and reverberate quite a bit, right? And so going into NAC finals in 2002. At that point, I'm like, all right, we got the last three NAC champions in this triple quest, like 98, 99, 2000, 2001. We're all here and
It's
now.
epic. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, this is the one. I was like, oh yeah, this is the one. And so like I was like, these guys, and we just got done playing a semi against Westland, who was the 1 seed, and Lincoln,
Yes.
who was the 6 seed. I mean, and I'll tell
Oof.
you, it was a brutal semi, and like brutal because those teams were good, and also it just seemed like every tag with those packs seemed so hard. Like there was like
Right.
just a couple of packs on each set that seemed like they get tagged pretty well, but everything else seemed like it was just such a struggle to get tags on
Yes.
anything. That's the way I remember it. And I don't know if it's just my perception or what, but I just remember because at the time I was playing the worst pack uh, on our team. I just remember I was like, man, it is so hard to get any tags anywhere. Like the shoulders wouldn't go down, like this stuff wouldn't go down, and so like it was just a struggle. But anyway, so going into the finals, we had those four teams, and we had figured out though the mixed set. Like green was like has like two pretty good packs. The rest are just boo boo. Like they don't do well. Red is okay. Mix is easily the best from the majority of the tournament. At the end of prelims, we figured out how to our pack assignments for mix, and then in semis we did great against Westland and Lincoln with it. Like great. Like we had a really high score, and so like in the first game of finals, I want to say it was us. It was us in red. I think it was Phoenix and Green. Actually, I probably could say, but Phoenix and Green and Denver mix. I want to say it'll come to me in a little bit when I was talking. So we oh no, it was Phoenix in mixed Denver and Green, and so
Right.
we're in red, and so we win. We barely beat Phoenix. And even though Phoenix has the best set, Denver is comfortably behind because they're on the worst one. So we're like, okay, that's good. Game one, game two, we have Green, which is the worst set. Um, Denver has mixed, which is the best set. Phoenix has red, and they're like in the middle set. Denver has a huge score, like huge score. They have big comeback. So we know it's going to happen. But the one thing that really saved us in that green set is that we had the two guys that finished first and second in the game,
Yes.
and that was Capri and Lollipop, and like Capri got 844 points in the game to win. Lollipop got second with 600, and third place didn't get like in the low 500s. So I mean, those two guys, I was like kept us in the whole like triple quest
Yes.
because the rest of the team did not well, right? Like we did not do well, and so like they kept us in it, and so it looked like we kept the score close enough with mix that it seemed like we played green well. It was just, but it wasn't. It was just those two guys just had a phenomenal game
Right.
and kept us in it. But going into the very last game, we were like
Confident.
marginally down, right? And marginally down going into the
Yep.
best set, and we're like, we got this. Like we're like Phoenix at this point is basically dead in the water, and I mean,
Yes.
I'll tell you, like because they're really far behind going into the worst set, so they're done. We're barely behind Denver, and so we're like, okay, we're there. Like we just got to do what we've done the last two games we played with Mix, and we're there. And so the game starts, and like for like the first several minutes, like we're doing really well, and we know, like and I said this before, but like if you've played this game for any period of time, if
You
you're
know.
doing well or if your
Yeah.
team's doing well, or if you're not, like and so like we during the time, like we had a couple of guys that like to like talk, but not like talk too fast, but just talk out loud. Like so,
Okay.
Derek, like Odom, he like during the game would be like sixth place, nothing but Venoms in front of me, we were doing well, right? And so I was like in sixth place. I still looking at the back of my laser going, all right, sixth place. I feel like I'm doing pretty well. The game ends. And the game ends because Lazarus couldn't be keyed
Yes.
in. And so like they have to restart the game. And so when the game ends, according to Ray, some people walked out of the airlock. I don't remember this, but so I guess some people walked out of the airlock and they saw the scores. And the score monitor followed exactly how we thought the game was going. Like we had like 7 of the top
You guys
10.
were
Like
crushing.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, like we were up big fast. Like first and second place were two of our worst packs, if that tells you anything. Like
Yep.
and they were like we were first and second. Like that they were like we were winning. Like and we knew it. Like we knew it. We knew it. Right. And so we're like, oh hell yeah, like hell yeah. And so like we're talking, we're like, okay, let's just do like the same thing. The game was spread out on the floor. I think it just like the second game for sure was in the tower. I can't remember where the first game was exactly. It might have been a tower game. Also, I don't know. Third game, I think Denver was trying to keep they're trying to keep the margin not too big. Like they're trying to not make it too big of a like cluster scores high, so like
Right.
we couldn't like they're trying to minimize the score. So I think they try to keep the game spread on the floor. Well, like at the time, like they restart the game and the game's still on the floor, and I'm playing, I'm still doing great. I still feel like I keep seeing 6-7, 6-7, 5, 6. I mean, I'm like, but the Phoenix and Denver guys at the time they disliked each other and they talked about each other so much, on the news groups, like because
Yes.
Phoenix had been NAC champ, that Denver
That's
was, and
brutal.
who was
Yeah.
better. Yeah, they were just, and so like those guys were. I mean, like most people don't realize, but those two teams were really fixated on each other, and so like it was not exactly hard to be in sixth place. Like I just walk up to the two dudes, a Denver guy and a Phoenix guy. They look at me, they look at each other, they both shoot at each other first. I'm like, all right, back. You
Yep.
know, like what, they just they kept going at each other, and I was like, all right, that don't bother me now. I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna get them, And so like I knew I was doing well. Like we we're walking out. Everybody's like, yeah, I still did well. I still did well. I still did well. Like we're all walking out like real confident. Yeah, we did well. Like it felt like we were still doing well. Walk out and people are like,
Nope.
and, and like like the first thing I heard in the airlock. Remember when I said I could hear Hugh Stead like back in '99? Like the first thing I hear in the airlock as I'm walking out is Heidi, Malice's wife, and I'm like,
Yes,
what?
I remember.
I was like, what? I was like, that's impossible. No, I was like, no, there's no way. Like I just played this game and I knew we had won. We walk out and people were like, shaking their heads. They're like, man, you guys were like in negatives the first half of the game, and I'm like, what? And the scores pop out and we got decimated. Like
Destroyed.
we had
Yes.
in 10 minutes, we found a way to score our lowest score of the entire tournament in with our best set. Like the longest game, best set, lowest score. And Phoenix, who was like, I mean, trying as hard as they could for what it was worth. Like, they knew they were beaten. Like their body language gave it away. Even if they didn't say it, you could tell. They killed us. Like they killed us in the game with the worst pack set. Not with their hearts not even in it. We got blown out, like blown out according to the score monitor, like blown out. And so so bad to the point that we got third. Like we didn't even get second, we got third.
Right.
And that was just it. Like we had like a couple of guys that got into double digits, maybe three of those. I mean, it was just scores that we just couldn't explain. Like it was like there's no, like everybody was like, I just was doing so much better than that. That was not what I knew I was playing better. Like several of us had won NEC 4 years prior. We'd won regionals
Yes.
multiple. We'd won regionals that year again. That was the second time winning regionals. Like it wasn't like we were like new players. Like we know, right? And so like, but that it just what happened. It came up that way, and like I could have, for me, and so like I don't know. I don't view like I don't say any of this stuff as a oh, we got screwed, or oh, Denver did something, or anything like that, right? Like the whole Denver download thing was just like a thing for the time. Do I believe
Yeah.
any shenanigans actually happened? No, I don't. I do not. Do I believe anything at all, like from a corporate level or player level, anything, right? No. Like I've yet to hear any evidence of how that even would be possible.
Yeah.
Like, you know
How
what I
to
mean? Like,
work. Yeah. Yeah.
like how you, if you even if you wanted to, how you could do that, like software wise, hardware wise, nobody could even come up with a plausible theory for that. So like I know like nothing like that was at play. To me, what always made that so hard to stomach as a result was just the margin of victory. Like if we got beat and it was close, I could live with that, you know. But it was in the way that we got beat, and it was so big, like it was so
Yeah.
huge. It was so hard to understand, right? It was just so hard to understand because I could feel like we were there. Like I had that Thompson Trophy in my hands again. Like it was like right there, and to have it like feel like it just slipped right out in a way that I couldn't explain.
Right.
I couldn't justify. It was just really hard to stomach. It was really hard to get past. To be honest with you, I mean, a lot of us almost quit after that time. I wasn't going to because I couldn't, because I determined that I was going to win another one no matter what. Um,
Yes.
it almost drove a lot of people to quit in that moment. I mean, it was just because it was that hard. It was so unexplainable, and it was such I mean, to call it a sucker punch is not even to do it justice. You know,
Right.
I mean, I don't think 14 gut punches would be, would do it justice. You know, it was just something that it was, at the time it was just so unbelievable, so unexplainable, and so heartbreaking in a way that to this day I can't even explain it. I mean, luckily, I mean it doesn't it doesn't hurt like it used to. I mean, it took a long time,
Yeah.
but to this day I still can't explain what happened. But all I know is that we lost. I mean, bottom line is we lost. I mean, bottom line is that's what the
Yes.
record shows. So but that's just the way that played out.
Yeah, I can see how this would leave a bitter like taste in your mouth, especially after like spending a few years of rebuilding. Like you said, to this day, it's really weird that like you still can't explain it. I can tell you that having worked for Laser Quest, like I don't see, I've never heard of anything or any way to tamper with LQX or the software to make this happen. Like it's not really possible. I yeah, I don't have an explanation either. I remember I was at that NAC 2002. Montreal actually went that year. Yes, those packs were terrible. I was playing ninth pack on my team as well, and they were not functioning right. Um, so Denver indeed had this interesting narrative, like of having like corporate hookups and being like unfairly advantaged. They also were infamous for point swings like mid game, and they were also known like to hold positions even if their players would get maxed. They'd still hold position and get their points back. Do you think that style of play, that specific style of play, might have played into that narrative?
I don't know if it played into that game. I mean, I understand. I mean, like, I do think it played into like their success as a team, like overall. Like, I do think,
Right.
as they position themselves and how they, strategize, like an entire game, they strategize to shoot at not necessarily the guy right next to them, but the fronts and backs of people shooting their teammates, like
Yes.
kind of crossfire. And so, like, somebody maxes you, doesn't matter, right? I mean, they can only get 11 tags, and if they stay there, well, you can get them back eventually. And if they max you, most people probably just leave, and so you're sitting there
Right.
by yourself doing the thing. I mean, I do think that it was part of their strategy from a big picture sense. I don't know, like I don't know, because the game was like a floor game.
It didn't feel that way, right?
It just really didn't, and it wasn't like it wasn't like the first time we played them,
Right.
like we beaten them in '99 in regionals. We lost to them in 2001 in regionals. So like 2002, like it wasn't like we didn't have a history of what it felt like to play against them.
Yes.
We played Phoenix multiple times. It wasn't like we didn't have a
Mhm.
history, So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm not gonna say no, right? I'm not gonna say no because I don't know. It just doesn't feel like that was it.
Okay. Okay. Um, I don't want to gloss over the next few years, but I'm just unfamiliar with his history as a player. Like the next time that Houston pops up on my radar is in 2007, which I absolutely want to talk about. But between 2002 and 2007, anything specifically you want to talk about? Regionals and AC side tournament? Anything that stood out for you?
Well, I mean, we won regionals in 2003, so we won regionals again. We lost to Lincoln in the semis of NAC that year. We beat them at regionals. They beat us at NAC. They go on to lose to them in Westland. There's another Denver conspiracy thing. They turn
Yes.
off the score monitor and all that. I'm telling you, the conspiracy comes from Greg Thorwall. I mean, Jeff
Greg
Thorwall,
Thompson.
Sue Miller, Greg
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thompson, right off of the top. This is where the conspiracy is. This is only very, very tight-lipped. So we get into consoles that year, and so one thing really, to me, one thing really changed in that I didn't realize yet was about to happen. But we got into consoles, and it's us in Phoenix and Brampton, and like we still have a 2002 hangover. We didn't make NAC finals. We're like whatever, right? Like consoles, whatever. Phoenix is like consoles, whatever. Brampton is
Yes.
like, okay, consoles, yeah, we haven't been here in a very long time. Let's do this. And I mean, they kill
Let's do
us,
it.
obviously. Yeah, they kill us. But one of the things that they did at the time, and so like, one of the things that the way the games played, I sat out two of these games. These are like the only three games I ever set out in Houston Westheimer history were in NEC 2003. Two of them
Oh
were
wow.
in our consoles, and the only reason I played the very last one is because Ulib got too drunk to play in the last game, and Sue Miller was like, you better get him out of here, or like he's gonna be banned forever. And I was like, I'll take care of it. And
Okay.
so like I go
Yeah.
in, yeah, yeah, and so I go in there, and everybody's like in the tower. They're shooting at the cameras. Like nobody really is doing much. I mean, I wish we'd taken it more seriously, but at the time we still had that 2002 hangover. It was really
Yes.
hard to get geared up to play consoles. I wish it wouldn't, but it was. So obviously Brampton killed us, but like most of us, like us in Phoenix, we were just like in the tower. There's a couple of Brampton guys in the towers, but the majority of their guys were on the floor.
Yes.
And so we're like, oh, look at that. I just remember thinking, oh, look at those losers sitting up from the floor. Look at those guys. Yeah, I want you to stay down there shooting the floor. This would be a theme, though, come 2004, right?
Yes.
This would become a thing in 2004. And so it was a warning sign that I did not see. And that when it came to Laser Quest in terms of the way the game was evolving. And so this is something I actually credit Nick with a lot because he was the one to try to really get me to see this. And I was like, I don't think so. And he was like, in the way the style athletically, like I just come from years and years and years and years of just tower, 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 tower,
Yeah.
Phoenix,
That's how the
tower,
game is
tower,
played.
tower,
Yeah.
how the game's played, right? And so he's like, man, he's like, I see teams like NRH and Brampton. They're younger, they're shiftier, they're more athletic, they're more mobile. They're gonna start creating more, spacing. You can talk to her if you want. I mean,
No, no, no. It's fine. It's fine.
he's
It's fine.
thirsty. He's
Yeah,
thirsty.
exactly. That's exactly what it is. My voice is
I
going,
know.
even though you're
Yeah,
doing all the talking. Sorry.
it's what it's water. Get him
Yes,
water.
please. Thank you.
Uh, so he's. I got to tell you, therapy series. Therapy series.
Yeah, you're good
Or,
at your job.
or Laser Quest players' ears. Another way. That's what trained me. But so he's like, the shifting. He's like, I'm telling you, it's shifting. People are going to start moving around more. It's
Yes.
going to be more spread out. It's going to be more like movement based. And I was like, no, I just don't see it. Like, there's no way, right? And so, like, I just didn't buy in. And then that we pay the price in 2004. Like,
Yes.
oh
Very much.
man, did we pay the price in 2004? And so going to 2004, we lose to NRH in regionals. It's the first time they beat us in like ever. I
Yes.
mean, new generation. I think we lost to, like I said, like the first generation of NRH like in 2000. But these guys like the Sifu Mo, Blue Flame, all
The
that,
chainsaw scene.
all those plays. The first time, yeah, it's the first time they beat us, which we did not expect at
Yeah.
all. Like because we were like
Thank you.
we just won regionals twice in a row. We just won regionals twice in a row. We just made NEC finals and consoles. We were like, okay, Lincoln just beat us. But we usually can beat Lincoln at least the regionals. That's the only thing we got to worry about. Next thing we know, we lose center range. And we're playing we played in Mesquite. I mean, they clearly beat us because of home base, and so
Yeah.
clearly, right? That was like
Definitely.
that was our narrative at the time, right? Because like I said before, if there's anything that's undefeated in Laser Quest, it's excuses. That's always been
Yes.
number one. So go to NAC in Rochester 2004, just heading to finals, just because that's our matter. Couldn't even tell you about. But heading to the finals, it's us, NRH, and Brampton. And I think that's the only time in Laser Quest history where none of the top three seeds made finals. Like all top three seeds lost in their Triple Quest and semis. So that was the end of Denver, and so it was NRH and Brampton, and I think Mo said that one. I'm gonna guess it was me. Went to them and to try to get them to go to a tower with us, which to this day, I mean, that's a pretty smart move on my part. Not a good move on your part, Mo. Not to follow. As fate would have it, as fate would have it, and so like they like they didn't trust us, or they didn't know if we were trying. I guess I don't know. I don't remember this moment, but I'm guessing this is what happened. But anyway, what ended up happening is in 2004, the games were spread out in
Yes,
Rochester, and we did not know that floor at all, like at all. And you want to talk about a floor that is not the easiest to pick up on the fly?
it's not.
That one, that oh man, and Rice. I mean, like found Cliff. Like I'm still looking for that dude in there. You know what I mean? Like I heard he was in there, and I have not had it confirmed that he actually was in there. Like I'm still looking. Like I just remember like looking up, and I'd be on the floor, and I'm just like, man, I could hear people. Like I could hear like, oh, there's a couple of targets. Oh, I run into my own teammate. Oh wait, I think I see Hetfield like way in that tower, way over there. How do I get up there? Like I'm like down like 14 times before I even find my. I'm like I'm just lost. And like every game, it's the same thing. And like I remember one time I walk into like there's like two Houston players playing against like two NRH players, and then like in this one little open spot, and next to them behind this like little grate that I have no way of seeing how to even get to that spot are like Blair and somebody else from Brampton just shooting through unmolested, uncontested, and I'm like, this is not good.
Not
And it
going
would,
well.
and oh no, and it did not. It did not at all. We got demolished. But that at that moment, I was like, the game has changed forever. Like that to me was like the
Yes,
ultimate wake up call and saying, okay, from now on, we got to know everything. We got to know like every inch of the maze. We got to know like everything. Because before it was only like let's prepare for the one tower. Like everybody like practice games. Like what do you think it's gonna be? You think it's gonna be this tower or that tower? What do you think it's gonna be? I think it's gonna be this tower. Oh yeah, I think it's gonna
yeah,
be this tower. Or practice games like this tower. And so like that was just what we did. And so like at that point I was like, well that's done. That's over. We gotta like get prepared to play anywhere, everywhere, period. And so that was like the eye opener in that moment. Um, that really changed, at least from a strategy wise, like having to prepare for that sort of thing. Also,
yeah.
and then 2005. Oh man, 2005. Oof, that regional. So like 2004, 2005, 2006. The regional finals was us, NRH, and Lincoln. And
Every
I thought
time.
about all three times. That was regional final.
Okay,
And in '04 NRH won, in '05 we won, and in '06 Lincoln won. Like it was like that.
nice.
Oh, not nice to play, and I'll tell you that at all. So at '05 regionals, like NRH has just gotten like beaten us at regionals. They've gotten second at NAC, and we got third. And like it's like we're like okay, they beat us in Mesquite, but now we lost to them in Rochester. So okay, we have to do something about that, right? And so like that's kind of like we're like okay, these are legit, but we know we still want to be the team, right? And so
Yes.
2005 regionals is like one of the most like hotly contested, like really. I don't know how else to describe it. Like the tension in that tournament between our teams was like the highest I think it ever got. Like I mean, the catfish was with the head marshal at that regionals, but Teresa was also there. She was an area manager at Houston
Okay.
at the time, and
Yes.
I mean they were unprepared for what was going to happen. They were unprepared. I mean, because it was. I mean, people like we had the last prelim game of the night on that regionals on that Saturday night, like it was us and NRH. And I mean, it almost. I thought fights were going to break out in the entire arena. Like people were
Wow.
like after each other everywhere. Like marshals were like players were running after players. Marshals running after marshals. It was like a Congo line of sprinting.
Jesus.
Like Catfish was pulling cars like after the game because he couldn't catch anybody to do it during the game.
Okay.
Like I think he's still pulling cars to this day. Like that hotel room's like. But I mean, it was like so tightly contested. I thought, man, if we played these guys, like I don't know what's gonna happen when we play these guys in the finals tomorrow. Like, because it was pretty clear the three of us were gonna
Yeah.
play like us. And so and it was like very tightly contested. One of their players got ejected for cheating for cupping, and they had a deduction first game of finals. They ended up losing. Obviously, the triple quest. They will tell you that's why they lost. I will tell you we would have won anyway.
Right. What was the point margin
we
mathematically, though?
mathematically we would have still won, but
Okay.
the argument, and if I'm them, I make the same argument. The deduction happened in game one. We didn't play as hard in game two and three because we knew we were going to lose anyway. So
Okay.
I mean, I can make the easier. I don't mind. I mean, they think they. I mean, they. If I were them, I think I would have won too.
Yeah.
Excuses, undefeated. I'm telling you, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And
Fair
so anyway,
enough.
we win. It was very tightly contested, very heated between the two teams, two really strong teams, but we barely squeak it out. We go to NAC in 2005. It's back in Mesquite, and they beat us in Mesquite, and we got second. And that we lost that one in the very first game. I always had this theory about Triple Quest that you couldn't lose a Triple Quest in the first. I mean, you couldn't win a Triple Quest in the first game, but you could lose it.
Okay.
And I always thought that the team that played the worst set the best, and the team that played the worst two packs the best would win the Triple Quest. That was always
Okay.
the way I conceptualized it. And so like they by far outplayed us with the worst set in 2005 finals, and that was like why they. I mean, that was like that. It was over at that point. Like they substantially outplayed us when they had the weak set compared to what we did. And I mean, when you have two teams that are very evenly matched, very evenly skilled, that kind of difference is just that you can't overcome that no matter how much,
Right. You can't make it
no
up.
matter what you do. You can't. It's too good. And so they beat us. And so 2006, Lincoln steamrolled us, and that was both of us. They
They
showed up that year ready
steamrolled
to play,
everybody.
and
Yeah.
yeah, and then in the NAC in 2006, Nick's grandfather died, so Ray wasn't on the team,
Ooh.
so he didn't go. Eula was in a car accident the week before NAC. He didn't go, and
Oh
so we
wow.
didn't exactly have our greatest team. Yeah, we didn't have our
Right.
greatest team. We showed up anyway. I don't know. We got 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't know, somewhere in there. I couldn't tell you. But
Yeah, you're missing half your
that
team.
would yeah, well, I mean that would set the stage for 2007. That's because at least I got to every year I kind of experimented a little more with a little different things in terms of strategy and pack assignment, that kind of thing, and it gave me a chance to see, okay, well, if I give this one of the best packs, how's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? I want to see how he thinks. I
Right.
want to see how that kind of thing. So it gave me a better grasp of just because I was always looking for that. Like I always wanted to know more. I wanted to know more like people's strengths, more like how you view the game, more how all that stuff. And so I'm constantly looking for info, constantly looking for data, constantly trying to learn more, constantly trying to learn more. So it gave me more ways to kind of view how other people on our team viewed it in a way that didn't have the other, Ray, Nick, and other are the best players in
Yes.
there. And so to me, I think that helped propel us to 2007. I don't know if you want me to keep going through 2007.
So obviously, 2007 was great success for you guys. So would you attribute it just to all of the team coming together, the strategy, having all of your players? Like, what would you say was your greatest strength that year?
Well, clearly, one thing that helped us a lot was having Vince on our team, and so Vince,
Yeah, he's all right.
Vince, he's not bad. I'll talk more about him later,
Yes.
but one of the things, so a lot of people equate Vince being on our team as being the reason we won. But one of the things that having him on our team did is it reinvigorated like us as a team. And so we had been, we'd won several regionals, we'd been in multiple NAC finals, we just couldn't quite get there. And so it became
Right.
like we like almost plateaued. Like we just couldn't quite, like we were a top 3 team, top 4 team, top 2 team. We were just like we couldn't quite make it, and so we had like a little extra more oomph to go to get to the finish line. But so Vince gave us it renewed our vigor to try to go get that oomph. And so it made more people show up to play on a weekly basis. It made us more focused, like as a whole, made us more it
Okay.
it's and it allowed us to change some of the things we did when we practiced, because one of the things we did to try to get, some of our lower end players kind of more, into the grind of trying to play like a Lincoln or NRH, like real tough with a one-on-one all the time, and have to grind out sometimes tags, is we would play like 4-on-4, 4-on-5 games, but we put me, Nick, Ray, and Vince on one team, and then we'd put the other 4 or 5 on the other team. And so
Okay.
they had no choice. Like if they're gonna tag anybody, they
Yeah.
had to tag one of us, right? And we did that week after week after week after week after week. It was not pretty. It was not pretty at all. But to the credit, like a lot of them kept fighting. They kept trying, some more than others, and it sharpened the file. It sharpened the saw, like at over time. Like some of our guys got, you could see the improvement. And so by the time 2007 NAC came about, a lot of our guys, and I put myself in that same category, we were at the sharpest we'd ever been. Like we were playing as the best
Right.
we'd ever played. And so that was as prepared, along with, clearly that helped, but that was as prepared from a skill level as we'd ever been going into that tournament.
So this obviously is a victory, like 9 years in the making for you, because in '99 you won your first NAC. This is your second one. Um, First of all, how did that feel to play those finals, to come out like with a trophy, like having that much success at the high level of competition possible 9 years later? And second of all, which, in your opinion, stands out to you the most? Which one are you proudest of?
It's funny. I don't get asked that question as often as you would think, but I have thought, and it's. But so let me answer the first part of that. When we walked out in 2007, the last game, when the scores popped up, we were up on Brampton by not like a lot, but we were up. And so we just had to like not lose by like a lot to win NAC. And when
Right.
the individual scores popped up, it didn't look that great when they first popped up, because we had, like, I think Ray got third, I got fourth, and then our next one is like 11th or something. And then you look at the Brampton scores. I think it was like, I don't know if somebody won the game. No. Damien won the game. I think one of them got second. I think one of the Brampton guys. And then I think it was like 6, 7, 8. Like, so you start seeing all these single digits, and we're like, oh no, like it's like back to 2002 all over again.
Yeah.
Oh no, like the dreads coming as before the team scores pop up, and the team scores pop, and I see that we lost the game, but it was but we had won the triple quest, and at that moment, like total euphoria, like in that moment, it's hard to describe. Like I say, outside of the day I got married and outside the birth of my 2 kids, it is clearly the biggest joy I've ever had in this world, and I say that without a shadow of a doubt. Like,
Right.
more than graduate school, more than anything else I could ever, like that moment, because in that moment, all the years of frustration, all the loss in 2002, the loss in 2003, the loss in 2004, the loss in I mean, all these things all came out at the same time. Like it was like this intense feeling, euphoria, and like I could bury the rest of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like all the
Yeah.
struggles I've trying to repeat since '98, and it was an intense swell of emotion that like I was like celebrating, and next thing I knew, I am sobbing. Like I am sobbing
Yeah.
uncontrollably, like uncontrollably. I'm sobbing in the front of the house. I'm like, I can't stop crying. I walk outside, I'm still crying. Like Nick is crying, like half the guys are crying. Like I am just uncontrollably, because like of all these things that I'd experienced, and ups and downs, and the fight and the fight and the fight and the struggle and the grind, it all culminated in that one moment. And so like that's
Yes.
like, I don't know, that receiving that, like when I got to hold this thing for the first time when they handed it to us. I mean, I did
Show
not
it.
let
Show
that.
it. Bring it.
I did not let this thing go the whole night. Like, I mean, I carried this thing the whole. I mean, I slept with it. I'm not even kidding. Like it meant that much to me. I mean, to me, and to this day, like, and so like that. I don't know. And so like clearly, like the second part of your question, which one means more? You know, it'd be easy for me to say that one, right? It'd be easy.
Right.
because it's just like I could appreciate it so much more, and because it was such a struggle to get back to that moment. It's such a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
But it's I even then it's hard to say because it's almost like because I feel like sometimes that question becomes like which one of your kids is your favorite. You know what I mean? And it's hard to you really don't have an
Right.
answer for that. You love them both. You love them both. And so like I can appreciate both. I mean, 2007. I mean, '98 though was really special to me too because it was the first one. Like we're so young, we're so stupid, but it was but it still was great. Like an Iron Man final because that in itself is its own mental and physical taxation. Because 30
Yes.
minutes is 30 minutes is a grind. You know what I mean? Like it is a
Oh yeah.
grind and within one game there's so many ups and downs and you have no idea what's going on. You're just like it's just a grind and grind and grind, and so within that's its own thing, and then winning this one after all those years is its own thing. So I don't know, it's hard for me to I know it's easy for me to say 2007 just given what I just explained, but even still I love and appreciate both. I really do. I just do.
Okay. Excellent. Obviously, I've never won an AC, but you kind of walk me through like the experience and how it feels there, and that was a very genuine moment. Thank you for sharing this. Um,
Quite well.
All right, guys, as you can see, we had to edit out. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, so Ramiro did not teleport, but he relocated closer to the modem. So we're going to keep ongoing with the interview. So we're done talking about 2007 and how rewarding and awesome that experience was for you. And it also cemented Houston's legacy in the sense that, this is the second title that Houston has gotten. And we're gonna get to that after, but like NEC titles are kind of hard to come about. Um, so what ended up after happening in the years following up 2007? The next thing I want to discuss with you is 2010 NEC and how Houston made the waitlist and the impact that it had on your team and NEC in general. What about 2008, 2009? Is there anything noteworthy to talk about?
Well, you'd asked me, what happened in 2008 when we lost to that Toronto team. So
Yes,
I'll try to answer that question as much as it pains me to. So like the,
sure.
the way the way I kind of think of it is, I don't know if you're familiar with American football at all.
Yes.
Right. So so in American football, the running back position is one with a very it doesn't have a long shelf life, right? And so like any good running back that's had several years of being pretty good, once they get to the end, they kind of start declining. You can kind of they kind of don't have quite the same first step they used to. They don't have quite the same burst, right? And so sometimes what happens is they get sent to a new team and like the next year, right? The next year they have like that one last gasp, like the one last gasp before the bottom just falls out, right? That's kind of the way I look at our 2007 in a lot of ways, and regionals 2008. It was kind of like our last gasp before the bottom fell out,
Got it.
in 2008 regionals, it was now central regionals. We played and we won. We beat NRH and Hoffman, and so that was kind of like I don't know that we didn't know it at the time, but that was pretty much the last hurrah. Like we weren't that like we had lost a lot from 2007. We were nowhere near as sharp as a whole. We didn't have the same like we were so laser focused and driven in 2007. We won. And we didn't have that edge anymore, and it pained me because like I still want like I knew what it was like to win. I knew what it was like to rest on laurels. I didn't want that. Like I didn't want that in our center. It was just too hard. But once you start getting that kind of complacency setting in, man, it is hard to lose. It is hard to get it back. Like
Yes.
I stayed away from that thing. I felt like that thing was chasing me my entire life, and so like I stayed away from it. I try to stay very focused and driven, but it was very hard to keep everyone else. There's others obviously, but like as a whole, it was very hard to keep everyone on that. And so like 2008
Right.
regionals, we played, we won, we beat NRH, we beat Hoffman, we won 600-700 points in San Antonio. And we're like, okay, we're still pretty good. We go to 2008 NAC, and we're like, okay. I mean, we know Lincoln's back, but we don't have Vince. We're not as good, but we can still play. We know how to win, and so we play the prelims, and I didn't actually remember this until very recently. I was told, and I resaw the scores, but we went undefeated in prelims, and I don't
Oh
remember that
wow.
at all. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. I mean, I remember what I remember from 2008 was every game going, what are we doing?
Like I just remember like I go to different players on my team and I'd be like, where are you? Like where are you? Like you haven't. When are you gonna get? When are you gonna arrive to this tournament? Like mentally, like so many people were like not there. We were just like skating by and skimming and winning games. And it was just we were just not playing well. Like the whole weekend, we did not play well. Like only like, I think Nick had a really good weekend. Ray may I don't know, but for the most part, as a whole, we just did not play well. We were not focused. We were not in it, and it. I mean, it clearly to me, it clearly showed. Even though we were finding ways to win, we were. I mean, like we were not good.
Right.
Like we were at the end, like physically, mentally, all of it. And so with a one seed going into playoffs, and I had to look this back up because I didn't remember this. And so we played Toronto. We played San Antonio, and that Toronto team, I mean, like they were young, they were hungry.
Yes.
They had a lot of really good players. I still believe we should have won. I mean, there's no excuse for us to lose to such a team that was so inexperienced. They didn't expect to be
Yes.
there. Like I mean, we should not have lost. But if we'd won if we'd won that triple quest, we would have gotten demolished in that final. Like I'll tell you that right now. Like we had no shot of winning that tournament. None. Like we were done. And
Okay.
so like I mean, they just, for lack of a better way to put it, they took the dog out the pasture and put him out of his misery. That's the way I kind of view what they did when they beat us, because we were just like it was over. It was over.
Okay.
And so that was that. That's the way they just put us out of our misery. That's kind of the way I've kind of learned to explain it, for
To
lack of a
view
better
it.
way to put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thanks for clarifying this. Was there a Houston team in 2009?
No.
Okay. Then 2010 would be next when you guys were placed on the wait list. And so how did this come about? Like, what was your experience with it?
Well, we weren't sure about. Well, 2009, we knew we weren't going to play. I mean, 2008, like we knew, like I said, we were basically done. 2007, we won. 2008, we were dragging. 2009, especially with the way the NAC ended, we're like, we're just not going to do this again. Like, what is the point? And so we're like, we didn't like the way we ended it. We won our NAC again, and so we're like, and we didn't like the way the way the team had finished. A lot of people had mentally checked out. Like I said, NAC the way and NAC 2008 ended. We're like, why come back to this? So 2009, we're like, we're done. It's it. And so
Okay.
2010, then some people get the itch to play again, and they're like, well, we should go back. Like, let's just see, let's just try, and like, for whatever reason, and for whatever reason, so did like a lot of centers. Why, I don't know, but it seemed like it became a thing. Like 2009, it seemed like total apathy. 2010, it seemed like it almost was like 1997 again. Like a lot of people just wanted to show up,
Right.
and so we tried signing up. What we didn't know was at the time our GM didn't work on Mondays, I think, and so like they had to, like they were on a first come first served basis on the centers
Yes.
that enlisted, and so we were one of the last ones to enlist, and so that's where we were put on the wait list. And I thought it was a bad idea at the time, and I told whoever would listen, which was pretty much nobody at the time. And I was like, man, this is not a good idea. Teams are going to drop out. Teams are not going to show. Like, let all these teams go. Like, let all these teams play.
Yes.
And at the time, NRH was also waitlisted, and they had won NAC in 2009. And I was like, at a minimum, let them go. Like, they just
Yeah.
won
Makes no sense.
the last
Yeah.
20 seasons. Let them at least defend. Like, why would you ruin the integrity of your own tournament for that? Like, at least let them. If you're not going to send everybody else, at least just send them and make sure they go. And so eventually, they were allowed to go. They didn't change their minds about letting everybody go. Teams did drop out. They asked us like in the last minute. We weren't going to go at the last minute, and so they didn't have 20 teams at NAC if I'm not mistaken. Again,
Right.
and that's just how that kind of played out.
And would you say that kind of NAC was around for 2 more years, so that kind of killed. That was the last nail in the coffin for Houston as an act team, correct?
We played in 2012.
Okay.
And it was like I don't even know what happened in 2011. To be honest, like a lot of at the end is like kind of that for some reason is blurry. Like I just like I was in graduate school, so I really wasn't like totally like into it. So I really
Focused.
wasn't. Yeah, I
Yeah.
really wasn't paying attention to what was happening. So I couldn't tell you exactly what happened to us in 2011, why we didn't play. I know in 2012 we decided to play. In 2012, basically they like lifted all restrictions from what I remember, all restrictions of players anywhere playing. So Vince could come back and play with us. And so we formed another team. I think they even did it with tryouts at that year. I don't even think you had to try out anymore. And
Right.
so you could form like whatever team you wanted. So and it was an 8-man team. And so we're like, all right, well, let's do it. Let's see what happens. It's double quest now. We don't have no idea what's going to happen. We have no idea what we still got. But we thought me, Nick, and Vince had just won WLC in Canada in 2012.
Wait,
We're
wait,
like, okay,
wait! You're jumping ahead. We're gonna talk about that.
yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
context. Yeah, we're thinking, we can still play. Like, we
Yes.
can do something. And so, like, that was our mindset going into NAC 2012. And we did okay in prelims. I think we were like the 5th seed. But then we played NRH in the double quest, and I mean, they beat us.
Right.
And just like I remember at the time. I remember at the time, like people were and the predictions at the time. I remember like Justin and other people were saying, "Well, Houston, don't know what to expect. We know they're gonna have a great top half, but that bottom half, who knows?" And we're like, "Man, like we've always had great bottom halves. We always had great players." And then we get to NEC, and man, were they right? I mean, were they right? Because like if you look at the stats, like 4 of us finished like in the top 14 overall in the tournament. But the other 4, like
It's
3 that
impressive.
finished I mean, it's good, but the other, like 3 of the bottom 4 players finished in the 100s. Like it was like
Okay.
down, right? Like I remember one game, I was positive it was this game. We were playing Denver and somebody else. I can't remember, but in the game, I remember we got 1, 2, 3, 4 and lost. And I was like, we lost, and I was like, oh
You're in trouble.
God, yeah, we were in big trouble. Like I was like, oh boy, we were in big trouble, and yeah, we ended up losing in the first double quest, and that was it. Like I had like these
And to be
plans, like
fair,
how I wanted it to work out, and we couldn't even do that right. And anyway,
yeah. And to be fair, if you catch NRH in 2012 or around that time, NRH is still a fantastic double quest team, a pretty good team. Let's talk about WLC 2012 because, as you said, you're
oh,
coming off second WLC win, and this one I don't think we talked about it too much on my podcast because this time around you get to win the world championship outside of USA, right? So that must have been really rewarding.
oh yeah, rewarding, rewarding in more ways than one.
This is your
So
moment, Ramiro. This is the moment you get to gloat and stick it in everybody's faces.
I like that. I like to think I've had a few of those. So WSC in 2012, like our original Team USA, and I told like originally Nick wanted to do a Team Texas, but like I don't know, like so we wanted to. It was going to be me, Nick, and Vince, Sifu Mode, Dark Angel, Sector, and I don't know if those guys just don't. I don't know if those guys just don't like us, or they were like, screw those guys, or maybe their wives don't like us. I don't know, but those guys never seem to. They always seem to be busy. They always seem to not be available to play with us for whatever reason, right? They seem to be okay to play with the Canadians, but when it came to us, they were just always like, we're too busy, right? And so like
Yeah.
so we can never get those guys to play with us, and so we decided then to form. I said, okay, I want to do a Team USA, right? No matter what happens, I want to be Team USA. And so so we got the 3 of us, Ronan, Darkstorm, and Kyle. And so like we're like, okay, that's gonna be a really good team. Like we're gonna be pretty good in this thing. Because WLC in 2012 was going to be in Mississauga, right? It was going to be in
Yes.
Toronto, and so we knew Canada 1 was going to be very strong. We knew like they had put a lot of the best players like on that team, and they're going to be very good in their home base, right? And so like the week before the tournament, and like I'll say like that January we had played like the Vegas 5-man. The same 5 team, except we didn't have Kyle. So it was the other 5, and Kyle, we won. So that was like kind of our little kind of warm up to kind of get used to playing with each other kind of thing. And we won. And so we were feeling pretty good. And then like the week before WLC, Kyle and Randy Darkstorm couldn't go for whatever reason. They couldn't make it. So it's very like last minute. And so at the very last minute, John Ronan, he was like, I could bring Falcon with me. He's pretty good, and last minute replacement. He's like, what are you going to do? So I was like, yeah, that's cool. I mean, I'm fine with him. And the last minute, Papa Smurf from Federal Way could come. And we're like, well, I mean, what choice do we have? At this point, we don't have anybody else to go. And so we went from, anticipating going to the tournament with a chance to win to all of a sudden now we're just going and, we had to get these two replacements and, we're just going to, do as best we can. And that's just that, and, and so that's how leading into that tournament, that's how it went. And so, I don't know. I don't remember prelims much. I don't think we did that great. I mean, if I had to be honest, I'm pretty sure we played. There were 3-team games in prelims. I remember.
Yes.
I remember on a personal level playing the French team, and it became like a running joke between me and Nick and Vince about the French team, is because I played well in that tournament, except when I played the French. And it seemed like I think we played them twice, and like every time we played them, it seemed like I always had 4 French dudes all around me. I'm like, why are these guys like all over me? Like, what did I do to them? I don't know. Like they were like in Cam. That's the first time we saw Cam, and he was like flying everywhere. And I'm like, dude, I'm like old. Like, don't do that. Like, he's like flying, like, and Link is there. Like all these guys, they're like flying everywhere. And like after the tournament, their captain Spider, he comes up to me and he goes, hey, I don't know if you remember me. I used to play for Mountain View. And I didn't remember. Yeah, way back. I don't remember. And he goes, yeah, I remember like we played you guys and like when you were, he said, I remember you like he was talking like you killed us in Mountain View. Like you killed us. So I knew, like I was telling the other guys that, this guy's gonna be good. Like you killed us. And I was like, well, you could have told them a little less, Yeah, they were like all over me. Like, and so like that became the running joke that no matter what happened, the friends were always gonna. So like that's all I heard going into WLC 2017 overseas was we got to protect him when he comes to the French because those guys could be all over him. And so it became like a running joke. So in prelims, I don't remember. I don't think we did that great going into the playoffs. Yeah, that's right. Because I think we were the 4 seed at that point, and so we were going to play the top Canadian team in the semi, and so like always in Mississauga, like the thing was Adam was always going to be like Excalibur was going to be in like the Big Crow's Nest.
The Crow's Nest.
That's like his thing, right? And so like we figured, their entire strategy is going to be Adam in the Crow's Nest and everybody kind of around him to make sure he can keep the Crow's Nest, make sure he can score. And so I said, well, you know what? Let's just give it to him. Like, just give it to him, and let's just all of us like stack and pile into the back half of the tower. Let's just all go back there and give him, and don't let him see us very much, and just like play like the rest of his team, 5-on-6, and let's just do that. And so what ended up happening was, as the games played out, he actually still won both games, but 2, 3, 4, 5 were us. Like we got like the next like 3, 4 ranks, and we won. We beat them. Like Falcon X played great. Papa Smurf played great. Like the way we played it out, like we were able to get extra attacks because we always seemed to be a man up around. In that back, like Adam's impact was much more minimal, even though he's winning the games. They're very hollow points, and so like they weren't very impactful. And so like he wasn't really having an impact on the game, even though he was winning. If that makes sense. And so we just outworked them in the back half, and that's how we got them beat. And then we played the second Canadian team, and we almost lost to them. So like that
10
was
points.
We never saw the final scorecards because Justin never gave them to us. I'm still waiting to see, but I know I won the first game, and I'm pretty sure I won the second game, but I was flipping between first and second. I still don't know, and I'm never gonna know. And Justin's gonna die with that thing going to his grave. He's never gonna tell me. Oh yeah, but yeah, it was really close. Like it was. I didn't realize how close it was. Like I knew the first Canadian semi was close. Like you could feel it was close because it was just really, really hard fought. The second one, it was like we relaxed so much after beating that first Canadian team that we just like took it for granted. Like we just like strode into that final. Like it's just the coronation's only 16 minutes away. You know what I mean? Like, and then like we very nearly lost. I mean, I'll say they outplayed us. Like to only lose to us by 10 points. They outplayed us, and so over 2 games, we got really lucky that bravado, that letdown didn't cost us in the end, because it really, by nothing, like literally by nothing, we got that taken care of. So Yes, but we won. So in the end, that's all that really matters. 10 points, 100 points,
So
1,000 points, we still won.
you got the win, and that must have
Uh,
been pretty rewarding to beat the Canadians on their home turf at that point, right?
oh, oh yeah, and not just any Canadians, the Canadians,
Yeah, exactly.
the Canadian, especially Adam, who loved to talk. Beat him in his home arena with his home Canadians, and not just not the Montreal Canadiens, but the Laser Quest Canadians. Yeah, it's always fun. That's one of the things. That's one of the cool things with Adam that evolved over time was just this friendly,
Yes,
this friendly
banter.
banter that we
Yeah.
have. That he and I have, he and Nick has. We're friends outside the base, but that kind of banter, having that kind of thing, having that kind of a thing over one or the other one, it's always a nice trump card to have. It's always nice to remember.
It,
2012 in your home maze.
yep.
It's always fun to have that.
It fuels you, and at this point, I feel like all the elite players kind of have those bragging rights over the other, like just like, oh, I beat you at that tournament, you beat me at that tournament, and it really evolves into friendship, right? Players all over the world, which is really cool. Um, so I want to talk about 2013 because I've had a fair amount of people on my podcast telling me different things about 2013 because 2013 was Team Texas. Before NAC got canceled, we would have had Team Texas at NAC. Um, and I've had Nick telling me that Team Texas would have won, Canadians telling me that Toronto East would have won, Nate telling me that Phoenix Mesa would have won. So, first of all, you were on that Team Texas, right? You would have been on that Team Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And how badly would you have crushed everybody?
I mean, one of those things that I never concerned myself with, and I haven't said this at all, but one of the things I literally never concerned myself with was margin of victory. Like how much we won by was to me was always going to be relevant. I always only concerned myself with am I going to win this tournament, and so it doesn't whether we win by 100 points, 1,000 points, it didn't matter. And so,
Yeah,
like, whenever I hear people ever talk about, oh, we won by this amount, so we would have won by this amount against this team and that team, it just that doesn't mean anything to me. And so, like, I never would have viewed it as how we would have crushed them. I would have viewed it as the same way I view so many other things tournament wise. Like, how do we maximize our team's strengths
right.
and exploit the other team's weaknesses, and however that looks like. Because I know if we do enough of that, we're going to win. Like whether we win by a tag, 10 tags, it doesn't matter, right? Like and so I would like to believe, just being, knowing what, my time in Laser Quest, what I've done. And granted, a lot of people have done a lot of things, so I understand that. But
Yes.
as far as my approach, which became our approach to Laser Quest, and how we approach tournaments and how we approach Pact, how we approach other teams, how we approach the arena. There's a lot of thought there's a lot of things that go into that. That is more than just, well, this person gets the first pack, this person gets the second
Right.
pack. This person's going to go crush this. That's nonsense to me. And so, like, I just think that because of not just because, and it's not just a talent and skill level. Like a lot of people have talent, a lot of people have skill.
Yeah.
Like, like a lot. So like that was separated to me, us, myself, and like the ability to win in that kind of way was just being able to approach it in very systematic ways that other people just didn't. And
Right.
that's why I believe we would have won, because I know we would have had talent, I know we would have skill, I know everybody else would have, but we seem to find ways to beat these guys over and over anyway. You know what I mean? Like the only time me, Vince, and Nick played a tournament together, we played I think 13 tournaments together. The only time we ever lost in a tournament together was NEC 2012. That was the only
Okay.
time. Every other time,
It's an impressive record.
anytime we've ever been able to pick our teammates or do anything outside of being told this is what you're playing with, we win. That
Right.
is and we've beaten anybody that it will ever come on your podcast that can tell you anything about that tournament that say they won. I guarantee you, not one person on there will ever say they beat us at a tournament like that ever. But no combination of them ever did. And so that's why I'd be so confident in that, because
Okay.
we have a lot of history that says we would win. We know we have a lot of data points that say, we find ways to win. WLC 2012 is yet another one, right? A lot of times we'd win when we were not expected to. We find ways.
Right?
WLC 2017, like there's tons of it.
Exactly. This is actually what I want to talk about because then I think you're less active for a few years, but then 2017 comes around and WLC 2017 is actually a really high skill tournament. You have teams from all over the world. You have the French, which are at that point widely considered to be like an extremely talented players. It is in probably the best team to ever come out of Europe is TCQ, the English team, and you're on their home turf. Like I think like Trixie literally works at the center. So how was that experience for you, and how did you scrape out a win for North America?
Man, I was always like, there's some people that could show up and be good, at Laser Quest. There's some people like, and I admire that. There's a lot of people that just, they can not play for like a couple years and still be very good. I was not
Right.
that guy. I was just not that. I had to really work hard to be any good. Like I just did. And so like going into that WC 2017, my daughter was about 1 year old. I hadn't been sleeping. She was my first kid. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't working out. I didn't have a center. I got on to San Antonio to play a few times. I mean, I was in no kind of physical condition to play. And like some people can show up and still be effective. Like I said, I'm not that dude. So like I was going to show up and it was not, I knew I wasn't like, there's no chance like the way I played in 2007 or 2012, where I could be highly
Right.
impactful and do a lot of things. I knew that wasn't going to be the case, and so like it doesn't mean like I couldn't mentally still understand, but physically it was just not going to be there. And so like I had to like like even like a hand in terms of pulling the trigger, like that was gone, like, and so I'd have to like I'd have to like time, I couldn't just sit there and pull the trigger randomly because I'd only have so many trigger pulls in my hand
Okay.
before my hand would give out. Like there's so many things I have to consider while I'm playing. Like, okay, I have a
Yep.
few seconds to snipe. I better use like a pinky or this finger so I don't waste this, or this, So I had to like so many things that ordinarily would never be an issue, just are issues. And so those guys, I mean, so going to that, it really felt we hadn't played in a long time. The equipment there was like the newest equipment, which I didn't never played before.
Right.
Not that I know. If I'd ever touched it before, it'd been once, many, many years prior to that. But like the few times we went in San Antonio, it was like the regular generation Laser Quest packs. It was very different equipment. And so we get there. The maze is not an LQ maze. Like it is
No.
a complete different kind of maze. So like it feels like we're playing another system. Like like it just feels like a completely different system. And we're playing, and these guys are like half our age. Like these guys are young, they're
Yes.
mobile, they're
In
like, what I
shape.
mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
we're like the
Yeah.
old. I feel like the old dude at the basketball rec leagues trying to relive his youth. Like, and these guys are like, oh, young, like the French, the Phoenix team. They're like, they're like, they're like so quick, and I'm like, oh God, that must be nice. And so like in 3-team games, 4-team games, they killed us. Like they were way faster,
Yes.
they were way more mobile, they could score more, they understood how to play against European players, they understood the arena, they like it was just like they knew, like they were in it. You know what I mean? Like in the way that we would be if we just been playing. Like they were in game shape, they were in game mode, they were in game skill wise. They
Yes.
like they were in it, right? And so like I mean, we were not. I mean, we just weren't, and we knew that. But so like we knew like in so many teams in Europe were we're saying, well, it's going to be an all French final, and it's going to be like Phoenix and the Roxage. We're going to be the
Croissant.
finalists.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like when it came to Double Quest, what we decided, I was like, look, we're like, if we're gonna lose, like we can't lose trying to play these guys in open game. They're gonna kill us. Like they're gonna
Right.
kill us. They're too smart. They're too sharp. They're too quick. Like we're gonna give up too many easy tags. And so what we decided between me, Nick, and Vince is we're gonna hold this one spot. because it's got the highest wall, so nobody can snipe us from above, like from below. Nobody can hit us from above. Nobody can hit us from the side. If they're going to tag us, right? But one of the things we've learned to do is to dictate how other teams are going to get their tags, right? Because like in Laser Quest, like this is one thing I never understood about the idea of plus minus is and why I didn't think it was that great of an idea, and I still don't in a lot of ways, but is you can't stop people from getting tags in Laser Quest. You're gonna get tags. People are gonna get tags, right? Like, you can't stop that. And so why would you allow, like, in an effort to not give up tags, allow for the tags to randomly happen in a way you can't control? Like, I just don't understand that. So in an effort to not give up tags, I'm gonna happen by chance find somebody that's gonna tag me 3 times with a better pack, and I'm gonna lose that matchup and find another one, try not to get tagged, and find a random tag here. It's too random. Like, you leave too much to chance. And so to me, it's always made more sense. Okay, well, if we can assume the other team is gonna get tags, how are they gonna get them? Can we dictate that? And so that was the idea behind that. It's like, okay, if they're going to get tags on us, we're going to dictate they're going to get them here. They're going to have to come right here with us in this small truncated space and play in a way that they are not going to be used to or comfortable.
Not comfortable, yeah.
And because most people aren't going to be comfortable in that. Most people are going to be comfortable doing what they do. And they were comfortable doing what they did. I mean, they were very comfortable at it. Like, they were very good at it.
Yes.
And so and afterward they told us, like, nobody's ever done that, and we're like, we know, and like, but we got so used to being comfortable in so many different situations that we knew, like, being down and grinding every tag out and fighting was just a way, and we knew that over time we were going to win that. And a lot of people confuse it with, like, the positions and the spots and all that. And to me, it didn't have to do with that, so much as, like, how we could dictate, okay, you're gonna have to play somebody like Vince, a big, tall lefty guy who's very good in that kind of range. And if you've never played him, he can make you feel really dumb in the way he exposes your target. Yeah. If you're not used to that, man, it is like eye-opening. And those guys got that. You know what I mean? Like, they got real eye-opening, some of those dudes. And Nick and that kind of thing was same thing. And so, like, and if you're gonna beat us, if you can beat us with that, if you can beat us in that moment like that, you earned it. Congrats. You know what I mean? There's nothing we could do about it, right? Like, that was like, but they're gonna have to earn it that way. And so, like, we put ourselves in that. We asked Justin to hold a very particular spot that was gonna stop some crossfire and a catwalk down our way, which is gonna demand a lot of him and a lot of the same thing. Like, he was gonna have a lot of fighting in a different way, but similar way. He was gonna see a lot of lasers, and it was not gonna be easy. And to his credit, he never blinked. He never said, I don't know. He was like, I'll do it, and he was really good at it. I was very impressed. To be honest, I'm very impressed. He was very good at it, and to his credit, he hung in there and Spam the same thing, Corwin the same thing. I mean, Corwin ended up by us at the end of the second game, and afterward he was like, I don't know how you guys could do that for an entire game, because it was just like like, if you ask Phoenix, like, he's sitting there. Oh yeah, he has Phoenix. It is like people, like, on top of each other. It's like, it was just crazy. But we knew, like, that first game, we knew it did not go well. But that second game, they knew they had lost. Like, when that game ended and the pack started beeping, one or two of them, like, hunched down immediately and started crying because they knew they had just got beat. Like, they knew what just happened. So. That's kind of the way that went, I guess. It was fun, but it was so different. It was just so different, and it was very unique. But it was a lot of fun. It really was, and it was gratifying in a really different way. It's very gratifying in a very different way, because it wasn't like when we were playing and we're still, like, really in it, we're still, like, in primes and in shape, and and we could really do it. It was like it was gratifying to know that we could still, like, pull some kind of weird magic rabbit hat out of a hat in another part of the world that nobody, like, knew who we were. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a, I don't know, it's like a weird, it's almost like, at least for me, it was like almost like an exclamation point at the end of this really long sentence that started in 1998, or 97, I should say. That third WOC, the third country. It was like the one thing I hadn't done that I felt like it would be really cool to win a tournament in Europe. And so that's really the only thing that really motivated me to go was that. And so, because I wanted that. Like nobody else had done that. Nobody else had like 3 tournaments, like 3 WLCs in 3 different countries. I don't know if anybody still has 3 WLCs at all. To be honest, I'm
I
not
think you're
sure.
the only one. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I knew I was going to be the only one at the time, and so that I was like, I want that. To me, it felt like that kind of exclamation point to end the long sentence, if you will.
Definitely. 2 questions I have for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had Nick and I've had Justin giving me kind of like different answers on this, but obviously the French team was up by a lot after that first game, about like 600 points or so. Had they scattered, like in North America, if that happens, second game you scatter and it's over, right? Uh, what would have happened if the French would not have tried to take you out on, if they would have like kind of scattered in that maze?
I'm gonna get. I mean, like I honestly I don't know their answers to be honest. I because I've only I have 2 little kids here all the time, so I try to catch. I have a 4-year-old and a
The highlights.
2-year-old,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
my wife is working from home, so I try to catch as much as I can when I can. So I haven't caught
Yeah.
those parts for them. Um, just given what I know about the tournament, given what I know about those teams, given the way we were playing at the time, I would guess we probably would not have won. That would be my
Okay.
guess. And the reason I say that is because in a spread out game like that, the mobility factor becomes a bigger one for one, and two, like to hit lasers to be on your game requires a degree of sharpness, to
Right.
a degree of like you're on, like you've been playing. They would have had that over us, like as a whole, and so because they were much sharper than we were, they were much more in practice. It was very you could clearly tell, and so I think if I see the game playing out in my mind, I'm gonna see a lot more one-on-one distance kind of fighting, which means if they're sharper, they're probably going to get like a few more tags. Like over time, they're going to win a couple more of those, which is going to then allow them to be able to do what they could do better than we could at the time, which is score, which is turn around and
Right.
see, okay, where is anybody around? Can I move and get another tag real quick? They would have been able to do that and gotten a few more of those extra tags in a way that we would not have been able to, and I think that would have carried them through. I think if I mean I
Okay.
haven't thought about it like before this moment. So I couldn't. That's like off the top of my head what I would have first initial thoughts as I would have seen it.
Okay, fair enough. Second question for you. I think, and what I'm getting from you and what I got from Nick and Justin as well, as you won that tournament out of strategy and out of teamwork and out of experience. Are the French the most individually and mechanically skilled players in the world, at least in 2017?
Like in 2017,
Yep.
I guess. I mean, they're definitely. That's a hard question to answer. I mean, they're like if you take them, right? If you take them as they were in 2017, the same Phoenix team or even Roxage, and you put them back in NAC,
Yes.
I don't know, 2008, 2007, 2006, I would probably put them. And me and Nick had this conversation before. I would probably put them somewhere in a Hoffman Estates Federal Way type level. Like I think
Okay.
that, like I like possibly maybe a little bit better. It's hard to say, but I think from a just talent matchup, they might be a little bit better. But there's too naive still from a strategy sense that I can see them losing
Yeah.
to a team that might be slightly not as talented. Like I think Federal Way may be a little bit less talented, but because like they're not as naive, they've been in North America longer, they probably would find a way to barely beat them. But that's where I'd categorically put them. If I had to put them into a period of time, it'd be something like that. And
Okay.
so I can see them being like the sharpest in 2017. I can see them being the most in practice. So if that means mechanically and all that stuff that they're the best, then yes. Would they still be the most talented? I don't. I guess. I guess yes. I don't know. It just. I mean, I think like you have you know players like Nick and Vince that even if they're not as in practice, they're still very good.
Yeah.
Um, so it's hard for me to say unequivocally yes, maybe as a whole, maybe, but
Okay.
individually, I just don't think so. Now I'm really sitting here thinking about it. I really don't think so. But they're good. I mean,
Okay.
don't get me wrong. They have a
Yeah.
lot of talent. They have a lot of talent. There's a lot of guys that are really good, but But I don't think, like I said, like from an elite talent level, I don't think they're there yet. At least in 2017. Today, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, and the last tournament that I want to talk about is we almost did it. We almost got to the point where Laser Quest was a professional sport because we ended up having a tournament with a huge cash prize in Vegas, and you ended up winning that tournament. So tell me a little bit about that tournament and how did the team come about and how did you guys do?
Well, that team came about because we were going to WLC in 2019. Yeah,
Yes.
2019. I mean, a tournament I had zero interest in going. I had zero interest in going to Vegas, but Nick was like, "Let's play. Let's do it. Let's beat everybody again." I'm like, "Okay," like what for? But anyway, I did it anyway. My wife actually I did a lot to talk me into it because she knows how much I love Laser Quest my entire life. So she was probably the biggest influence of me actually going.
Right.
And so we were preparing for WLC, and so we decided to take our WLC team to Vegas as a way to prepare for that tournament. So it was me, Nick, Vince, uh, Kyle, Capri Sun Ray, and Marine. And a week, maybe it's a week or so, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a week, I don't know, but it feels like a week before the tournament. Maybe actually, maybe even been less. Maybe a few days before the tournament. Marine couldn't go. I can't remember why, but I can't remember. But it was a very like sudden, legitimate reason. I can't remember if there
Legit.
was a death.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember if there was a death in the family. It was something real. It was
Okay.
something real legit. But he couldn't go, and so we're like, well, I don't know what we're gonna do. And at the last minute, like, Bad Andy says, "Hey, I can go." And we're like, "Cool." None of us had ever played. None of us had ever played with him before, so I was like, "All right." I would have preferred in 2005, but beggars can't be choosers at that point. And so we're like, "All right, let's go." And so we went to Vegas with that team as to go play, and yeah, that was that.
It was a really nice send off too. I was speaking with a lot of people who were um, like either witnessed or were in those games. And very interesting that you guys chose to play the very last game of the finals in the right tower, which is such a
Both
storied tower in Vegas.
Yeah, both of them. Both of them.
Both
It
games.
was yeah, both games of that double quest were in the right tower, and I agree. I was like, man, and it wasn't like our choice. Like, we had played a semi in. We didn't think anybody would want to play in the right tower, and so we played our semi with our NRH, and we tried to play the games in the left tower. And the double quest was back to back games, and so you couldn't tell the scores and you couldn't tell anything. And so we tried
Right.
to go to left tower. They didn't come up there. Like, I don't know. They couldn't find us. They didn't know what was going on. I don't know, but they didn't come up there. And so eventually, like, we try to do something kind of similar to what we did in WLC, but it just they just didn't come up, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna sit here and wait. But eventually, Kyle, like, can't keep that guy, patient forever, and so he was like, hey, let me go, let me go, let me go. I'm all right, I gotta go. And so, like, they all went downstairs. I was like, I'm too old to go down there. I'm just gonna stay up here. And so, like, I just stayed and like sat for a bit, but I could watch what was happening. Like, I can see like the game happening, and so I'm like, all right, well, they're down, all right, all right.
We got
And so,
this.
okay, yeah, I'm like, yeah, we're winning. Like, I mean, I could see the game playing out.
Yes.
I'm like, we're winning, and we did. We won the first game, and then we played in the floor in the second game, and NRH beat us in the second game, but we won the double quest fairly close. And then in the final, we're going to play Justin's team, and Justin has Cam, and Corwin and Sushi, and all the usual
Tricks.
brigade. Yeah, and so we don't know what they're going to do, and we don't know we're. This is where Vince is like, oh, come on, dude. Like, Vince has played with Justin. We're like, okay, if you play with Justin, what's he going to do? What's he like to do? I don't know. Great. Yeah, thanks. All right. Uh, and so,
Super
like,
helpful.
yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, great. And so, like, okay, well, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know where they're going to go. We think Justin's going to come up with some kind of idea. So let's just, first game, let's just like each person picks somebody and just follow them in there. And if they have something up their sleeves, they're just going to lead us right to wherever it is. And so that's what we
Right.
did. Next thing we know, they're all walking up that right tower, and we're like, and we're all up there, and I'm like, all right, this is really cool.
Let's
It's
rumble.
really,
Yeah.
yeah, it's really cool. I was like, wow, this is so great. I mean, like, not just because I just enjoy that kind of game, but man, but it's exactly what you said. What a fitting way to send off Vegas with the history of that right tower. How many games, how many tournament games has that thing seen over the
Yep.
years? And so it really like it was just such a great way to end that tournament in that fashion, the way literally the same way the way it began, every game being packed in that right tower. And so it was just a really neat thing to be a part of the sending off of that maze, because of the way that tournament has been such a staple in the Laser Quest community since forever,
Yes.
forever.
And this is the very last tournament that you've played, correct?
Hmm.
And is this the very last tournament that you'll ever play?
It's hard to say. Like I was gonna play WLC in 2019, and my son was born in 2018, and originally he was born deaf, but over time, he's had a lot of developmental issues. And so one of the things when they were doing a scan, this happened right after Vegas, like we're going to do like cochlear implant surgery, like so he could hear, but he could only get that when he was
Okay.
be about a year old, right? And so a year old would have been right when he was born around June. He was going to have it a little bit like after June, and
Okay.
WLC was going to be in July, right? And so what they discovered though, when they had to do an MRI in his brain, and they had to do it like on his head, I should say. It happened like right after Vegas, and to see if he was a candidate for that, these structures and all that stuff was still, that it would still work. And what they discovered during the MRI is that he had like this brain injury in the back of his brain, like the way they described it is almost like he had a stroke at some point,
Oh
like in the
crap.
womb.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's very significant, right? And so and so he's seeing a like pediatric neurologist, and they're like, well, we're gonna have to, we don't know what exactly this is. We don't know, because he's had a lot of other issues, over time, and we don't know what this brain injury is. We don't know if it's a progressive thing. We don't know anything about it. Like we have no idea. Like didn't
Right.
expect to find anything like that. And so they're like, we're gonna have to do another MRI at the end of May, to see if like we feel like he still can have surgery, because if it's a progressive thing, to get MRIs, it's a magnetic thing, and the cochlear thing is a metal in his head, so he wouldn't be able to get it, and so they would
Right.
delay the surgery, possibly delay it right during WLC time, and I was like, I wouldn't be able to find out until like end of May, like right before the tournament, and so like right after I found that out, I told him, I was like, look, at March, February, March, somewhere around there, I said, look, this is the situation. I told the guys on my team, this is the situation. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and just drop out now, because I don't want to drop out at the very end in case, because I can't miss my son's surgery. Like, I can't do that,
No, no,
and
no.
I can't chance it. I would have no way to tell anybody like this is gonna happen or not. And so like I was like, I just can't, I can't go. And so, and obviously they were very cool. They understood.
Oh,
Nick and
yes,
Vince,
obviously.
yeah, Nick, me and Nick and Vince, we become, we've had the same group text messages for many years. We become incredibly good friends, and neither one of those guys were like, if you're not going to go, we're not going to go, because this is, like we're like this, it's like a brotherhood between the three of us,
Yeah.
and so it became like a thing, like we're just not going to go if you're not going to go. Um, I know like later I found out that people thought they quit because they were scared of that Canadian NRS team, which I think is really funny, but yeah, whatever. But to answer your question, I don't know. I know Lucian has thrown out the idea of WLC in 2021 to win 4 WLCs in 4 countries, and I'm like, Lucian, don't do that to me. Um, but a part of me, it's funny because my wife is like, you should go, you should go, you should play.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, she loves for me to play. She knows how much it's meant to me over the years, and what it's done for me, and the people, how much I love the people, and I love
Yeah.
so much about it. Um, but there's like, one of the things I always try to pride myself for a very long time is being, from the moment in 2001 that I became the captain of the Houston Westheimer team, I prided myself on the preparation. Like I always said, I think it was Joe Paterno that said, failing to prepare is preparing to fail. And I really believe that. And so like, for now, it's so hard for me to prepare. I don't have a
Right.
center. I don't have a center. I have 2 little kids, one of them with special needs, and I don't, we still don't know a lot of what's going on, and every day is still like a struggle. Uh, we don't know what the future holds. I can't, I said I can't play. I can't just sit there and travel easily to play. And even if people tell me, oh, just go for fun or whatever, like a personal sense of responsibility just it makes it really hard for me to do that. And so, and
Right.
it's not an ego thing, you know. It's not because I'm not the best. It's not any of that. It's like there's a part of me that needs to be able to look in the mirror and say, I was the best I could be. I was as prepared as I could be. At least I showed up and I gave people the best I could in a way that not just didn't just show up and just did whatever, right? Like that's I've had teammates that have done that in the past, and I could not stand that, and it.
Right.
I can't live like that. I can't live with myself doing that. I can't. And so like if and maybe if there's a like if I figure out a way like actually in one of the podcasts I saw Ricky has packs. I'm about to reach out to the dude and be like, hey, can I borrow a couple? Maybe if I like practice with that and bring Nick over here and we just play one-on-one, maybe then I'll feel like I can be somewhat prepared enough to play, and then I can consider it more. I don't know. I miss the game. I really do. I'll always love it. So I don't know. It's just I can't say one way or the other, to be honest. I wish I could say 100% yes, because I love playing. I love competing. I've always loved that, but I got to do it like in a way that feels right and true to like the preparation standards I have set for myself. You
Yeah.
know,
No, I
not
understand,
just
and it's a testament. Go ahead. Sorry.
obviously not just in a skill level, right? Just in a
Right.
preparation level.
Yeah.
That
And I think it's a testament to the respect that you have for the game, and it's also like part of the recipe why you had such a storied and successful career at Laser Quest, right? So
well, I like to think so.
yeah. Speaking of which, we only spent about like 2 hours and a half talking about like the entire Colombo, and I'm sure we could talk like there's side tournaments we didn't get into, and there's a lot
Oh,
more.
I got lots.
Yeah, that's it. So maybe you'll have to come back on this podcast actually, but. Moving along from your personal history, there's a bunch of topics that I actually want to discuss with you. I know that you won't like this, but I have to ask you this question because it is a staple. I ask it to everybody. Top 5 of all time. What's your take on that?
This is like, and I'm gonna. I don't know. This is just my thought on this. Is I feel like anybody that answers this question in the way it's phrased does not understand Laser Quest. Just point blank.
Clarify. Go ahead.
I'm about to because how do you answer top 5 best? Like there are so many things involved in the game of Laser Quest that categorically best does not encompass like that. They're just too different. And so one of the things that like I could never answer, or people, I don't know, I mean, whenever people would ask me like what player is better, this player or that player, and I'm like, that's not enough information. Like, where are they playing? What's the equipment? What's the setting? What's the tournament? Is it a tower lock? Is it a floor? Is it a 2-team? Is it 3-team? Is it like hot shoulders? Is it like the front? Is it like what? Like I have to be able to see it play out, and then I'll tell you. Like, give me the circumstances, give me the context. I'll tell you. I'll give you an opinion. But which one is best? Just like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's so much to consider. That like if you on a whim answer without considering all these things that go into this game from a physical, mental aspect. That's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't think you understand the game, like, to be able to answer that question. I don't say that I really don't say that in a derogatory way. I don't mean it in that way.
Right.
But that's just the way I view it. I started thinking, okay, well, like, how would I view it? I started thinking, okay, well, like, who are the best, like, players, like, from 1 foot in, right? Like to me, the best player of all time is that Dark Angel, right? Dark Angel, 1 feet closer, the best. Number 2 for that would be Nepenthe, right? Those would be by far to me the top 2. Then I think, okay, next level, 2 to 3 feet away. Like, in feet, I'm talking about like front foot to front foot, like spread out, because these distances matter, man. They matter. They matter so much, that more than people even realize. And so, like, from that perspective, like I think I wrote this down last night just because and by the way, I'm gonna just if I don't name somebody, I apologize. It's not because I don't love you, and I it's just this stuff. If you'd asked me 2012, I would be able to do this. Like, look, today is much harder. It's so hard to remember everyone. But 2 to 3 feet away, I thought Vince, enemy number 1 to me, Sifu Mo, phenomenal at that range. Phenomenal. It's if it wasn't for Vince, he'd be the best. A Pretender from Lincoln and Obsolete were, I think, the 2 next best in that particular range. Then the next range where I thought this was like what I called the holy grail of ranges was about 4 to 7 feet. And I say
Okay.
that because so many players were good at this distance, and so much happened in these distances, so much between players.
Right.
And so like the top, to me, I came up with the top 5 there, and the top 5 in that would be Lollipop 1, Excalibur 2, Bad Andy 3, Lord V4, and Decoy 5. Then I said, okay, well, what's the next one? And I said, top 5. I said, it originally was going to be like 7 to 9 feet, but I said I just made, and then it was going to be 10 feet plus. But then I was like, I'm just not going to be able to remember so many people, so I just made it 8 to
Right.
10 feet plus. And so 1 for me was Kyle, best distance, like long distance player I think ever. 2 is Capri, like phenomenal long distance player. 3 is Hocus Pocus. 4 Clarkness, and 5 is Action. And then I thought, okay, yeah, now so we have that, right? Just different distances. And by the way, like if I
Yes.
don't mention you, I don't think you suck. I promise. I think a lot of you are really good players. I want to make that disclaimer. There's a lot of you. So many players that I've played in my life that have been so good. I cannot possibly name everyone, but I mean I could, but
Fair.
there's a lot. There's a lot. There's so many dudes that could have been so great if they just had better at this. It pains me. But anyway, so I thought, top 27 person full maze players, like top, like basically NAC players, top who's great, because the skills to play in a full maze environment with 27 people are very different than the skills it takes to play a tower lock in a 3v3v3. They're very different. And,
Right.
and like it's like that's why I like, to me, like who's going to excel at one is not going to be who's going to excel at the other one. There's too many
Agreed.
good players.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Like, that's too many things to consider. So, like, to me, the number one 27 person full maze player, I think, in history, Excalibur. I think that guy, it was, I mean, a lot
That's
of
his bread
people
and
say
butter. Yeah.
it was the best at it. And I say that with complete, like, I don't know, honesty, complete anything. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, he's just playing nothing but God packs. But there was a legitimate, like, playing a God pack was a skill. Like, playing a bad
Yeah.
pack was a skill. I mean, whether you like to believe it or not, it is, and like playing a God pack, not everybody could do that and do it at such a high level for as long as he did. But to me would be 1. Kyle would be 2. Rev Knock from Denver would be 3. And you talk about a guy that knew how to put the biscuit in the basket. Man, that guy knew how to score. Number 4 was Infestor, which
Yes.
Jeff was awesome. And 5, I struggled with this one so bad, so I made a 5A, B, and C. But 5A was Ouija.
Yes. Okay.
5B was Bad Andy, and 5C was Sector from NRH. And then, I thought, okay, well, who'd be my top tower lock players? And the 3 that I came up with that were immediate. I mean, I could come up with more given more time, especially if it was in 2012, I could really come up with this. But today, the top 3 for me, 1 is Enemy, 2 is Lollipop, and 3 is Sifu Bo would be the top 3. Then I thought, well, who are the top 5? Who sustain like longevity the most, and longevity is in and of itself a hard word to define. But
Right.
so I just kind of left it, that's its own segment. But so I said, number 1, Dark Angel. I thought, I really think, and I thought this yesterday, and I don't know if there's a way to verify this, but I really believe Ricky has the most corporate games played ever.
Possibly. Yeah.
I cannot think of anybody else who's played more. I'd be very curious to know how many he's played, if anybody could beat that. But I really think number 1. 2, Kyle. 3, Excalibur. 4, Lollipop. 5, Enemy. Those would be my big for sustained longevity, sustained excellence. Then something else that comes up a lot: who are the most naturally talented players like ever? Because one thing, a lot of people had skill, not a lot of people were had talent, and
Yes.
had talent and skill meet. You have some, and drive. You have something special. A lot of people like had that. So I thought, who are the most naturally gifted people in this game? And I thought, to me, number 1, the most gifted player I ever saw was Vince, was Enemy.
Yes.
Number 2, Capri Sun. People would see him when he was skinny. He could do things that I always called him the smartest dumb player I've ever seen, because he just, he had like, I've always thought that everybody had a way they viewed the game, and what I mean by that is, like, there's a way, like when you talk about how you play, or you talk about how somebody plays, it's relative to how you view the game outside the maze, how you conceptualize it, right?
Right.
And then there's the way you view the game in the maze. And so, like, when you're in there and you're shooting, like, you have a lot of choices as to what to shoot at or what to do, like where to move and all that. And what you're going to choose is going to be dependent on how you naturally view the game. Most people aren't aware of that themselves. And so the way Ray viewed the game inside the maze was so unique to him that every time somebody would new player would come, I'd be like, whatever you do, don't try to play like that guy because you will end up being terrible. Maybe he
It's his
just
own
had such a
problem.
natural way. He just knew how to play like in the middle of a bunch of people and knew how to manipulate his body and their lasers in a way that just made sense to him, that in a way that wouldn't make sense to anybody else. That's the best way I know how to describe it. And so for me, that's why he's number 2. Number 3 is 007. For a lot of the physical prowess he had early on, the way he had the possum moving back, it was just such a unique thing. And the fourth person that I thought of when I came to this category was Bad Andy, just in simply
Yes.
the way he had such it was it's all these the one thing all these players could do. Like I just sit there and look at them and I'm like, physically I cannot do any of that. Like I just like, no matter how hard I try, no matter what I try to do, there's no way I'm doing that. Like there's no way anybody's doing that. You just got an understanding. You just got a thing that you get in a way that nobody else does. Right? Like I can't teach that. Like you just got it. And so that's the way I thought of like naturally talented. That's when I thought of them in that way. And so that was kind of like, I don't know, a few lists I came up with just that really don't. Oh, I thought of one more, actually. I just remembered. So I thought, okay,
Sure.
I got all these, and I apologize if this is way more than you
No,
bargained
no,
for.
that's fine. That's fine.
But I thought, okay, well, you got all these different things, right? All these different categories, like short range, long range, mid range, up close, shoulders, lasers, all these things to consider. Who can play different levels of packs? And I thought, okay, who's like the most complete players in the game? And I thought that to me, the most complete player, meaning they have the least amount of weaknesses, they have the most
Right.
amount of total strengths. They may not be like every top 5 and everything, but they got a lot of strengths and very, very little, if no weaknesses. And I thought the most complete player in Laser Quest, in the entire history of Laser Quest, in my opinion, was Lollipop in the way
Okay.
he ended up molding himself. And I thought Kyle was the only other one that was on that same completeness level. And I thought the only 2 other people that came close but weren't as complete or weren't complete in that way were because they had still specific weaknesses that they may not agree with me, and that it's just the way it is. It's the way I
That's
view it.
fine. It's your opinion. Yeah, yeah.
Right. That it would be Excalibur and Vince and Enemy. I think they would be close, but they're not the complete players that Nick, especially Nick, or and also Kyle would be, in my opinion.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, you gave me way more than I bargained for.
I
which
I
which is
told
really
you.
good actually. Like very interesting take on top 5, which is a staple of these things. But okay. Um it's very interesting because you've talked a lot about like natural talent, about you've talked earlier in the podcast about like for you this was not a thing. It was a grind for you, to constantly like develop yourself and get better. So how did you go about developing yourself? I want individual skills, strategy, and then what molded your like kind of like leadership and winner mentality?
Well, like what I mentioned earlier, the first thing that I did was back when I started shooting my thumb, I said I'm never blaming a pack again. Like when I come to practice, I never blaming a pack again. When I come to play, I am nothing that ever happens to me in the maze. When I come to play at Westheimer, is going to be a pack, ever. And so that from the beginning, that basically was the first part of it. The other part that was very helpful for me was because of that, I was forced to make a lot of hard looks in the mirror. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just, like I'm thinking to myself oftentimes, okay, if you're going to attack you, what would you do? And
Right.
so I think, okay, I would do this or I would do that. Okay. I'm like, okay, well, I gotta like, if I feel like this is a weakness, like if I would see me, this is a weakness, I'm taking care of that. And so like I would purposefully put myself in very difficult positions every practice over and over and over and over and over. And I put myself in the most uncomfortable places and positions because winning games was irrelevant to me. Like I did not care. And so like I didn't matter. And so like all I did was like, okay, like I as shoulders came out, I got to become a really good close player. And so like I would put myself in between two people, and like I'd be down a lot, but I'm like, and
Right.
I'm like, man, and you'd have somebody say, hey, hey, your pack sucks, whatever, and it's like so easy to give into that, right? Like it's so easy to be like, yeah, you're right, for a lot of people. And I was like, no, I'm not going to accept that. I'm not going to accept
Right.
that. I'm going to figure this thing out. I'm going to find a way. I'm going to stay up. I'm going to do anything. I don't care what it takes. I'm going to make this work. And it would just be just like over and over and over. It'd be like, okay, I know this, like somebody said, this pack has a huge laser. I don't care what happens in this game. I'm not doing anything except playing with the laser. I don't care how much I get tagged. I don't care how bad I'm getting beat. I'm going to figure out how to get tags before I go down. I'm just, no matter
Right.
how much it is, I'm just not going to accept that this thing is going to be bad. I'm not going to do that. And so what that did was it made me really comfortable with being uncomfortable, for one. Like you couldn't make me uncomfortable in the maze. Like, nobody could. Uh, like I've had people try to follow me and they're like, how do you score? I'm like, I don't know. I'm not uncomfortable. Like, you know what I mean? Like I just don't get uncomfortable. Like you can't rattle
Right.
me in the maze. And so, but what it also did is it really showed me that like a lot of packs, a lot of people focus on what a pack can't do, but they don't realize what a pack can do. And
Okay.
so like when I went to play, when I first started playing bad packs, that would be my approach. Okay, I'm like, okay, what can this pack not do? Like, what's bad about it, and what can it do? Like, so how do I
Right.
eliminate the stuff that's bad about it? Like, if it has a huge laser, like, okay, how do I keep myself from being in laser fights? Like, I'm going to use the walls more. I'm going to, play up close more. And one of the things that I always would do is, because I was the one that would write down our pack information from players, is I would learn every pack in the base.
Okay.
I would learn every detail of every pack. I'd know every pack's, when I was playing bad packs, I always did this. I know like every pack's strengths and every pack's weaknesses, especially with playing bad packs, because I'm like, and whoever is playing this pack, if I see them, I immediately know, like, okay, big left shoulder, big right shoulder, big
Right.
laser, terrible back, like something. I would know. So I would know how to attack it like really quick, and I would have every pack in the maze memorized. I knew them all by heart. I would know them all. And going into games, then if I know somebody's gonna have something that like I clearly am never gonna touch, then I'm like, I'm avoiding that guy forever. Like
Yeah.
I'm not shooting the guy ever. And so, but it allowed me to play bad packs very aggressively, because I would know like how to get somebody down and keep them down, and I could score in a way that most people just wouldn't be able to, because they're like, oh, bad pack. Most people try to play every pack the same way,
Right.
and that's why they're like, they get stuck in being like, just, you can be great at something, but you can not be very good at anything else. You get stuck in that. There's countless examples of players that does happen to. And so like I would do that like a lot, like. And so like I always knew like this guy has that pack, this guy has that pack, this, and I would even in my mind I'd be like, we're playing this team. If I was giving them packs, I'd be like, this pack, this one, this one. I assign them my own mind. And
Okay.
when like like when I see somebody like on some team, I don't know, I can't give you an example, but it just happens all the time. Like somebody in a good team that had like a specific pack that I would assign, I'm like, oh god, we're gonna be in trouble. Like this guy's gonna have a good game. Like I know he's gonna have a good game. And then
Yeah.
sometimes I'd be like, well, I wouldn't have signed that guy that pack, but I'm gonna remember that in the maze. Like that kind of stuff. Like it was constant. It was constant. And so when I
Okay.
was, and so like that's how like I just, and this is years and 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 years, and years and years and years of doing this. And so that's kind of like how I just always approached it. Like I never, because I saw, because I got to start playing so early, I got to see a lot of people be really good, and I got to see a lot of people not be really good after they were good.
Right.
I got to see the decline for a lot of players, and I was like, I'm not going to be that guy. Like a lot of people, because it was so easy for it to happen. You got real good, you played a lot, you were like at the top, and you think you're going to stay there, and you start like that slow decline and never
Get
notice it.
complacent.
Yeah, complacency, and that starts this thing, but by the time you notice, it's too late. It's too late, and you can't get it back. I saw it happen so much, and I was like, I am not going to be that dude. I am not. And so by the time when in 2001, when I was like, I'm not going to ever accept pack again, I said I never accepted that I was ever as good as I could be. I never got there. And so I was like, every day I showed up, I was like, I'm going to be better. And I'm going to keep being better. I never allowed myself to believe I made it. ever as a player.
And I think talking to Nick and on his podcast, I think you did a good job as well of transferring that mentality to the rest of your team in the years that you were captain, right? Houston was. Would you say that Houston was compared to the other team strategically superior, or mentality wise superior?
Hard to say. I mean, in some ways, yes. I would say like I would say if you I would guess, right? I would guess if you were to ask Lincoln and NRH, like when they played us, they'd be like, "Yeah, we were a lot better than those guys. I don't know how they beat us, right?" Like,
Right.
that'd be my guess. At least that's the way they made us feel like back then, you know. And so like, and I don't blame them, right? So like, and so oftentimes, I just felt like not just in Houston but in other avenues, I never felt like I always won with like the most talented team. It does take talent to win, right? But
Right.
it didn't always have to be the most talented. And so, like, and I think the way you approach things conceptually, strategically, had a lot to do with it, in my opinion. And so, I would think, it's not to say we didn't have talent, but I do think there are times that we played better than we maybe was expected from those around us in that way. So possibly, I think strategically, the way I always approach like 27, person games, triple quest, 3-team, and especially triple quest, I knew that we'd have to have like awareness of the entire maze. Like it wasn't just, go in there and score. It had to be, because this is the thing about both triple quest and double quest that I think, I don't know, I view them the same way in this way, in that you don't have to outscore. You didn't have to outscore the other team. All you have to do is have a higher score, and those two things are very different. They're very different, right? Like that's all. I'll say it again. You didn't have to outscore the other team, but you did have to have a higher score.
Okay, elaborate on this.
And so, so the idea that you have to outscore them means everybody's got to go in there. It's got to score. They got to get taxed. 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 Right? You don't have to do that. All you have to do was have the highest score, right? It doesn't matter how you got the higher score, right? It doesn't matter how, like if I get 1 tag and you get 0, I still have the higher score.
Right.
Right? That's
yeah.
Right. So I didn't have to go in there and score a lot. I just have to score more. And so so if you could figure out how you maximize your best packs and your best players, and you minimize your worst packs damage, right? Like from a strategic team sense.
Yep.
And with that, right? With that, like the approach on pack, right? Like the way I view packs and the way I view players, like the way I would assign packs is, if I know, like I would know every one of my players, their strengths and their weaknesses. I would know all of them, like what they like, what they view, like what parts, like what positions they like, like the kind of setups they. So like I would try to match like this, and like towards the end, I try to match as much pack strength to player strength. So it wasn't just like oh, best pack, best player, second best pack, second best player. That's is not enough
Too
in my
simplistic.
opinion.
Yeah.
Way too much. It goes back to what I said earlier. It's way too simplistic, right? And so like not all god packs are the same. Not all players like the same equipment. So like if I know because I would ask people when we're doing pack information, okay, like tell me, where is this pack tagging from? How good is it close? How good is it from 5 feet? How good is it from 10 feet? Like, does it tag? Like, how does it get tagged? Because I gotta know, like, as I'm putting this pack in somebody's hands, if I know this thing tags, everybody says it's terrible, but it tags great from 5 feet, huge laser, but the shoulder's not that bad. I know, okay, I'm like, I know who's that going to be the best, right? Who's that the best? And relative to, okay, huge left shoulder, but I know it's got almost no right shoulder, and it tags fairly well from up close. Okay, like I got a couple left-handers. I can then turn that into a very effective left-handed pack. You know what I mean? And so like there's so much of that for me that went into it, and into the pack strength, pack weakness, and giving it to the player in that regard, and then putting them in places where that strength of those packs was going to be the most accentuated. Like it was going to play out the most. And so, like, if it's a pack that seems to play up close, I'm going to put you in an area like on a ramp or something that you're going to, like, the majority of the people you're going to see are going to be right up on you. because that's just the pack
Right.
strength. That would be your strength. And it might seem like the pack is terrible to somebody that likes to play distance, but if you're not playing distance with it and you like to play close, it seems to be okay, and it seems to and it would produce in that way, right? And that's that would always be like the way I would approach things in that kind of way, like that detailed all the time. It had to be that way. You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
it just and so like did that give us an advantage against other teams? I don't
Probably.
believe other. Yeah, I don't believe anybody else ever did anything like this, ever looked at it this way, ever was this meticulous about it. As far as I know, nobody has to this degree. I wish they had. I mean, I'd love to talk about it
Yep.
because it'd be fun. It'd be fun to conceptualize and talk strategic thing. I mean, I'd love that kind of thing. But would that bias tags in the maze? I would like to think so. Did it help us win? I would like to think so. How much I couldn't say. But that's just the way I always I don't know, viewed it, approached it.
Well, just with the sheer amount of success that you have, it's hard to argue against, like the effectiveness of the strategy. You know what I mean?
Oh, but remember what is undefeated in Laser Quest. Our number one friend
Yeah.
excuse.
The misspelling of your name?
No,
Oh,
no,
no, no.
the number
This
of
excuses.
excuses. Yeah. So you say it's hard to argue. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I want to segment actually into a few topics that were posted on the Facebook group lately, and I actually want to get your opinion on that. One of them was triple quest versus double quest, and again, it feels a little bit like I'm asking you for your top five. I think you're gonna twist my question a little bit. So what I want to ask you, and feel,
Twist. Is that
yeah.
what you think of me, Alex?
So what I want to ask you is, what do you think is the purest form, like in terms of the game? And second, what's your favorite?
You know, I don't. I am. This is and I said this like on the groups. I don't have a favorite. Like I
Okay.
don't care about format. I don't care about format. Like you give me if I know before a tournament what the format is, what the number of players is, what the can I assign packs or the numbers are covered. I mean, you give me the information, I'll live with it.
Okay.
I will play in anything. I like I am excuse free. Like what I mean. Like I'm not
Yes.
about making excuses. And so like if you give me beforehand, no surprises. Everybody's got the same deck of cards, right? The same deck of cards. We're all playing the same game. If we all know it, I believe I will find a way to be better. I don't care
Right.
what it is. So I am unattached to format. I am not. Like I think if I could argue double quest is better. I could argue triple quest is better. It doesn't matter to me. Like I think they fundamentally test different things about the game. Now,
Okay.
like so, like if you believe Laser Quest should be about nothing but one-on-one and nothing but just tagging the one person you see in front of you and that's it, double quest is your game, like in some more than triple quest will be if you believe because I think it'll highlight that more. But if you believe that the spatial awareness, maze awareness, mental aspects of the game are more important, then triple quest is going to be your game. I fundamentally believe double quest dumbs down laser quest. It makes it simpler, it makes it easier. You don't have to know as much. You can make more mistakes mentally and get away with it. It
Right.
doesn't punish you. And so like I just but double quest, like you could, but there's still a lot. There's tons of strategy for both. But if you try to
Yeah.
put a 3-team strategy into a double quest, you're going to lose. You try to put a 2-team strategy into a triple quest, you're going to lose. I mean, like
Right.
it's that simple. And so like so to me, neither one is better. Like I think they both are great. I think they both test the game in different ways. If you think your way is better, that's your opinion. Again, but I believe that is an opinion. I don't believe it's a fact. And some people take exception to that. That's fine. That's why I don't argue for either one, because I'm like,
Yes.
if you love Triple Quest, great. Like that's your opinion. If you love Double Quest, great. That's still your opinion. You love Iron Man Finals. I'm not saying you should, but you love Iron Man Finals.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's your opinion, right? They test different things. Whether they should or not is, that's a different conversation. Like whether Laser Quest should be about one-on-one only, that's something else. Whether Laser Quest should be about strategy and teamwork and all this other stuff, that's something else. But
Yeah.
should is a different conversation, right? Like, and that's why I have no preference. Like, you tell me it's a double quest, fine. I will find a way. I will conceptualize. I like you. Give me the players. Give me the format. Give me the packs. Give me the arena. I'll find a way.
Okay.
Any way. Right. Any
So
direction.
let me frame it this way then. I guess a universal like a universal way of judging how a sport is successful is like like the interest that it fosters, and like obviously this translates into commercializing like the sport. So like NHL, like like hockey, basketball, baseball. So what do you think if we would have to make Laser Quest like a commercial endeavor, or like like presented to the masses? Would you go with Triple Quest or would you go with Double Quest?
Neither.
Okay, interesting.
Neither, because neither one. I mean, the fundamental problem with with the argument that people have that double quest is like football, the two-team sport, basketball, two-team sport, baseball, two-team sport. The problem I have with that comparison is that Laser Quest doesn't have a ball, and so
Right.
what I mean by that, there's no focal point where
Yep.
you
Agreed.
know where the action is in Laser Quest. Like I can watch a two-team game or I can watch a three-team game, and I have no if I'm watching and I really don't know what I'm following or what I'm watching, I have no clue who's winning. There's no way to
Right.
tell. There's no
Yep.
like how do I tell is this important or is that important? Like there's nothing to focus on, right? Like
Hmm.
the viewership aspect of it is terrible for both.
Yes.
It's just terrible. And so like there's no focal point. Like you can't sell viewership on something you can't watch. Like I'll watch because I love the game and I know and I understand it and I get that. But you talk about the John Q public that's going to sit there and watch something, they're not going to. It's like okay, there's one person doing some weird breakdance over there with some other person, and there's somebody
Flailing
else doing
around.
another. Yeah, playing around.
Yep.
Does that? Which one's? Does that matter? Does
Who's
that like?
winning?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
like what does that mean? What does it matter? Like in football, you follow the ball. Like in basketball, it goes through the hoop. Okay, that makes sense, right?
Yes.
Laser Quest doesn't have that. That's why all the comparisons to all these sports things are so irrelevant. They're laughable from a viewership and from a sport sense. That's why like the whole double quest, it should be two teams thing. It's a dumb argument. Like it's a totally dumb argument because it's a complete not apples to apples comparison. Like at all. It still surprised me that I even have to say this. Like this should to me this is way too obvious. But that's why from a viewership, the game would have to completely change in order for that because you'd have to have something people could actually focus on. That it'd have to
Right.
be base related. It'd have to be something to that in that degree. Otherwise, there's just no way. Neither one would work. I guarantee it.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Since you've seen like more tag than most players throughout history,
You're probably right with the first one. I have been probably tagged more times than anybody in
more
history.
tags too. Yeah, if we would have stats. So, what in your opinion are the major eras, the major shifts, and the major pivotal moments in the history of Laser Quest, of competitive Laser Quest?
Well, I kind of view, and before I say this, I'm not talking bad about anyone. I'm not downplaying anything. This is not a backhanded anything to anyone. So just, I just throw in a disclaimer. Like if you
Disclaimer.
if you disagree with me, if you think I'm dumb, that's fine. Like if you hate my opinion, just discard it. Like just pretend it didn't exist, right? Like it's fine.
Yep.
So I view competitive Laser Quest like the era of Laser Quest. I view it like on a bell curve. You know what a bell curve is, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'm hoping everybody else is. I don't know through you, but anyway. So I view like the beginning part of the ascension. Like we have like the pre-regional era. So it's the beginning part of the ascension. So 95, 96, 97, and then the real like big ascension happens at the beginning of the regional era. I think of that more like 98, 99, 2000, right? And I think 2001 we hit the beginning of the peak of competitive Laser Quest. And I would say that peak would probably last. So like it curves, and the peak of the curve would last about 2005. That would be where I would say. And then I think in 2006, 2007, 2008, you start to really have a decline. It's the end of the regional era. Like
Right.
99, 2000, like 98, 99, 2000 had the beginning of the regional era on the way up. 06, 07, 08 have the decline of the regional era. And after 08, you have the bottoming out, which regional is no more. There's no more there's no more regionals because there's not enough teams for it, and so it's just like it's like the other half of the bell curve. Like if 95, 96, 97 were the beginning of the
Yes.
era, at the end is the bottoming out after like 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. That's the way I view it. So I view 2001 to 2005 is kind of like the peak of like we had the highest number of quality teams and a lot of really good
Yes.
quality teams, a lot of good quality players, and it was in that era. If somebody wanted to argue and say they want to make it 2002, 2004, I could understand, but I would probably leave it at 2001 and 2005 for me.
Okay. I've asked this question in a news group, and I didn't get as much participation as I wanted. But I'll ask you because I value your opinion in this. So, who do you think? What are the top, like, let's say 5 or 10, however you want to name, in terms of legacy? So, what are the top teams in terms of legacy? And if you're
I'm
able
gonna
to
make some
rank
people
them,
upset.
and if you're able to rank them, I want them in order.
Oh man. Disclaimer, I am not trying to make anybody upset. I am not
It's
trying
fine.
to,
It's your opinion.
I know, but like I prefer, for lack of a better way to put it, in some people's eyes, I'm villainized for this sort of thing. And people
They take it
I
personally. Yeah.
yes, and they think I mean it personally, and I don't. I swear I do not.
No, no.
I swear I don't. Like this is just an opinion. I'm not diminishing anybody's wins. I don't do that. Like I've had that done to me more times than I care to count. I have no interest in diminishing anybody's victories. Everything is earned in this game. Everything. And so like I have no interest in that. And so like none of this is about diminishing anyone. But if you want me to write, I have opinions, and that's
Yeah.
all they are. Like if people, if you disagree, you disagree. If you think I'm dumb and full of it, just ignore it. Like I know, I feel like I have to say that because I already know it's coming, Alex. But anyway, so
Yeah.
I would say, thinking about this, because I saw your post and I was thinking about making a comment, but I never got around to it. So I started thinking about it. And so, like, number one for me is going to be Denver. And I'll
Okay.
say, they have 3 NECs. They won 3 NECs. They won 5 regionals, if I'm not mistaken. They won regionals in 99 and 2000 and 2001, 2002 and 2003, or is it 2004? One of those is maybe they won 6 regions. I don't know. I think they won 5.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but 2 of them were in the South. One of them was when the South was in 2001. When the South was like loaded, like, it was very deep. Um,
Ridiculous. Yeah.
yeah, so they won 5 regionals. They've won 3 NECs, and they won 3 NECs in a row in the peak of competitive Laser Quest, and I think
Right.
that cannot be dismissed. They when you talk about legacy, they made 5 straight finals. Because they won the 3, but they made finals 2 years before that,
Yes.
and if I'm not mistaken, they were a top 5 team from the moment they showed up and started
Hmm.
'96. And you could argue '96, at the beginning, who was there, whatever.
Still.
It still is, right? I'm not here to diminish anybody's thing. It just is. And so like they during the time when Laser Quest is at its most competitive, when it has the most competitive teams, it was the deepest amongst really good teams and a lot of really great players. They were above the rest, and I to me that means something, and so that's why I have the number one. And the entire first half of Laser Quest is defined by them. Like really, I
Yes.
mean, it's hard. You cannot speak about the first half of Laser Quest as a history without them being involved through the inception of rules, through the leadership of the member advisory committee, through like strategically how the game was played. There's a lot of things that they contributed that on top of being able to win 3 NACs in a row during the
Right.
most competitive.
They made
So
their
like,
mark. Yeah. Yeah.
they talk about legacy, hard to top that in my opinion. And so
Okay.
lack of side tournament success. So that would be like the only
Yep.
glitch in the matrix, chick in the armor thing. Number 2, this I struggle with this because if this, I still haven't made up my mind on how I feel about this because I
Sure.
argue back and forth. The whole Toronto East and Brampton thing. one center or two centers, like one legacy or two legacies. It's I if you're gonna count, if you're gonna say they're two legacy, if they're gonna count that they're just one, you're gonna combine them all into one. I really don't lean this way. I think I lean more to separating them. But if you're gonna combine them into one, they would be my number two.
Okay.
So now you're talking about seven regionals, I think. I mean, like a really high number.
Something ridiculous like
So
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
some like I think Brampton won six and Toronto East won one. I want to say. I mean, something like I think they won seven total. Three NACs then. Um, longevity, Mike, longevity. Like the first
Yes.
regional one was sometime in '99, I think, maybe 2000, somewhere in there. They won NAC in '04, which is during that prime era that I
Yep.
talk about. Plus, they won two at the end, the Toronto East, for whatever that's worth. And so, like, if you take that as a big picture, I think they'd be number two. Um, they and also in '04, like I mentioned earlier, the way they won that
Yes.
strategically changed a lot of in my mind and in my view how Laser Quest was played and how it was viewed. And so that is also part of legacy. That is also part of the mark on the game. And so and they had a lot of them. Because it's going to encompass a lot of dudes now. Had a
Yeah.
lot of had a lot of side tournament success.
Oh yeah.
And so that is a part of the deal. And so number three is and it's not because I don't like you guys. I swear it's not. I swear it's not because I don't like you guys. I did. Oh, I don't believe me. Number
No,
three
it's
is
your opinion, and I think
I
the case
know,
that you're making in detail is you can.
but
It's not out of question. You're actually making an argument for it, which is fine. Like people are going to disagree with you anyway, so you know.
yeah, I know, but that's not the disagreement is not what I get concerned about. It's the personal nature of how these comments are taken
It's not
is what I
personal.
get. I
Yeah.
know, but but I feel like I have to always say it's not personal. So and even then, it's just
Right.
it always seems to be personal, and I'm like I swear it's not personal. But I'm gonna continue. Number three for me would be NRH.
Okay.
Four NACs. Like if it'd be like if I were to tell you, if anybody were to tell you that NRH as a whole is the most talented, set of players that play together NAC history, I would have a hard time arguing against that.
Yeah.
Like,
Results speak from themselves.
but just talent from pure talent.
Yes.
Like 1 through 9 players, they always had exceptional players. They always had dudes that were just really good. So talent was never their issue, and so cohesiveness, leadership, the mental aspect to me was always something that they struggle with. And so they did win 4 NACs, and that means a lot. I mean, like if Denver was the team that defined the first half of Laser Quest, NRH is the team that defined the second half. Like,
Yes.
that's
Definitely.
that's just the way it is. And so from '04 on, they were the team, and so they won '05, which is the last year of that prime era that I just talked about. So that was a hard year. We came in second, so trust me, I know.
Yep.
It is a hard year. But to me, the lack of regional wins, just they may say they didn't care about regionals, and that's their thing. I just if you're talking about the greatest and legacy, it'd be a mark for me against. So winning only regionals once would would definitely be like if you're comparing with Denver and the Toronto Brampton thing,
Right.
it'd definitely be like a differentiator. And so they got one regionals. Like I said, 4 NACs. They were really, I don't know if you want to call it instrumental key in a lot of the way the one-on-one game evolved
Yes.
in the
Oh
second
yes.
half, big time. And so that they do have that. They were very disliked for a long time, and through through dumb stuff. It
Yeah.
just it is unfortunate, but they're all really, I mean, really good people, and that's unfortunately, some of this stuff got out of hand, and I'm not talking about myself, but I'm talking about just in general with them and the rest of the LQ
Yep.
community. It was But anyway, also another mark to me against them would be, and most and everything. By the way, as I'm describing this stuff, I count up until like 2012. So like past
Okay.
2012, like I don't really know how to have opinions
Yeah.
on that. It's hard
Okay.
for me too. So like in 2012, because that was the end of NAC, I kind of like cut off competitive Laser Quest. Then I know there's been other stuff after this. It's hard for me to like. There's so
Yeah.
much of that
Keep
I'm just
track.
so unplugged. Yeah. Well, I was so unplugged. I was just so like not involved. I, I can't, it's hard for me to like incorporate it in like how I remember and how I conceptualize and how I think of things. So for them, I think lack of side tournament success was another big one. They had NAC success. They were good at NAC when they had like the full roster, but when they would have smaller
Yes.
versions of themselves against other small versions of other people, they didn't have the same amount of success. And that was just the way it was, for whatever reason, and that was just part of the deal. And so I think to me, those are clearly the top three teams
I had the same, just reverse order, but yeah, I agree. Yeah,
from
definitely.
historical. Now, if you separate Toronto East and Brampton, I would put NRH at number two.
Okay.
That's for
Yeah, fair enough.
that wins me brownie points with somebody out there. But but anyway, so after that, I know it's going to seem self-serving, but I'm going to put Houston at number
That's
four.
where I had you guys. Yeah, definitely.
I know, and I mean I can understand the argument for Phoenix, but to me, I'm gonna say that we're the only team, okay, for what it's worth, we're the only team in history that won an Ironman final and a Triple Quest final. Nobody else can say that.
True.
I'm just saying, right? If you take it for what it's
Yep.
worth, some people might view that as a negative. I'm going to choose to view that as a positive, right? We won as a center. We won 6 regionals. So we had 6 regionals, 2 NECs, a much longer period of higher level
Yes.
competitive.
That's what
Uh,
did it for me, actually. Like,
yeah,
the fact that you're able to win two NACs 9 years apart, nobody else has done that, right? It's insane.
it's either a great compliment or a great mark against. But it's a lot of losing in between. Right? It's a lot of losing in between. But many NAC finals. I know Phoenix says the same thing, but we play. I think we played 5 NAC finals.
Right.
We during the regional era we were earmuffs, NRH earmuffs. We were the most successful. We were the most successful team in the South during the regional era. Like nobody in
Right.
the southern region. We won 2 NECs during regions. Nobody else won more than one. Lincoln won one. NRH won one. We won more southern regions than anybody else. We had 6. Nobody else had 2. Like, and the South was the deepest and the most competitive region of all of
Yes.
them. Like we had, I mean, Tulsa won one, Austin won one, San Antonio never won one. They made NAC finals.
Right.
NRH won one, Lincoln won one, we won 6, and there was a Southern team in NAC finals every year for like ever,
Yep.
and it
Sometimes
was
two. Yeah.
sometimes too. And regional finals for us was not like regional finals in other places. I mean, like especially at the end, it was us, Lincoln, NRH. It was like a NAC final every regional final. It was just
Yeah.
brutal all the time. And so during the regional era, we were the best Southern regional team. Like I said, earmuffs NRH. Don't worry about that. Just let me have that, right? You guys
You're
were great.
sleeping at that time, so
Yeah,
it's fine.
yeah. Historically, they're still better than us, right? Like let me just again disclaimer, right? Disclaimer. Anyway, so number 5, I would put Phoenix.
Okay.
Two back-to-back NACs. They're the first 2 Triple Quest winners. They lost in '98. They probably feel like they shouldn't have. Not probably. They feel like they shouldn't have. I understand. Like I
Yeah.
mentioned before, I don't blame them for that. If I were them, I would too. But
Hmm.
like they feel like they should have lost in '98. They very easily could have lost in 2000 when they barely beat Denver. And so I don't know. I feel like it kind of almost evens itself out in that sort of way, from a historical perspective. And so I think how many regionals did they win? They won in '99. I think they won 4. Is that right? Won
Yeah. Two,
'99.
4.
Yeah, yeah, somewhere around there. So it was they had a good run. I mean, it just like they had more in them, and I know they know that. They were afraid. I'll just say it that way. They were afraid to care. They won, and I think Nate would agree with me in this regard. Is as a whole, after you win, it just and this is true for so many players. Is you you have this thing that eats at you that, I think this where the whole pack thing comes out, is you become afraid of that next person nipping at your heels, the next team nipping at your heels, and you find ways to try to deal with that. And so you convince yourself that you don't care. You convince yourself that, we didn't try as hard.
I can see that.
We didn't want as hard. And like if they had not gone that route, if they had just I really believe this, if they had said like what I did, I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bust my ass. I'm going to care, and I'm going to fight until I get another one. They had more in them. I know they did. But history is what it is. And so that's just what it is. And so I would put them at 5. After that, it gets hard, so like if I were to separate Toronto East and Brampton, I think there'd be I think I would put us ahead of Brampton. I know that seems very self-serving, but I think there would be an argument between Phoenix and Brampton, but the other one that gets interesting at that point is when I think about Lincoln. And what I mean by that is, like, Lincoln, they won regionals in 06. It's the only Southern regionals they won. They won NAC in 06. So they have what I would say, without question, the best single year in Laser Quest history. But how many Southern regional finals did they lose to us? Like, how many times did they lose to us? Like, and with teams that are really good. And I think historically, I was making this point to Investor the other night, when he was like, people don't talk about us the way they talk about other great teams. And I said, part of it is because you guys only had that 1 year. You didn't win any other ones, right? But imagine now if history had been kinder to them and they had been put in the East region the whole time. Now, right, like they won the West in 08, they won the South in 06, but now imagine if they were the East, where the East had many years where it was just not very good, right?
So they get like 8 regional titles,
maybe they get 6, right? Maybe they get 6, and now you have a Lincoln team with 6 regional titles and 1 NAC. That sounds an awfully like that Brampton resume I mentioned earlier. And so to me, that conversation becomes very interesting, that, Brampton was a beneficiary of playing in regions that were not as tough as the South, and Lincoln ends up being penalized historically for it. And so I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's a perspective, what really differentiated Lincoln and Brampton's success. Like, if you really sit there and try to pick apart, like, year by year and the nitty gritty, wasn't talent, in my opinion. It was that Lincoln played in a much tougher region. They couldn't win that region as much as a team like Brampton that didn't have to contend with as many tough teams. At best, they had Westland, and at times not even that. And so, like, I don't know. So I think historically they're viewed unfairly in that regard, but it is what it is, right? Like, the stats are the stats, the wins are the wins. That's the hand you're dealt. I understand that, but I think there is a certain level of lack of true justice from a historical perspective when it comes to judging Lincoln versus the GTA Brampton success, if you know what I mean.
Fair enough.
And so that's, so I would put Lincoln next now. If you keep Toronto, East, and Brampton together, they're still like number 2. But if you separate them, Brampton and Lincoln to me becomes a much more interesting argument at 5 and 6. But that's just the kind of things I think about now.
No, fair enough. You give me 2 answers there, so I like it. Yeah.
And so, and I, after that, Westland, I guess. I mean, like, the always the bridesmaid, never the bride, kind of deal. Right. I think they made 3 different NAC finals, but didn't win any of them. I mean, it's hard to win. It's hard to win, and it's hard to win if you have that much team turmoil. It's really hard to win, and you can't, and I was telling this to Forrest the other day, for whatever reason, I was blessed with this ability to not have an ego with my teammates. Like, I never, ever cared if they beat me in a game, like in a practice, ever. Like, I cheered for them. Like, I want you to beat me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I want to be the worst player on this team, because if that happens, we're going to be pretty good.
You're very fucking successful. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. That's always the way I thought about it. So everything I did was with that involved. And never ego for me with my teammates. And you can ask them. Like, you can ask them. I never would play and be like, oh, nice pack. Oh, what number is that? Oh, I can't believe you just tagged me. Oh, this pack sucks. Yeah. That never.
Totally counterproductive. Yeah.
Completely self-driven and not gonna, and I told Steve, like, and and I said, he said he formulated plans, but then be infighting, people wouldn't agree, and they want to do their own thing.
Yeah.
And I said, look,
Yeah.
you would never be able to have people follow you if you're not willing, if they don't feel like, one, you truly have their best interests at heart, if you truly care about them, and two, that you're not willing to do something. You can't ask somebody to do something that you're not willing to do, that
You
they
wouldn't
don't
do yourself.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know it. Like, you can't tell somebody, yeah, you should sacrifice for the team because I would. Nobody's gonna buy that. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Right.
Nobody's gonna buy that. They gotta see it. They gotta see it. They gotta live it. And that means you gotta live it, right? That means you gotta live it every day and every practice. And that's why you can't make excuses. If you ask somebody to sacrifice, you better show all the time that you've been sacrificing, because
Yeah.
otherwise you have no leg to stand on. And that's the only way people will follow you. Like, if people don't think, if you ask people to do something that they don't think, or they don't feel you would do, they will not follow you. They will not. And so, like, in that regard, like, you have to care about them, and you have to show them that, you have the best interests of heart and their sacrifices for the greater good, and you'd be willing to do the same, and you believe in them, and you believe in them, and you showing them how to do it, and you cheer for them, and you keep believing in them no matter what. And that only happens in overtime thing. You can't just show up day of the tournament and have that happen, because it won't. No, it just will not
Yeah.
happen. And so
It feels very much like Westland was a collection of amazing, talented players, but they never could get that element to click. That we,
they couldn't
yeah,
remove they couldn't have that one person. And usually you want that to be, I mean, in my opinion, you want it to be one of your top two players, top three
right.
maybe, one of your best players. You really should, and you got to lead by example in that way. If you cannot put your own ego aside for the benefit of everybody else, you cannot expect anybody else to do the same thing. You can't. In my opinion, they won't. And so
Right.
I think that is Westland in a nutshell. Like that, you want to talk about a team full of talent that didn't win. That's
Jesus.
why, to
Yeah,
me,
definitely.
right? Because talent wasn't their issue, not in my opinion. Right. So, like, that was it, right? And that, I mean, until that, like, whether it be Force, whether it be Andy, whether it be, whoever, had that kind of, like, moment that says, okay, I'm not going to make any more of this about me. And I'm not going to have any personal grievances with anybody. I'm not holding personal grudges. I'm not, because I can't ask anybody to put their grudge away if I'm not willing to do the same thing.
Right.
For the benefit of everyone, this is what I must do. They didn't have anybody that was willing to do that, and that's, in my opinion, why they never won.
Okay, you gave me like 6, 7 teams there. Do you want to keep going, or is there any other teams that you'd like to mention?
Ah, man, I don't. If it was in 2012, probably. I'm trying, because right now I'm top of my head. I'm trying to remember, what other teams did you mention?
I
Um,
had I had Mesa, TCQ, and then 10. I really struggled. I had a collection of like Austin, Federal Way, Tulsa, even. They were pretty good. VB, like any East team.
yeah, because I mean, you have, at that point, you have such a collection of so many
Yeah,
possibilities. It's hard to
Montreal, definitely
differentiate.
Montreal. Yeah,
Of course, so many possibilities, because there's so many teams. Like, even a team like Appleton made it. Made an
yeah,
NAC final. Hoffman made an NAC final.
I had them
There's,
too. Yeah.
yeah, there's just so many. I don't know if I can name anybody else that to me. I mean, I have to think about it more. Maybe I can come up with somebody. I just off the top of my head, like, I think Tulsa. Okay, they won one regional. I mean, so
One
did
night
Canton.
final.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one night
yeah.
final. Yeah, Canton won a region. Austin won a regional. Austin was in a NAC final. Um, there's just, you have Virginia
Too many
Beach, you have
possibilities. Yeah,
Rochester.
yeah.
There's so many different ones. Oshawa, they won two NECs at the very beginning. Does that matter? I don't know.
Uh,
Maybe they still won two, right? I don't know. Madison Heights won one. Does that matter? I don't know. Rockford won two regionals. Made multiple NEC consoles. How much does that matter? I don't know. Like, I haven't weighed that stuff in my mind to really make it a choice, but it's all true, right? Like,
yeah.
yeah,
Can't take it away
so
from them.
we can't, and so, like, it's hard for me to differentiate right now any past further than that. I think, because, I mean, Westland won like three or four regions, so, I mean, like, I
Yeah.
think, but from non-NAC winners, I think they definitely would be the top one.
For me as well. Obviously, I'm biased because I played for them, like against them for a number of years. But okay, next segment I think is my favorite. And I'm really excited to get into this because, as you know, we've had Nick on the podcast before who mentioned that a certain triple quest happened between you, Nick, and Vince. But conveniently, Nick did not mention the results on that podcast. Is there anything you'd like to talk about, Ramiro?
Well, what happened was, oh, have I been waiting for this moment? What happened was in your podcast with Nick, you asked him, who would win in the triple quest between you, Vince, and Ramiro? That was the question.
Yes.
And he goes, I would. But what he failed to mention was we actually played this very triple quest in 2012, conveniently enough. And I'll tell you exactly what happened. And so what happened was, 2012. We're getting ready for NAC. We show up to a member night, and the story of so many people's lives. Like for some reason that night, only me, Nick, and Vince showed up. Like
Right.
for whatever reason, like it just happened to work that way. And like we've been in the same, like three of us have been in the same group chat for like over 10 years. Like we're
Yes.
very good friends. And one thing that has really been a strength of ours, has really helped, is that we have no ego with either, like any of us. There's no like,
Right.
we're competitive, but we're not like in an ego sense. Like I cheer for those guys to be better than me all the time, and they won't say it that way, but it's there. Like we have a love for each other that's a great bond, and we happen to be three really good players, but there's no ego there, like trying to like, I can't believe this this person's better than me, that sort of thing. That's never existed between us, which has been a real strength of ours. But anyway, so we get to so this day, so there's only three of us, and Nick says, hey, Nick, out of the blue, he just says, do you guys just want to play triple quest 3 packs? And we're like, all right,
Sure.
yeah, we're competitive. Like, we're so competitive that one time the three of us were stopping at a gas station, and we take turns trying to get to the pump to the perfect dollar. Like we go dollar by dollar. Like we alternate dollar by, like that's the kind of stuff we do. It's like, yeah. And so we're like, we compete at anything. And so, and so we're like, all right, sure. And so we have no idea. Like we leave 3 packs on, right? We just leave 3 random packs, the same 3 packs, right? We leave them on. We have no idea what they're going to play like, and so
Right.
all 3 games are like right in front of our like they're like, there's big open space right there. They're right there, and so the first game I have what ends up being the best pack of the 3, and so I win the game, and I win the game pretty big, and Nick has what ends up being the second best pack, and Vince has the third best pack. So Nick gets second, Vince gets third, right?
Yep.
That's the first game. Second game, Vince is going to get the pack I had. So he's get the best pack. I got the second best pack. Nick gets the worst pack. And so the second game goes, Vince plays, he wins. I get second, Nick gets third. And so like I'm up by a pretty comfortable margin at this point, because my high score is still better than Vince's. And so and Nick's low score with the worst pack is lower than Vince's. So Vince is still in second. Nick is still comfortably in third. I have a decent lead going into the last game, but I'm going into it with the last pack. And so they are both like just talking about like they can't wait to get in there, because they both struggle with that thing, and they both can't wait to get in there, and they can't wait to score. And Nick's about to have the best pack, so he thinks he's about to put up a huge score, and he's about to go in there and just come back and win. And so I have no idea, what's about to happen, right? Like I don't know, and so like all I know is that these 2 guys they played the pack. And I saw what they played. They struggled. They were like trying to like move a lot, and like they were struggling a lot. And I was like, look, if I try to do the same thing that they try to do, I'm probably not going to do very well. And so like before the game before the game starts, I'm already thinking in my head, I'm going to do something different. And so what I decide I'm going to do is I'm just going to try to like move as little as possible, but I'm going to try to make all my shots count. I'm going to try to be in the most accurate place I can get, and try to just get tags before they just get me. And so I'm just and I'm going to try to like get as much as I can score, and hope I can hang on, right?
Yes.
And so the game starts, and like I start doing that, and next thing you know, they can't tag me. Oh man! Next thing you know, like I'm tagging them, and like they'll tag me every once in a while, but it's not as easy as they think it should be. And so like I get tags, and like I'm in between them, and I'm walking, and I get a tag, and I get a laser, and I get a tag, and I'll go down and get a tag, and it's just like, and I'm like, cool. I mean, I don't even know what's happening, but they are just like crying in the maze, like they cannot believe this is happening, and like the whole game, they can't believe this is happening. I come out, I win the game. I win the game, and I have the 3rd highest score of the whole triple quest. Like I win the game, and so like I win the triple quest by like a big mark. Like I win by a pretty big mark, And those, I mean, and we played the games back to back to back, right? Like there was no like public game in between. There was no nothing. But those three guys are like, we don't know what happened. That pack was terrible and it turned to God. We don't know what happened. Like literally to this day, they still say it. And I'm like, oh, those tears. They cried so much, and they were the tastiest of tears I've had. To this day, they still cry about it. They're like, we don't know what happened. That pack just turned to God. And there's no way you could have won just doing that. There's no way you should. They're like, you weren't moving. There's no way you could have beaten us. And I'm like, well, I did, And I'm like, oh man, have I loved that moment, man. And
This is
anytime,
now, yeah, this is now etched in history, and I
oh
think this is
yeah,
the only triple quest you've ever played with these guys.
yes, it's the only time the three of us ever played in that sort of way. And I always have that one in the old back pocket, ready to go. And anytime I
Never
need it,
hurts.
oh
Yep.
yeah, oh those tears, they were delicious,
Nice.
delicious.
Okay, perfect. We're almost at 4 hours, which
I
is
told you
crazy.
I told you it's gonna be
Um,
Justin.
Yep. Definitely. I think we're pretty much past the Justin mark. Okay, next segment. I'm gonna ask you some questions that I haven't shown you before. Is most of the thing we have discussed so far. But yeah, I'm curious to like prod a little bit more your Laser Quest mind. So the next question is actually like I think my favorite question I'm gonna ask you tonight. So if Houston is the Baylor Bears of Laser Quest, who's
Mm.
TCU? Which team is TCU? And you know what I mean by that, right?
Yes, I do. Well, I think the natural choice has to be NRH because they're both in Fort Worth. And so you know, the you know, yeah, I don't know if you know this. Baylor and TCU have the longest rivalry of schools. They
Yes.
played like 107 years, 108 years in football. Like they have one of the longest
Yep.
rivalries in all college football, the longest one with each other. And so, I guess from a longevity standpoint, it'd either be Lincoln or NRH, but because NRH is in Fort Worth, I'm just going to go ahead and pick them.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I wanted to hit you with this question because I have family actually in Dallas, and my like would be grandparents. They're my stepmom's parents are a huge TCU fans, so I just like wanted to
Oh,
put in there.
mm,
All right,
ugh.
sorry man, sorry to break it to you. All right, so who would you give an all-time sportsmanship award? I'd like a team and a player.
Mm. So usually when I hear like a sportsmanship award, it's usually I always kind of think of one as like a participation award. Like you give it to one of the teams, like, hey, those guys, they showed up, they got killed, but hey, at least they were good sports about it. And so I'm going to try not to give it to like Regina B or something
Yeah, okay,
or
fair
anything like
enough.
that. So let me think. So I'm going to try to think of a couple of teams that were, I guess, maybe. I think two teams. I think are going to come to mind. At least that they were borderline playoff teams on some years, not always, but some years. And just looking back on it, thinking back on it, nothing negative, I guess, comes up. Like I don't remember anything necessarily bad ever being said about them. They're always very cordial with me, always very nice, and I don't remember anybody ever saying anything poorly about either team. Again, it could be my memory's bad because I haven't thought about this stuff in a long time. Maybe 2012, I would remember it differently. I don't know.
Yep.
First one that or first one that I'll go with is Colorado Springs.
Okay. Yeah.
I remember a lot of those guys were always very nice. Bullseye was always a really good guy, always very friendly, always easy to talk to you about anything, team related, LQ related, a good model for a captain, in my opinion, of what I would have wanted a captain to emulate
Right.
as a person. Somebody that was that seemed like he was always just very honest and very straight up with you. So, and I think that radiated to the rest of his teammates, as far as I could tell. The other team that comes up that I'm gonna go with, again, not sure if I'm just not remembering anything negative about them, but one that doesn't strike up anything overtly negative, and I remember them always being very, very good sports with me, was Appleton.
Oh
I
yes.
remember
Yeah.
A lot of really good players over the years. Aunt Lou was always, he was on the member advisory committee.
It's cool there. Yeah.
So he was a very, all my interactions with him, Ginger Spice, several of the Cougars, obviously, some of those guys are always very, 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 very nice, very cool around. Again, never heard anything otherwise, anything
Yep.
negative.
I think there would
And
be consensus there. Yeah.
you asked for a player, right?
Yes.
Okay. Um, the one I'm going to go with, the one that really comes to mind is Dark Angel, is from NRH.
Oh yeah.
Ricky.
Solid choice.
He's
Yeah.
he was always just a really, stand up dude from the first day I met him back in 1998. A long time ago. Who's always very cordial, very nice. I mean, the guy never had a bad thing to say about anyone. He was always, great competitor in the maze, but never nothing that nothing that I would ever complain about. Like the guy, he was a competitor. He wanted to win, but he was still a
Yes.
great guy. Went about it in a very classy way. The guy would play with a 4-man with 3 nuns. He would that's just kind of the way he was and still is. Even to this day, every time I talk to the guy, he's always a great man. So he'd be my choice for as an individual for sportsman. And definitely not Regina B quality.
Excellent. What's wrong with Regina B? Where is all the hate coming from?
Nothing's wrong with him. I was saying, just when you think of the sportsmanship award, a team that's going to get beat pretty bad.
Yeah,
I'm saying just throwing that kind of B team out there. Even I don't even know if they even ever had a B team in the entire history in the West. But I don't know. I know they had a team
I don't think so.
in the early years, but that wasn't very competitive. But probably not a B team. They were located so far away. Really far away.
Yeah, true. Okay, next question. I want to ask you, we've been over your NAC wins and how proud you were of them. So what would be your proudest non-NAC tournament win?
So usually, I was asked this the other night on a different podcast, and I already mentioned WLC 2012. So the other one that always kind of comes to mind as one of my favorite is Tournament of Terror in Tulsa in 2006. That was a tournament. It was myself, Enemy, Lollipop, and then two brothers Culture, the two brothers Aviator and Frustrated, and that tournament, that final was very, very tightly contested. There's a lot of good players in that tournament. There was a team from Lincoln, and they were just coming off winning NAC. Just like a month prior, they had, I would say, 4 of their top 5 players. I can't remember exactly the team. Nick is always the one that remembers the exact team that they brought. And the other team was the team that had Excalibur, Decoy, maybe Blue Flame. I can't remember if she was on there or not. But then there were the other 2 players. It was just like that kind of quality of player was in that final. Yeah. It was just a very, very tough triple quest. All the games are frantic. So like there's no I'm going to take a break here or like I get a second, to do anything. And if you've ever played the Lincoln guys, like those guys contest every tag. Every tag is like, like their lives depended on it, and you're always like, dude, every tag doesn't have to be life and death. I don't have to like fight for like every single one, but those guys, man, it was always made it so hard. And so just having, being able to come out on top of that kind of triple quest was really gratifying because I know we weren't expected to win. Nobody definitely was not picking us at all to win. And being able to win that, I think really helped propel us to have a lot of confidence going into what we could do the following NAC season, and then going on to win 2007 NAC. I think that really was a big win for that.
Okay, excellent. Next question. So from this podcast, because we've been talking for more than 4 hours now, and from the podcast with Nick, it seems to me that Houston always had a very cerebral approach, a very like in-depth approach. You put a lot of thought into the game and and strategy. So who, in your opinion, is the most cerebral player outside of Houston?
That's a good question. As just through some of the stuff I've said, I'm not real sure how many. I've never like heard anybody talk about Laser Quest in that kind of way. I've been told that Decoy was very very smart about Laser Quest, and what helped a lot of people and was very strategic on that sort of sense. But getting that guy to say anything, to say a word about anything, I mean, it was easier to tear down the Berlin Wall to get that guy to talk. It was so it wasn't always the easiest guy to get through to. So like the one person I know that always was kind of, I don't know, like with him and all those Brampton teams, that kind of thing, was Spam, was Matt Bates, and he was on my WLC team in 2017,
Yes.
and so he was he definitely is somebody that has thoughts on the game. It just because I think my way doesn't mean whatever my way is happens to be right. And so like I'm not it's not like he thinks anything like me. I mean we disagree on things and that, but I think that's a great thing. I appreciate somebody that has thoughts on this thing, not just an answer to something is just because I think it is, or because I don't know, I feel like it should be, or something like that. And so if I had to pick anybody, it would be him. It would be Matt Bates.
Okay, perfect. Solid answer. Okay, next question. I want to give you a chance, since you've seen a lot more Laser Quest than most. I want to give you a chance to shout out, kind of like era-defining players. So players that kind of like help shape the period of time in which they play in. For example, I'll give you like, there was a period of time that was called Ronin Quest, where like Ronin would like win every like fucking tournament that was on. So kind of like give you a chance to like out in a chronological manner.
Okay. And this is the way I always hear like the best players in their prime, like that question is always another one that I struggle with, because how do people define prime, right? Like how what is somebody's prime? Is it like the peak of the peak of the peak moments, and that's like a player's prime? Is it like, okay, maybe they didn't have as big a peak, but their excellence was over sustained like 3, 4, 5 year period? Is that how you define prime, right? So that's always a tough one to answer, as people usually ask, top players in their prime. Well, what is that, right? So I kind of just went about, kind of like off of your question. I went off of, in just specific years that different players I thought. I mean, some people might think of this as the prime, but these are just different years that I just remember being impacted and seeing. I thought, wow, these guys in this year, this was like as good as it got, that kind of thing. And so not necessarily as I don't know if some people consider this top 5 in their prime or top whatever in their prime, but these are just guys that chronological order, over the course of years. These are guys that I don't know. I always remember those years and those players, that it was just a little bit different. So the first one is Hocus Pocus in 1998. That one, he was, at a time when there was a lot of talk on the internet, back in the alt.sport.lasertag days, and at a time when there was just a lot of people that didn't know each other. So a lot of people were like, I'm good, you're not. I'm good, you're not. Or this guy's good, that guy's good. There'd be, as we got to, see people, see styles, and see all these other people, he was one of the first ones that I saw in those early days that was legitimately like lived up to the hype. Like the guy, as one of the things I said earlier, one of the things I did was I looked for a lot of these best players and try to frustrate him, try to slow them down, try to do anything, and a lot of times I felt like I could hang with a lot of people. I remember the first time I ran into Taylor in finals of NAC in '98. I mean, the guy, I think, out tagged me like 15-2. I mean, it was something. It was bad. Yeah, it was bad. And I was like, okay, this guy's proving the point. This guy's the real deal. I'm gonna go see if I can find somebody else, and this obviously is not gonna work. So he definitely was the first, to me, era-defining kind of player. And winning all 5 games of his region at the time. He was the talk of all Q back then. So
yeah.
The next person on my list is, I'm gonna say, it's Enemy in 1999. And if I had to pick one player at one peak, like the top moment of any player, it would be this one.
Okay.
And it's hard to it's hard to explain. It was hard to really give a clear picture of what it was like when that guy was there. Like when he first came around, he was just like a 15, 16-year-old kid somewhere around there, and he was talking a lot back in before regionals in 1998. He didn't get the chance to sign up for San Antonio and in time for tryouts to play, and so he would talk a lot on the news groups, and then like either right before NAC 98 or either right after he came back in those days, we had lock-ins and people from from Austin, San Antonio, different places came and played just because like it wasn't a tournament, they just show up for lock-ins.
Yep.
And so he showed up. This is the first time he played like all of us from the Houston Center, and he was a good. I'm not gonna lie, he was a good player, but he definitely got served a lot of humble pie that evening. Like he definitely took a lot of lessons that night, but that was pretty much the last time he had that kind of an evening because right after that, we traveled. He was with me. We traveled to Lincoln Five Man in the beginning of '99, and I don't think he finished below second. Like I don't think he finished below top 2 in any game. And then a month later at Charlotte and VDM, the guy was winning packs that people were getting dead last with. He went from being completely unknown at the beginning of January to being number 1 on Frozen Shade's top 50 list, which was what everything was about back then.
Yep.
But the guy, like playing the guy one-on-one, he was like tall, lean, and real skinny and real quick, real quick. He was, and he had endurance, which, clearly the guy is nowhere close to any of these things today. And so fairly or unfairly, I always compare Vince to this version of Vince. And because he was the kind of guy that it was like, I remember like the first several times you'd play him, especially when he got to this mode, the guy, it seemed like the guy, because he was so quick, you feel like you were seeing a target, but then he could take it away so fast. And by the time you figured out, what you were going to shoot at, you were down. And you played near him, and he was just like, I mean, it was like a tornado. He just never stopped moving, but it was so quick, and you thought he was completely out of control. You felt like, I mean, for me, it looked like his laser was hitting the ceiling. It sounds like other people sound, right? Like the ceiling to the floor I'm like, dude, what are you even aiming at? And I'd be down. It was like I don't know how else to describe that. And
Very unique.
yeah, it was. But I mean, like seeing that, like I play the guy. I remember playing the guy, and like it's like I feel like he's not even aiming at me, and I'd be down. And and then obviously like for every player, in that kind of circumstance, especially back in those days, it was like, oh, nice pack, right? It was always that. But that could only happen about 35, 40 times in a row before you kind of start to pick up on the fact that it's not the pack, right? And and it was just, the guy was just unlike anything I've ever saw before then or seen since then, and just how quick he was, how just unbelievably accurate, and just that could move and was so hard to hit. It was just like if I was gonna identify like a player, like build a player, on a computer, I mean that would be it. Like that version of him, because in 2001 he didn't play in 2000, but in 2001 he came back and he was still exceptional. He was still great. He just didn't have like the ability to keep like the tornado version of him where it was like just everywhere and just super accurate and you couldn't hit him for as long as he could before. So he had slowed down because he started to smoke. He was starting to eat poorly, all those great things, and so. That so even in 2001 he was still great, but he wasn't like that guy, like that kid that was just like long, lean, or just everywhere. But anyway, so that's one. Another one, Slaughter in 1999 was another guy that he was exceptional. He just, I don't know. There's so many just good players, coming into the late 90s, early 2000s that just kept popping up. He was incredible, very, very underrated for a prime, in my opinion. Very underrated, just simply because most people today weren't around. To be honest, that's that's my opinion. Most people just didn't got to see that. So the next one is Capri Sun in 2001. That guy, he had a very, very unique genius about him in his understanding of the game. The kind of mentioning earlier about one of the most naturally talented, naturally gifted players in the game, and the guy, back then, again, he same as Vince. He was like lean, he was skinny, he could move around so much. He didn't have all the poor diet and
for other things happening, smoking, all the other that would later impact it, catches up with everyone at some point. But back then he was exceptional, like exceptional. Another guy that people, have forgotten just how unbelievable he was back then. And clearly, up until now, right, this is gonna have pretty big either Southern or Texas lean, right, bias. Um,
Oh, fair enough.
just these are people I just was around playing, right? Like
Right.
obviously, those days that's who I was around. Just throw that out there. But anyway, the next one out there that was Infestor in 2002,
Oh
and
yes.
that guy, I remember. I think I even looked it up not that long ago. I did look it up. Yeah, he won 8 games that year, and several times, and we played them in regional finals that year in Austin, and they got third. But I don't remember him like having as big an impact in regional finals. But when he went to NEC, the guy was just like kept winning games and kept winning games, and he wasn't just like winning games. The guy was like getting like 100,
Drawing.
200 points above second. Like he was just like blowing the games out of the water to the point that like me and Nick started making a joke at anytime like at a member night, like somebody did well or a tournament, a side tournament, somebody would like have a really big game. We just say, oh, we infested it, or that person infested it, or I just infested it. It became
He
like
was a
our
magic
own.
word.
Yeah, it became its own adjective because of what that guy did in 2002. It just became like God. Like every game, the guy would just win, and like it was incredible. I remember we played them in the playoffs in the Triple Quest, and back then I was still playing really bad packs, like the worst pack for our team. And I remember that kid. I'm pretty sure it was yeah, it would have been the first game of our Triple Quest. I remember like the game's counting down, and I'm starting by him on the floor. And because I'm like, I want to see who is this guy? What is he doing? Like, how is he this good? Because we didn't know. I mean, we grew to be close with the Lincoln team later on, but I mean, we didn't know them at all in 2002 at this time, and except for just a couple players. And like, I swear, like as the countdown finished, and right as the game is gonna start, I'm already down, and the guy's already gone. Like he's already like he's tagged me so fast and he's moved so fast that like by the time the countdown is over, I'm already down and he's already gone. And I was like, well, don't need to see any more than that. I was like, that's enough for me. And I mean, the guy was exceptional. Another one, same year, Kyle, and in 2002, he was some guy, some dude I discovered a long time ago. So some underrated guy that I was like, hey, some people better watch out for this guy. And another guy. I think he had like 9 or 10 top threes that tournament. The guy, I struggled between this and 2007 for him. Just for me, I don't know if you would consider these either one of those two his best years, or any of these guys if they consider any of these their best years. But there's always the ones that stick out to me. But 2002 for him, that Rochester team, him and Gaspacho, it seemed like those guys were like first and second every game, first, second, first, second. And I mean, it's a testament to him and to them, that they were able to make playoffs. And I want to say they may even made consoles. But yeah, I think they made consoles that year. And like, the bottom 3 players are just like complete zeros. Like they're complete, completely non-existent. Completely non-existent. So it was. I mean that guy, and especially those type of those teams, they were sensational back in those days. Next player, number 7 on my list, would be Kung Fu Kid in 2003.
Nice ball. Yeah.
He was just, this one year. I mean, he was always a very solid player. Lamont was always a very, 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 I don't know, above average player, I guess you could say. But 2003, it's just one of those years that for him it seemed to kind of click. It seemed to kind of, I don't know, it just seemed to in some ways, I say it seemed to make sense. Like the game kind of just like made sense to him, and he was just really, I mean, just a great, great, great player. Tall, long arms, lean. I mean, and he could use his length, arms, because he was tall. He could use that too, make him really hard to hit, but yet so athletic and he was so accurate during that time. It made him a very formidable person to see in the maze, which I made a habit of trying not to back in those days. Number 8, I put Adam Excalibur in 2004. I think that, I mean, I don't know if he would agree, but I would say that is his best year. It was the year for him that he I can't remember how many games he won that year, but it just seemed like, kind of like in Fester 2 years earlier, it was that kind of an effect for that Brampton team. And, to me, it was a big reason why obviously they won NAC that
Right.
year. Because he kind of had to meet just kind of, on a personal level, like a personal individual game, his own kind of step up. Even though he already was a good player, he had kind of like that last, like that next step kind of moment. Next player, same year, a guy that I think a lot of people tend to forget about just simply because he just, kind of didn't say much as far as Laser Quest goes. Ginger Spice in 2004.
All right.
Uh,
Okay.
I mean, Jeremy, in that year, if he wasn't getting high, he was getting tags. I mean, that guy, he was a really good player. I mean, he was a really good player. Incredible amount of talent. Just it really, and this was easily his best year, and he had a really, 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 really good year that year. And I was, he was one of those guys I just never knew, like, like in order to be good at anything, in order to be good at Laser Quest, you have to be able to take it seriously, right? So like everybody takes it
Mhm.
seriously, but in order to win, you got to do more than that, right? You got to like
Right.
it's got to be serious times like 100. It's got to be like it's serious. You know what I mean? And so like everybody to be good has to be serious. So I knew he was serious in that regard. I knew he was serious enough to be a great player, one of the best in that year. I never got an idea of how serious, like serious he was about Laser Quest. I've always he's one of those players I always wonder about. If he didn't take it at that seriously, how good could he have been had he
Right.
been that? I don't know. It's just one of those things I've always wondered about. Next one on my list, number 10, would be Lollipop Nick in 2005. For him, kind of similar in Kyle, kind of a couple of years to choose from. I ended up going with 2005. 2008 would have been another one. That's probably, I would say, his two
Right.
best years. He's just one of those guys that, he's had so many good years. In 2005, that was to me like the year. I know, it's hard to say he put it all together, but that was a year he, like, so many different parts of his game like were like exceptional at the same time. It was such a like a it was like a watching Voltron kind of come together in that way, like
I
like so
see.
many different parts. It just and so he was such an incredible player. And 2005 was a good year as far as individual players. I mean, because if you're talking about the peak years of LQ, this is towards this is to
Yes.
me the last year of that. So you've had all this buildup of so many great talents becoming great players, and now you've had great players that have been great players for several years. Now you're talking about the great of the great that start coming
Right.
out, and so to stand out during these years is something. Another one from the same year, Bad Andy.
Yes.
He
Definitely.
won. Yeah, I mean, he got them back into NAC finals that year. Obviously, Weston was a very strong team because we played them in NAC finals, so that we know they're very good. I think he won um, 5 of the 6 prelim games that year. The only one he didn't win was the one against us, because if I'm not mistaken, I believe Nick won that one. Um, so I mean, again, they're a very good player. Uh, great player for many years. Another one of those guys. The lack of longevity. I think the lack of because Weston closed in 2006, and then that was it. Like,
Right.
he never really played again until he played with us in Vegas recently, but really that was it. And so he had like a great 5-6 year run. Um, so he's one of those guys. He didn't get a chance to win NAC. Made a couple of NAC finals, but historically, for some people, I think that has tarnished him in that regard, because he didn't have quite the length of time, the longevity, and the neck wins. But still, that year, for a guy that was so exceptionally talented and good and really good, that I think was, to me, his best year. Somebody else that year, like I said, 2005 was a great year.
Yeah.
Sifu Mo
Okay.
for NRH. They won NEC that year, and I think to me, I've always thought that was their best team. From a year wise, of all the teams that won, I thought that was their best, and I thought he was their best player that year, and he was one of the best players in all LQ. Similar, like that was the sharpest I ever saw him. He had, I mean, and it's obviously all these guys have been great for a lot of years. So like I don't mean to say like he was for him or anybody else that because this year is good. I think all the other years weren't. It's just
No, no,
to
no.
me
Yeah,
like the way like if you got like this is like the sharpest of the sharp of the the razor blade. And so for him that was like his like sharpest of the sharp of the razor blade. Like his movement was his best along with his accuracy. You could see like the 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 culmination of a lot of work being put into it. Um, and obviously he was still great after that, but that to me
it's
was like
his peak.
his his best year. And the last one on my list, one that I think doesn't get talked about a whole lot, but still just another one in the same mold for peak years, I would say is Snake Stu
Oh, yes.
in 2008. That guy was a incredible. I mean, he was already again a really good player because we played him we played against Brampton in the finals of 2007, and he was a good player because I played against him several times. But in 2008, he was noticeably better. Like he was so good. He was so hard to tag. He was just such a force in the maze, and it's he's so one of the more to me one of the more underrated years from just a when you talk about players that had peaks, one of those years that just people forget about and which is easy to do, um, but yeah, a big impression on me that year. And granted, I mean, I could sit there and start, naming players. So, again, like if I don't name you, it's not because I don't love you. It's not because I think you suck. It's not because any of those things, right? I'm just trying not to make Alex's podcast here the 12 hours. So, so I'm going to cut it off at that.
Awesome. Actually, the thing I wanted to comment on is a little bit what you said about Jeremy, about Ginger Spice.
Mhm.
Same thing applied, I think, to Stu, to Snake, in the
Oh,
sense
agreed.
Snake had so much going on in his life. He was so invested in like bodybuilding and like left, right, and center. I really feel like had Laser Quest been his sole focus, like it has been for other players, yeah, it's scary to think how good he would have been.
Yeah. I mean, he was that good without it being, you know what I mean? Like,
I know. There's
so
this meme. I don't know if you've seen it. Justin had posted it. They come out of a game, I think, with against Mesa. Toronto always comes out of the game in NEC against Mesa, and Stu is just facing away from the monitor. The scores come up, and Stu is just like shooting the shit and chatting with people. He doesn't give a fuck about the scores, and I think he won that game. He
I was just about to say, wouldn't surprise me if we won the game.
So those two for you.
Yeah.
Okay, we actually have a viewer question from an up-and-coming player called Nick Petito. Apparently, he's a big fan of yours, big fan of the game, and he wants.
Sounds about right.
Yep, he wants to put your knowledge because apparently you're a self-proclaimed Laser Quest encyclopedia. So he has a question for you. Let's test your knowledge. Just see if you remember this. You played 4 packs at NAC 2002. Do you remember the numbers and how come you played for PAX? How that came about?
Well, I don't know if I've professed myself a Laser Quest encyclopedia. I probably just, I'm lucky to be blessed with a really good memory, and I just paid a lot of attention. I paid a lot of attention to a lot of things. So in 2002, I was playing the worst pack of every set for our team. Basically, the packs that nobody else really wanted, which I didn't care. And then so we had played 5 games in prelims. Saturday we had one left on Sunday, on the mixed set, and we didn't know we weren't like some of our better packs were not doing that great. We had a lot of inconsistency, and we weren't sure. Like we played mixed. The first time we played mixed, we lost, and I can't remember who we lost to, but we lost to somebody that at the time we didn't think we should have. And then we're like, okay, well maybe I remember like several people were like, well maybe the mix aren't as great as people think. And then like the next team we played, we got hammered, hammered by San Antonio. And this is like Vince wasn't even like on this team. Like this is Liquid won the game by like a lot. I mean, if you remember Liquid, he was like a real flash in the pan, but he was a really, really, really strong player. But they had several guys that did real well.
and I had several people on my team come to me and go like, hey, this guy had this pack, and whoever's playing it for us is not doing that. Didn't do that well for it with it. And there's like there's like a couple packs that weren't doing that great. So like everyone on my team, like basically like almost everyone on the team that night was like, hey, you got to play one of these packs. Like we got to get you out of that one, the whatever the worst one is, whatever I was playing. Which I don't remember what that one was. So that will be one negative detraction for me. But they asked, and I wasn't sure to do it, but like I had so many of them wanted me to do it that I just I thought if this is going to be for the benefit of the team, then I got to do it. And I had the player whose pack I was going to switch. He was like, just give me one more chance. Just give me one more chance. I got just let me play one more game. Let me try one more time. And I I wanted to, but I was like, I can't, man. Like everybody, I have to do what's best for. Like I can't lose everyone else's faith in me to make hard choices and do what everybody believes is going to be in the best interest of the team. If I don't do this, because nobody was going to say, "Oh, you're just trying to give yourself the better pack." That never came up in anybody's thought during that time. So I took pack 24 on mixed, which was one of the better ones on that, and then I won the prelim game actually. That our prelim game from that morning on Sunday. Third high score of the tournament, just FYI. And then, according to some, right? The only behind pack 28 on red twice, but who's counting? I gave that one to Nick, that same Nick Petito. He could tell me he's welcome. Trying to think. I think on red, I want to say I played. I wish there was a way to verify that, but I'm pretty sure the number 13 sounds familiar. I want to say on red. And I think because I still have 2002 just hanging out for whatever reason. And I still have the pack sets. If you look at them, see, they're still written on there. Yes, back in the day, still got them. I think 22 on green. And I wish there was a way to verify that because 22 on green feels right, but I don't know. I was never the greatest at remembering packs as far as like myself later on, like after I played. The only ones I ever remembered that was really good at remembering was NAC finals in 98. I played pack 7. I have no doubt about that. And then 07 NAC finals, I played 14 on red, 11 on green, and 12 on mixed. I have no doubt about that. But other than that, it just very rarely do I remember packs. I may remember one here or there that I played, but most of the time, if I remember them, remember everyone's pack playing in game, I'd forget by the following weekend.
Well, I can tell you that Nick only provided me with pack 24. You remember that? And we can verify, like, you have it right for 100% of the information that we can verify. So let's assume that you got the other ones right as well.
I'm going to make that kind of
I'm remembering my zip code, and you're like, okay. Actually, one of my favorite questions, I asked that one quite often on the podcast. Can you remember your single favorite game of Laser Quest you've ever played?
Favorite game?
If you had to pick.
I mean, the easy answer is the Iron Man final of '98. That's the easy answer. So I'm gonna not go with that one, even though that one is really easy to pick. I mean, for single game purposes, because so much happened in that game that I can still remember. That's tough. I played a lot of games. Yeah, I played a lot of games. I'll go. I'll go the random one just because it's kind of, I don't know, funny, for lack of a better way to put it. So it was a prelim game. It was a prelim game in 07 NAC, and it was against us. It was us, NRH, and Brampton in that game. Yeah, really hard game. Obviously, a lot of really good players on all teams. And I just remember it was a really hard game. I had a hard time like getting anything going. I get 2 tags, I go down. I get 1 tag, I go down. I get like 3 tags, I go down. It was like
It's like one of those things. I'm like, I can't seem to score. I can't seem to get anything going. I can't seem to, I can't seem to get any rhythm or momentum or
Right.
anything. And then, like, the whole game is just like that. I come out and I'm like, man, I don't think I did that great. But like, you watch everybody else's faces, and like nobody did well. Like everybody's like everywhere, and like the scores came up, and I won the game, and I was the only one that broke 400 points in the game. I mean, it was
That's
that,
low.
yeah, very low. I scored 413. I mean, I squeaked by 400 points, and it was just like barely. It was so low, and like I remember when the scores came up, I don't know if anybody was more surprised that I won that game than me, because
Right.
I knew what I had just experienced. I was like, I've played games where I've won before where I knew I won. That
Yeah.
was not one of them. That was not one of them. And so like the first thing I was like, I won the game, like, complete like shock. And then the next thing I thought of, man, if I thought I was doing terrible and I won the game, I can't even imagine what everybody else in there was feeling like. What the rest of that game was like. It was such a ball of frustration. Everything was just so hard, and I'm like, oh God, nothing seems to be working. I can't do anything, and so I can only imagine how much that was. The entire maze was feeling that. So
Painful for
it's
everybody.
it was so it's kind of so I'll just name that one. That moment's pretty memorable
Sure.
for just like that moment at the score monitor, as one, only being the only person that scored 400 points in a game,
Yeah.
which is so incredibly low to win the game. But the other one is like, man, if I thought I sucked and I won the game, I can't even believe I can even I can only begin to wonder what everybody else was going through in that game.
That has to be some type of record, right? Like lowest, like first place. I'm thinking like at NAC or not. It's probably really close.
Man, that's actually a good question. It would not surprise me if it were. I mean,
Yeah.
I cannot imagine a lower score winning a game. I really
Yeah.
can't. Because you can't say, even with bad, like, if you have bad teams in there, people are still going to score. You know what I mean? And there's still usually going to be some packs, even if you have a bad team with a couple of players that are good on the team. If they have a decent pack, I mean, they'll be able to score on
Yeah.
someone. And so, and if they don't, somebody else on the other teams is scoring on their team, because their team's
Yeah.
not going to be very good. So it wouldn't surprise me. Actually, that's a really good question. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look. I have some of the individual game by games, at least for some of the NACs. I'll have to go back and look, but it would not surprise me if that is the lowest score.
Be curious, and it's also a testament to how good the teams were in that game. Everybody's a tough tag, right? Nobody's
It
giving.
was. It really was.
Okay. Obviously, you have very strong sense of attachment to Houston. It's been, your center for, the entire time.
Ever.
And you were Houston. That's it. So if you were to win an NAC with any other team, any other than Houston, and I also want to specify, like, it doesn't have to be like a team that's competitive. So let's say magically for 1 year you play on Regina B, that year they win NAC, which team would you choose to win NAC with?
Can I pick two? Would that be all right?
Absolutely.
The first one I'll go with is just because I became friends with these guys, several of them very early on. Was Rockford.
Okay. Yeah.
So I was just friends with IRS and Punisher, eventually Clarkness, and so those guys. I traveled up there for a Rockford 4-man that ended up being canceled. So it was I got to hang out with those guys, and they're me and Andy, IRS, were always very, very, very cool, very good friends until he left for the Army in 2002. So that they would be one. The other one is another team, I think, from my early playing days, would be Austin, just because I was really good friends with a lot of those guys very early on. I got to, I would go to several of their member nights when I was in Waco. And I got to be friends with Lee and Mark and Matt and Daydream, Fat Boy and Loaf, and so many. They've had so many. So Jazam, Adam, Mist, Charles. I'm not. I keep struggling to call them their code name because I'm so used to calling everybody by their name.
That's fine.
So I was always really good friends with them, and they got close. They got close in '99. They got third. So they beat us in that regional. So so that would be the other one because they're really good friends of mine for the most part. Even though we were always competitive with each other, they would be the other one.
Okay. What about a team? Obviously, you're a team captain. You have very strong leadership. You have a lot to bring to team. What about a team that's on the cusp that having you could have pushed them over the edge? A team that's never won.
A team that's never won, but me going there would put them over the edge to win.
Yep. Or at least make them like a strong contender.
Well, I mean, I would believe, and I'm not saying this like in an ego sense, even if it may sound like that, but I believe like if I went to any team, I could get more out of them than they got out of themselves.
Right.
So I don't believe that necessarily means like I can make anybody into a winner, right? That's not the same thing. But I do believe that just applying what I know in the way that I know it to any team, both as individually and in a team sense, I could get more out of a lot of players and a lot of very good players, even if they think they've gotten to where they think they're going to get team wise also. So, but two teams, I guess, two come to mind that I think. I don't know if I would have pushed them over the edge, like, oh, we're winning NAC, but I think that if we didn't, we would have gotten pretty close. Given it enough time for me to like really get my hands on them, not just in a talent perspective, not just in the talent sense, but in a cultural sense, like in a team culture sense. One would have been Federal Way. I think they had several guys that had several what I would say pieces, very good pieces. A guy like Dar. Especially when he got good. I mean, I watched that guy play, and I'm like, my God! Like I watched that guy sometimes come out of a game and get like 21st, and I'm like, how does that happen? Like, never. Like, if I had that dude under me, like that dude would be like top threes everywhere. I mean, at a minimum, but they had so many good players, like guys like Atticus, Lance, even Papa Smurf, who I went WLC with. I think I look at a guy like T-Mac. And I'm like, man, like that's a guy that I think I could have made really good. I mean, tall, long arms, lefty. I mean, just a lot. You want to talk about having clay to mold with. That is a lot of clay for me. I think.
Right.
I mean, like how that dude did not become just incredible. I don't know, but I could have gotten a lot out of that dude because he had a lot of attributes I would have liked to have seen in a player. And left-handers. It's funny to think because I always like always for me like when in a NAC team sense, I always thought like the best ratio would be 6 righties, 3 lefties, maybe 7 righties, 2 lefties, but 6 and 3 was always my favorite. And so the years that we won, we were 7-2 in Houston both years. I don't know. It's always an idea. So I always liked having left-handed players because that you could do so much with them, especially if they knew how to be left-handed players. And so that's why I know I could have gotten a lot of him. So I don't know. That team is always one that always jumps to mind for me. Because there's a lot there I think that I could have worked with. The other one that comes to mind, again, same thing. A lot of talent, a lot of maybe just needing more direction, needing more cohesion, leadership wise and culture wise, especially. But with definitely a lot of talent, a lot of things, a lot of pieces would be Hoffman. I think having guys like Rain, even Damian Warrior, obviously, Falcon X again, who I won WLC with. I guess it's kind of a coincidence those two guys happen to come up. Not on purpose. They just I'm Rain's younger brother. I think Drizzle, I think was his name.
Drizzle.
Yeah, he was still young and raw, but he could have been really good. I saw a lot of potential in him. I don't know. So I saw even guys like Droid. I saw a lot of potential in a lot of those things that with the right. I just see them. I could just like sit back and I can watch them in a meeting at NAC, and I can watch how they're talking to each other, and I'm like, this game is not going to go well. Like you can just tell body language. They're not in it like together. There's no sense of real trust in that sort of way. Like they trust whoever's leading, whoever's deciding to do something, whoever's deciding packs. And if you don't have trust, there's going to be infighting, and there's going to be there's just and you can see it like not just in the maze, but outside, in their demeanor, the way they handle themselves, and so having a shift in that, along with fine tuning things in the maze, I think would have made a big difference. I would they won with me? I don't know, but I think we would have come close if we didn't. But both teams,
You could have done some damage. Okay.
I 100% believe that. Back finals, I think for
Yeah.
sure for both teams, in my opinion. But I mean, Huffman made back finals, so I don't even think that's even that big of a statement. But
Yeah.
I think they would have got. I think we would have been pretty good. I'll say that.
Well, there's a big difference between making that finals and actually winning it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're talking to somebody that knows, played in 5 different NAC finals and won 2 of them. So that means I lost 3 of them. I have a big first-hand knowledge of that. Yes.
It was interesting because I don't know if you had a chance to listen to Justin's podcast. It was 4 hours long as well, but he actually picked for Leroy as well.
Really?
Has a team that he could have helped, but she ran a little bit of the same thing that you were saying, like in terms of natural talent and like coaching them and molding them. Okay, I have to ask you this question. It's a staple of my podcast. Who do you consider to be your role model in Laser Quest?
It's just you hear other people talk about, well, when I started playing, this guy was the best and they showed me this, or that guy was here and they showed me that, or like I learned a lot from this person because they told me I need to do this, or I try to pattern myself after this person because they did that. I didn't have any of that, man. I did not.
You were that guy, yeah.
No, I just and I know it's not like we had lots of great players, in the city of Houston when I started playing, but like a lot of what I ended, especially up here, was very much everything here, and here was very much self-taught, and
Right.
so my ideas on when a player when you have a new player and they walk in the door and they're like, hey, how do I get better? How do I get good at this? There was nobody that came up with that answer. Like nobody was around. I mean, I know I came up with my own answer, very very clear answers in the way it happens. But so there's a lot of great players I played with, but I didn't have anyone that was like, here, come here under the wing and let me show you, or or I'm like, wow, I want to be like that person. I want to play like that person. My understanding and my game, my skill, and all that stuff just kind of happened organically on my own as I kind of just figured things out. So I don't really, I can't really say I have one as bad as that sounds.
No, fair enough. It doesn't sound bad, especially given the your train of thought, right? Given like what you the way you explain it, it absolutely makes sense. You were the first one, so who's there to teach you, right?
Yeah, I mean, and it was, there's a saying that says, necessity is the mother of all invention. So, like, I had to, you know what I mean? Like, some of that thought, especially some of those early teams in Houston after we won AC, I had to, and, and all, on and on and on and on and on and on.
Okay, sir, it's been almost 5 hours. You're
That's it?
you officially win. You officially win at the length of podcast. That's your first place there. Is
I
there?
win something else.
This is actually something that has been super interesting. This podcast has been like eye-opening and one of my most enjoyable ones. Is there anything you feel we haven't covered? Any last? Before I give you the last word, is there any other topic you want to address?
Before the LQ related? No, I was gonna say this is like my version of the 210 run when it comes to talking about Laser Quest, because I could go for like a long time and so many different just talking strategy or just player development, or like this team versus this team. What would you do here? How did I conceptualize different things? I could talk for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and I just. So this is like my 210 run version. That's why, and I try to keep it as short as I could with only a lot of little highlights, and it still was 5 hours.
That just means that we'll have to have you back on the podcast and discuss some more, because I felt like we could have gone on for another 5. Okay, before I hand you the last words, thank you, sir. Thank you for being on the podcast. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
very, very, very interesting stuff. And as I said, like, don't worry about the length. Like, as long as there is content, really don't mind like how long this goes on for. And I feel like this was a lot of content and compacted and very thorough. So thank you very much for sharing your answers. So closing statements, anything that you want to say to the community?
Yeah, I knew I was going to have like an opportunity, because you told me that this was going to happen, and before I came on here, I didn't know what I was going to say, and so like now that I'm sitting here, I you know I wanted to win, clearly, right? I clearly wanted to win. I wanted to, I played the game to win. I thought about winning. Everything was about, especially in the team sense, was about winning. I wanted to be, known as a player, to be like, tough in the arena, like always very competitive. Um, a guy that just didn't. This was you're always going to get that person's best. That's always was going to be me, in all directions, right? But I don't know. Recently, some of the stuff that came up on the Facebook group,
Right.
it just it bothered me in a sense because I don't like I wanted to be known as a player, but I didn't ever. But more than that, I wanted to be known as somebody that was going to do the right thing, that was trying to do the right thing. Whether or not I always did it, I know that I know I didn't. I'm a person that made a lot of mistakes, but I'd rather be known as like the worst player of all time and somebody that was just a complete zero in the maze, rather than being somebody that was thought of as that was not a good person, that was not a person of their word, that was not a person of integrity. I and so you know having some of the stuff I didn't some of the stuff that's now that very like now has come up, that's been made like brought to light, like some stuff that either I've done or said. It disturbs me that I would have that kind of impact on anybody, in my playing days, just simply because of the way I tried to, at least I believed I was carrying myself, even if other people, perhaps, today maybe are skeptical, or that would be skeptical today. I don't blame anybody, right?
Right.
But um, but if but again, like I've always wanted to conduct myself in whether it was hard or not. I always believed that doing what is right was not always going to be doing what is easy. And so I wanted to be known as somebody that was going to do the right thing, or was going to try to do the right thing, even if you didn't agree with me. And so to hear that that's not always the truth, it's so I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, if I've done or said anything to anyone that I don't know, or like that some if I've said or done anything to anybody that might possibly be watching or listening, or knows anybody that might possibly this apply to, I don't care, just have them reach out to me, because I want to apologize, because I don't know what I don't know. I really, and
Right.
I don't know how else to say that, but I don't want to, I don't want that to be something I'm known for. Like I said, I'd rather my legacy be known worst player of all time than somebody that didn't stand up and, admit when made mistakes, apologize, owned up, whatever, whatever. Like, if I said something or did something at any point, please, like, I'm being totally serious, and I'm being totally honest. I'd like for people to, anything, like, if you remember one time that, and you still remember, sometime I said something, or sometime I did anything, just please, just talk to me, please. Like, I will not shun anyone. I will take everyone seriously, I promise you. I know my entire playing life, as far as anybody that has ever been around me, like, outside the maze or at any tournament or ever, knows I joke around a lot, and knows I'm always playing and all that other stuff. But I'm being very honest and very, very, very serious with this, because through all the joking I may have done, through all the playfulness I may have done, it was always with good intentions,
Good
and
name.
none of that would ever matter if I have this kind of anything else hanging over me, right? And I'd rather not have that from anybody. So please, like, if there's anything I've said, done to anyone, please reach out to me, please. And that I guess that's it.
Thank you, thank you for sharing. Thank you for speaking with such honesty, such candor. And again, thank you very much for the podcast.
Thank you for having me. I hope people like it. I really do.
Same
I
here.
you know,
All
it's
5 hours
it's
of
gonna be a
it.
marathon.
All right, sir. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir. You too.